theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear the frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B, and we're doing an extra late night edition of the From Rewatch Deep Dive Live to finish up season 1 of From. Because we have a lot more episodes to get through, and it's been an unusually busy week for me, so I just didn't get to as many as we hoped, but we're at least going to get through the rest of season 1 tonight, and it really is much like a two-parter. Episodes 9 and 10. So they go well together to discuss in one stream, since we're short on time before season 4 starts. For the rest of the rewatch, we're going to be discussing 2 to 3 episodes at once. And we'll try to do 2 of these streams every week normally. And then another stream will be just for season 4 theories. So next week we'll have another season 4 theory live stream. Where we just focus on that and nothing else. And the other 2 streams will be for the rewatch. And I'm going to try to kind of approach this like a podcast in a way, to just stay focused and not go off on a bunch of tangents like I tend to do, and just focus on the episodes that we're discussing, and see if we can make the length a little bit more manageable instead of 6 or 7 hours long like we've been doing. So we'll see what we can do. It's tough sometimes, though, especially covering 2 episodes at once. These things are packed. They are packed with stuff to talk about. So many questions that this first season brings up, and so many mysteries. And every episode is a masterpiece for me. Every episode is a 10 out of 10. We did a rewatch after season 3 ended, where we did just 1 episode at a time, and every stream was like 5 hours long and diving into it. That's how much there is to talk about. It's amazing. Season 1 is just, for me, it's peak From. I love every season, but it's to me, it's the best. It's really the best quality. Like every single episode for me is a 10 out of 10. And these 2 episodes are an amazing end to the series season, that we're going to discuss. Episode 9, Into the Woods, and episode 10, Oh, the Places We'll Go. So, hey there, Anon. Anon was here. I don't know if they're still here, but it's here in the chat. Anon has been sending me really kind messages when I had to reschedule this live stream a couple times due to some pain-related issues I'm having. So, I just can't thank everybody enough for the compassion and understanding that you've shown me. Anon says, I'm so glad you're feeling well enough to post a live for tonight. I will join for as long as I can. Well, I appreciate it. And I understand when people can't, because this is 1 a.m. on the East Coast. It's around midnight for me. I'm in Central Time, but shout out to the replay gang who watch this later. I appreciate so much when you guys do that, and I do see the numbers going up a lot. So I know a lot of people probably just can't watch because it's too late for you, and you watch later. So thank you so much for doing that in advance. And with Alice was here earlier. Hey there with Alice. Hey Bill Chill. And I saw Bill still here. Football Affinity. Let's go. Been a boring ass day. Oh, nice to see you. And yeah, hope you can still pop in, even though it's kind of late. It's been kind of a nice day here. It's been an unusual Indian summer random heat wave day for a single day. 84 degrees here in Iowa. And tomorrow it's going to plummet to 43 degrees. It's insane. I don't know what's happening, but it was a pretty nice day here. I have to say I enjoyed it. I hope everyone had a good night, a good start to your weekend. And hey, Ryan, nice to see you. I hope you've been doing well. And let's see. Ryan says, I just like ass days. Hey, Cameron. Welcome. And welcome to any new subscribers who might be listening. I did pick up some new folks from the latest video that I dropped this week, and I really appreciate everybody who subscribed to the channel. Excuse me. And if you haven't seen my new video, it is the latest on the channel. I have it linked in the description of this live stream. It's the full trailer deep dive breakdown, and I went through everything that there is to comb through in this thing. It's 36 minutes long, and I put a lot of work into it. If you haven't checked it out, please give it a view and a like. Throw a comment in there. That really helps with the algorithm too. Even a super short one, as short as an emoji, all of that helps. It triggers the algorithm. And we've got Karl here in the background. Oh, there you are. Oh, echoes.
There we go. Hola.
And hey, Carla. Nice to see you.
Hi, how are you?
Carla.
Hi, how are you?
Carl, meet Carla.
Oh, is there a Carla there?
Yeah.
Muchos gustos.
Yes. Carla down under. She's in Australia joining us. So nice to see lovely Carla Way.
Everything's upside down there.
Yes, it is. It is the down under. Oh, with Alice, you're still here. Nice to see you. Oh, Doug. Hey, Doug. Is this where the Brady Bunch rewatch is happening? Hey, Doug Hughes, our man in yellow himself in the chat. Hope you're enjoying your night, Doug. Anon is still here trying to stay awake. Oh, great. Well, don't feel any pressure to do that. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for all your kind words and your compassion. I really do appreciate it. Compassion goes a long way. You may not think it helps someone who's in pain just to experience compassion, but trust me, it helps. Take it from someone who didn't receive compassion for years, practically years with no compassion, and believe me, it makes a world of difference. Hey there, Tam Keen. Nice to see you. Hey, Daryl. Oh, Daryl got to see the Murdoch Mysteries episode that Doug was on. Doug Hughes did a guest appearance on the Canadian series Murdoch Mysteries, and it came out this week. So if you have a VPN, you can watch it. I think it's on some app called Gem, or it's on this. It's from the CBC network. So yeah, and it's tricky if you're not in Canada. It's hard to reach, but it's hard to access. But you can get a VPN and see it that way too. You can subscribe to anything with a VPN. Hey, Miss Joan, nice to see you. Thanks for being here. One of our newer members of the community. Thank you so much. Glad you are feeling better. I could hear the pain in your voice. Well, yeah, sometimes I can't hide it as well as I would like. I'm pretty good at hiding my pain. I'm in constant pain, but it's not always possible. Sometimes it does kind of slip out. Thank you so much for caring. You know, the Frumley are the kindest bunch, the kindest bunch of people I've ever met. You really are. I have no idea what this blueness means. What does that? What does that mean, Doug? What's blue? Daryl says blue suits you. Oh, maybe. Oh, it must be a reference to the Murdoch Mysteries episode. I've got to find a way to get that. Doug is on his way to bed. Understandable, Doug. I'm going to try really hard to do these lives earlier, but we had a heat wave today, so I was out taking advantage of it. Now it's about to get cold again tomorrow. So it's always nice to see you, Doug, and you have a great night and sleep well. Daryl says, "We love you, Doug. Can't wait to see you perform again in season 4. Absolutely. Oh, cannot wait." Daryl says, "Doug plays a character so different from the Man in Yellow in Murdoch Mysteries." Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to find a way to watch that. Ryan says, "There was another show I just saw Doug in, and I can't remember what it was." Oh, Doug said it's the fact that I'm showing up in blue on here. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that's about then, Doug. Brandon says, "Hello, family." Oh, hello, Brandon. Hope you're doing well and feeling well tonight, my friend. Let's see. Yeah, all the love for Doug here in the chat, as always. Nice to see. So, Scarlett should be here soon, I believe. I sent Scarlett the link, so hopefully she'll be popping in and joining us. In the meantime, we're going to dive right in to episode 9 of season 1 of From, called Into the Woods. Also the name of a musical, a really good musical. I don't know if they were trying to play on that, but yeah, it's the title of a great musical. It was adapted into a movie too, and of course that title is due to Boyd and Sara's trek into the woods to search for a way out of Fromville. I hear people call it different things. I hear some people in some YouTubers calling it Fromland. Some call it what's the other thing I've heard? There's Fromville, Fromland, and there was another thing that I've heard people call it, but I like Fromville personally.
Like S.
Like what?
Yeah, Fromville.
Yeah. You like Fromville, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like calling it Fromville.
Like from the Ville, like Louisville, Fayetteville, all the Villes.
Yeah. Works for me.
Yeah.
I swear there was another thing though. There was another thing I heard someone call it.
Fromtopia? I don't know.
Yeah.
Making stuff up.
Trying to find my here it is. I was trying to find my images and I just unearthed them. Okay. Let me share my image tab here. Brandon says it was a long work night, but very, very exciting. Oh, well, at least it wasn't boring then, Brandon. So hope you can have a good rest now and just relax. So here we go with the image tab here, and we have Boyd. and Sara venturing out into the woods. From town. Yeah, that was the other thing. I've heard other people call it from town. That's it, Anon. On the sign outside the set. Oh, okay. Interesting. Fromden. like Camden, Maine. I've never heard that one, Bill. From town.
So we just had from to whatever, huh? So fromidence.
Yes. Fromidence. Yes, Daryl, these 2 episodes are basically the adventures of Boyd and Sara and the making of the radio tower. I can't speak right tonight. What is the matter with me? Anyway, yes, those are the 2 main storylines going on through these 2 episodes. And yeah, it's an amazing end to a phenomenal first season of this show that got everybody addicted. This is what started it all. And Boyd and Sara, as they're going through the woods, she asks a million questions. She's like a little kid with how many questions she asks. I've noticed as I'm rewatching this. And she asks Boyd, how do you know this is the right way to go? He says, I don't know, just following my best hunch. She says, based on what? He says, based on that, meaning the talisman hut. And she's asking, what is that? She literally has a question for everything. I mean, I don't blame her. I have a million questions regarding this place, and Sara is kind of all of us with her million questions in these episodes. So the talisman hut is where Boyd found all the talismans. In the flashback from episode 8, we saw that. It's got an entrance covered by vines here, and he explains to her that's where he found the talismans. He says that they're going to camp there for the night because it's the farthest he's ever traveled into the woods, and after this, it's going to be completely uncharted territory. And they're about 2 hours before dark, so he doesn't want to chance going out any further until the next day. And she's handcuffed because he can't trust her, and I don't blame him at this point after she's unalived Toby and left the door open for those other people to be killed. But he doesn't even take them off to let her use the bathroom either. She's cuffed in front, he said, so that she can do that a little more easily. She's got to find a way to do it. I don't know how. That's got to be difficult, but I don't blame him, honestly. I think, if anything, they should have taken more precautions than they did after this with Sara, to just kind of keep her under lock and key, just in case.
She should have got boxed.
You think she should have gone in the box?
Well, based on the rules, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand after what happened with Frank, why Boyd never wants to put anyone in the box again. He regretted it. He only wanted to use it as a deterrent. He never wanted to actually put anyone in there. And I think he realized that it's just too inhumane in a place like this. There are always extenuating circumstances to what people do or don't do that, could put someone else in danger and or cause someone to lose their life. And Sara was under the influence of these forces that had her tricked into thinking she was somehow helping. So I'm in the camp of she should have been locked up just to keep everyone safe. She should have been watched, kept at the sheriff's station like a jail, and she should have to live there just for the safety of everyone else. I don't think that she's an evil person. I just think this place took advantage of mental illness that she had and probably trauma from what happened before she got there. And so she should just be watched just in case, not just turned loose, in my opinion. So, yeah, that's the opening scene. Daryl says Sara did what she did for her brother. Yeah, pretty much. That was her main goal. Yeah, Boyd wasn't going to put Frank in the box either. That's right. Frank chose it. But I think that Boyd shouldn't have allowed it in the end. I think he should have said, no, Frank, you're not going in the box. I don't care what you want.
Giving them a reprieve or something.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think Boyd should have just let Frank stay in town, and telling him he could go off and live in the woods with the talisman. I think was too harsh on Frank, and he shouldn't have been allowed to go in the box. He wanted to do away with himself due to the loss of his family, and Boyd basically allowed him to do it. I don't think he should have, personally, and I know Boyd regretted it. It's obvious. So he's,
He might have went out like Eric if he didn't, if that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's true. He would have probably found another way. Daryl has a soft spot for Sarah. He says, "My sweet Sarah has a nice redemption arc in these episodes." Yeah, he thinks he can fix her. Good luck to you. Let's see. Tam says, I googled Randall from MGM and the search images included Randall from Monsters, Inc. I cracked up seeing both Randalls next to each other. I don't even remember there being a Randall in Monsters, Inc. Yes, Anon, the Talisman Hut doesn't have a door, which I always found very strange, the fact that the talismans kept Boyd safe from the monsters in there overnight when he found them. But I guess because the vines were so close together, they formed a barrier that the monsters couldn't pass. I think it might have been Daryl who said in the last live that that there just has to be a barrier that is not wide enough for the monsters to pass through and a talisman inside, and then they can't get in. And I think that's a nice explanation.
So you telling me you could put up a beaded curtain?
I think
like
so.
a hippie beaded curtain, and they'd be like, they wouldn't be able to get through.
I think so.
Oh,
yeah,
convenient.
Yeah, I think so. And that always bugged me about this, but thinking of it that way, I get it now. I get it. So anyway, Anon, I agree that Father Crotchery shouldn't have insisted she go in the box either. Yeah. Miss Joan doesn't think Sarah's making it out alive in season 4. Yeah, I mean, I think she's a little too special for the show to kill off yet. She has such a special connection with the voices in her head that nobody else can hear. So I think they'll probably keep her around at least till the final season, but I don't think she's making it out of the show alive. She'll complete her redemption arc by dying in a heroic way, I think. Yeah. Put up a bed sheet with the talisman and you're good.
It's all good, homie.
11 likes. Please, if you're listening, hit that like button, please, to help. I think I said please twice, but yes, extra please.
Please.
To help people find the live stream. It does help pushing it out to more people if you do hit that thumbs up. So moving on. Kenny explains to his mom that there are 3 groups working on the radio tower. There's one collecting the supplies to actually build the structure. There's another getting together power sources to, like the cords to power it. And that other group is basically just Jade, who's the brains behind it all. Tian Chen says that she doesn't like him. He's very selfish and lazy. Just glad he's finally working. And Kenny's like, that's the kind of thing you always say about people you like the most. She's like, go ring your bell, be a good sheriff. Yeah, she likes Jade. She just doesn't want to admit it. She kind of likes him, and they have a really beautiful scene in the finale that we'll get to later.
Yeah, that was pretty touching.
Yeah, I really liked Jade and Tian Chen's relationship. This scene was just Kenny and Kristi passing the book back and forth. Another aw shucks moment between them. One of many in season 1. They've been reading the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym by Edgar Allan Poe. And that's just a book that has some parallels to From. So I guess that's why the writers included it. It's an interesting book. I haven't read it, but I've read a lot about it since it's in the show. I wanted to know why they might have included it, and it's just it's got some similarities. Like, essentially, a boy stows away aboard a ship with his dog, and as he's hiding there overnight, I think some of the sailors turn into monsters and unalive everybody on board the ship. Then they reach an island that has some caves with murals in them, and all kinds of interesting parallels to From like that. So it's my foggy memory of what that's about, but I think that's the gist of it. Um, Not essential to know, but I think definitely the writers put it in the show for a reason. It might hold some clues to their thought process in creating this show, and the mystery of it all. But it's not going to be a carbon copy of that book. I know have been some in the fandom who ascribe a little bit too much significance to it, in my opinion. It's just a thematic thing that the writers put in, that has some interesting parallels and could give us a little bit of insight into the show. Then we have some red shirts showing up at the sheriff's station. They're from Colony House, and they've been relocated because of the massacre, so they're gonna be staying there, including Dale and this guy who seems depressed. Donna asks him if he's all right, and he says he's fine, but he's not so fine, as we'll see shortly. And then Dale checks in, and he's basically being a dick as usual, saying, "Oh, we're staying in a jail cell now. How quaint!" And he refers to this miraculous tower they're building, saying they're going to send a radio signal out to Neverland. Donna tells him, some of these people need something to feel good about. Basically, shut up. And he says, "Great, let's play make-believe. I'm game." So Donna and Dale definitely don't seem to think that the radio tower is going to work. And they've been there at least, I think, 3 years. They've been there the longest other than Victor, as far as we know, based on Boyd's flashback to when he arrived. They were already there, along with Katri. So they're kind of just playing along to make people feel good after the Colony House massacre, but they don't really think this radio tower is going to work. This just makes them feel useful. It gives them something to hope for. She kind of gives him some side eye. I know there have been theories around these two, and is Donna a mole? Does she somehow know that the radio tower is definitely not going to work because she knows how things work here? And maybe Dale knows too. There have been theories about that, and they're conspiring here. But personally, I don't think so. I don't believe Donna is a mole. I think Donna is just Donna. Just my opinion.
Well, we know what happened. We know what happened to Dale. So
yes.
If he was a mole, he screwed up.
Yes. Yeah, if Dale was a mole along with Donna, then something went badly wrong. Because now he is part of the pool wall.
He's definitely never leaving from town, Fromville, Fromotopia, Providence, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, this was his fate right here.
We have concrete proof now.
He is now part of the concrete.
Poor Dale got plastered.
Yes, he did. I miss Dale. Oh, R.I.P. Dale. Yeah.
He's stuck in the deep end now.
Yes, he is. And yes, Daryl, I miss Sassy Dale too. He was funny. I really miss him. He next to Jade, he had the best lines. Jade and Dale had the funniest, wittiest lines in the show. Mish says, "I love how Donna and Dale are married in real life." Yes, Cliff and Liz. He wanted to call her Donna. Cliff and Liz Saunders. Yeah, it's cool that they're married. They met even before From. They were already together. Hey, Incognito. Nice to see you. One of our new subscribers here. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Buenvenidos. I like what Bill Chill said. Dale got caught deep diving.
Yes, he did. He got caught deep diving. A little too deep. Permanent deep diver. Tail in the wall is definitely concrete proof. Yes, he is.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot I had some of these clips in here that I haven't used. I always just use the other one.
The Holy Tower of Scary Bullshit or whatever, right?
Yeah, I use this one ad nauseum.
This is a really bad idea.
There's nothing else strong enough to pry that trap open.
You really want to start pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit?
I'm sure whoever built it won't mind.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Another, I think that's my favorite Dale line of all time. That's my favorite. There, he has a bunch of great lines, but that's the best. Ancient tower of holy scary shit, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
So yeah, Bill, this is when Sarah begins her arc. This is when Sarah begins her redemption arc in these episodes. I think I missed that comment earlier. Sarah is too strong for the box. Yes.
Everybody pining for Sarah.
Yeah, they are.
They're trying to keep an eye on her.
An eye on her. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Best sleep with one eye open, I always say. And I've always said that. That's the funny thing. Even before Elgin and the infamous eye incident, I always said that to the people thirsting for Sarah. And yeah, that was kind of ironic in light of that.
Yeah.
Karl, one talisman, one trash bag equals safety. Get away from me, Smiley. I'm in my bag, bitch. I didn't see that before.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Jim. The radio tower was the best invention to date. It was a smart idea. It was a great project for what it was, but it was a little too earthbound. It's not going to work in a place like this. It's just not going to work. They're not in our world. They're in some other dimension. They're not in anywhere you can find on a map. If they all arrived here from different places in the U.S.,
Yeah.
then clearly they're not in anywhere in any place that can be found on a map where you can reach with radio signals.
That was a great point that Donna made at the map. You know.
Yes, which is, I think it's in the final episode of the season.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she looks at it and she's like, "You think all these people were driving in all these different rows, going to these different places, and they all ended up here? You think your radio is gonna transmit?" Obviously I'm paraphrasing, but it's like it's a great point. If you're in some weird mystical, magical, or scientific sort of anomaly, how do you think that stuff's just gonna work the same?
Exactly. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, you should be able to leave if it's a regular place. You should be able to drive away.
Yep. Absolutely. And so I really like that scene. That's coming up in the finale, I think, with Donna. Daryl says the show made sure to give Dale scenes with Jade before he died. Yeah, and I wanted more. That was such a tease. I was psyched to see more Dale and Jade scenes. The two funniest people on the show by far. Daryl says Sarah was already redeemed in my eyes. Bill, I will always love Sarah. Oh my God. Yes, I agree, Daryl. Sarah does get too much hate. Sarah was a pawn in all of this. She was manipulated. So I agree. Anon says radio signals don't go far. You need repeaters. Oh, okay. So I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it has a set. The transmissions have a set limit.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're on the moon with a couple of 12-volt batteries, you can transmit for 244,000 miles right to the White House.
Right.
Other than that, yeah, you need repeater.
Yes. Tam says, I need to see a Smiley make a grandpa joke with Boyd. Oh, that would be priceless. Priceless.
All he has to do is call him Pops, and everybody will get it.
Yes. Bill says that would be funny if Smiley calls Boyd Papa. Mish says, all roads lead to Fromville. Watch out for that tree. Indeed. It's like George of the Jungle. Watch out for that tree.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. Tabitha. Okay, this is a monumental scene right here. This is one of the most important, memorable scenes in the whole series to date, if you ask me. And it's Tabitha's nightmare. It starts just as if it's a normal scene with her digging in the basement, and Jim calls down to her. She goes upstairs for dinner, I think, and so what it becomes is actually a dream, though. I love how trippy this is, and this is a lot like how dreams actually work. In dreams, sometimes you ever notice how you sort of teleport in dreams? You're in one place doing something, and all of a sudden you're somewhere else. It happens to me a lot.
Right.
The places just sort of run together, and that's what's happening here. She starts going up the stairs, and they turn into the lighthouse stairs, which we later see at the end of season 2. Now, I think this dream was sent to her by the boy in white. Now, I had never really thought of it that way, that it was sent to her by the boy in white, but somebody in my comment section recently said that, and I agree with him. It was a new subscriber, PR Ragland. I think it makes a lot of sense that the boy in white, who I believe is a helpful entity opposing the man in yellow evil entity, I think the boy in white sent Tabitha this dream that he can make people dream certain things, and gave her this vision of the lighthouse because he wants her to go there. He wanted her to go there. In season 2, it seemed like he was trying to get her there. The Ankui kids were trying to get her there, and then once she got there, there's the boy in white waiting for her and calling to her from the top of it, saying, Ankui, Ankui. When she gets up there, there are no Ankui kids, but just him standing there waiting to push her out. He wanted her to come there and push her out so she could go to Camden and reconnect with her past life, her past husband, to start paving the way for her to remember who she is. So I believe PR Reglet, I think he is right. And I think that the boy in white did send Tabitha this dream. Made her dream this, and so she's going up the stairs, and it kind of it's interesting how the dream starts with her digging the hole in the basement, because I do think that digging the hole is how all of this journey that she's on, how it started, her quest. It began with her literally digging for answers, digging into her roots, her past. And eventually the hole leads her into the cave where her former neighbors live, the monsters from the origin story. Those were her neighbors in her past original life. So she's literally digging into her past in that hole. And eventually that journey leads her to the lighthouse, because what happens when she's in the hole? I'm jumping ahead, but eventually she sees the Ankui kids in season 2. She sees the first one in the hole, down in the cave, that is. And after that, she starts seeing the Ankui kids everywhere until she winds up going to the lighthouse. That journey leads her there. And so, yeah, I think this is the beginning of it. Digging the hole was the start of it. And this dream was planting that seed in her head that she needs to go to the lighthouse. She also has this mysterious, still unexplained vision within the dream of her standing outside in an empty version of the town. Now, I think there's a pretty simple explanation for this, and it's just a memory of her being here before in a past life. That's her as Tabitha, obviously, but she's standing there looking around at the town because she's been there before, because she's lived there before in her many past lives. That's what I think those visions are. I don't think that's some kind of future thing that we're going to see later, in my personal opinion. But let me know in the chat if you think something different, if you think that this is something that we have yet to see, some vision of the town in the future. And it's really kind of, it's confusing how those little bits of her outside are just spliced into this shot of her going up the stairs. It goes back and forth. And she's just kind of looking around, looking kind of uneasy and confused in that shot. We see behind her, I believe that's the sheriff's station. And she looks down and she sees Ethan's finger puppets on the stairs, along with a playing card that's not turned over. We can't see what it is. She yells, "Ethan, pick up your toys. I told you to pick your toys up." And I don't know what this other thing is. What do you think that looks like, Karl, next to the finger puppets?
Let me look on the tablet here.
I've never been able to tell what that thing is. I still don't know.
Is it a bowl? Is it half of a human skull?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's so small, because look how it is, how the size of it in scale next to the finger puppets and that playing card.
So then a baby's skull.
Yeah, maybe that's going dark.
Let's see, finger puppet about this big. So it's like two of those.
To me, it reminds me of a piece of fruit, like a piece of discarded fruit.
Randomly, it almost looked like a orange, right, or something.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's just a fetus skull, you know?
Oh, that's really dark. But we do have a lot of dead kids in this show and sacrifice of kids, so I mean, this show is dark by nature. There's also a toy dump truck next to that. And as she's going up, also, by the way, when she does get to the actual lighthouse, Ethan's finger puppets and his playing card, well, there are playing cards at the lighthouse when she finally goes there, but they're turned over. So there are two of them, and you can see the numbers. And Ethan's finger puppets are not there in real life when she goes there, obviously. But there are playing cards, which, I don't know, could be a clue to something. But this is...
You're saying in the episode where she's in the actual lighthouse that gets her to Camden?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the differences. And I can pull that up and compare, too, because I think I have that image someplace. But then there's the ambulance. Right. This is the toy ambulance, which this is foreshadowing the ambulance coming to town in season 3. Genius. They must have planned that far in advance. As she's going up, she hears the phone ringing and Thomas crying, her baby who fell off the changing table and died. So that's the memory from that event, because when he died, the phone rang and distracted Tabitha and Jim, and he fell off. So we've got that.
That's horrible.
It is. It's really dark to bring that into this. Another shot of her outside, and that does look like the sheriff's station behind her. And then as she gets to the top, there are a number of dates. And I think I have a shot in here somewhere that's brighter than this. Let me double check. Brighter, and one that shows all the dates. I think I added it to the end of the folder. No, I didn't. Oh, well. I have the dates in my notes, so I can just read the dates. But there are, I think there are 9, and I believe they are dates, not just numbers, and they represent every time Tabitha and Jade died in the previous cycle. I think when every previous timeline ended, that's that's represented here. So, for example, there's 1978 when Miranda and everybody else died. Well, yeah, when Miranda and everybody else died. That was the full massacre. And then there's 1864, which is also on a slip of paper that Boyd pulls out of that bottle he took from the tree in the woods. Did we get to that part in episode 9? I forget. Was that in episode 9 or yes, it is. I think we're going to get to that later. So mental note, same number on the slip of paper that Boyd pulls out of the bottle. So I think one of the timelines ended in 1864, which is the end of the Civil War as well, which makes sense. There were Civil War soldiers in Jade's vision earlier in season 1, hanging from a tree, a bunch of bodies, and one of them chased him. So definitely there was a timeline that occurred during the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And the earliest date, so I have all the dates listed here. I'll just list them. Oh, okay, where is it? Hold on a sec. Okay, so 1506 is the earliest one, and I think that's probably when everything began, when the curse happened, the original sacrifice of the children. So that's the colonial period. That's probably I think that's probably when the first settlers came to this area, and I think there was probably an ancient evil entity already living there. And the first settlers came to this place, and I think it used to be a normal town. And they made this bargain with the ancient evil entity that was already living in this wooded area, and we'll call it the Man in Yellow entity for lack of a better term. Just it's less of a mouthful. They sacrificed their children. The entity turned them into monsters and turned this place into what I think is some kind of pocket universe or pocket dimension separate from our world. And every year after that, I think, is when another timeline ended, when another full massacre of the town happened. So Jade and Tabitha failed, and the board was wiped clean. Everybody gets massacred. So there's 1609, 1672, 1752, 1864, 1883. That's a really short one. 1864 to 1883. So that's the shortest span of time I see here. And then 1931, 1978. And now we have this cycle started in 2022. So it tracks that this could have been different lifetimes of Tabitha and Jade. These years are far enough apart that they would have been old enough to be brought back to this place again. So let's say they died in 1864 was one of the years they died. Then they were brought back in 1883 or sometime before 1883. Maybe they were there for a few years at some point. We can't really be sure how long these previous timelines happened. But so from 1864 to 1883, that's only 19 years. So they were young. They'd be really young when they were brought back. But that's possible. That's old enough that they could have been brought back at 19 years old and somehow expected at that young age to figure this place out. I think it makes sense that that's possible. Don't you think? The dates are spaced out enough that these could be all of their previous lifetimes when they were brought back here.
Right.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they've been brought back. This is the 8th time. If these dates represent what I think they do, right now this is the 8th time they've been brought back here. Unless 1506 was not the origin story, but I think that makes sense that it would be. So this would be the 8th time. I by my count anyway. I could be off, but that's by my count.
And 8 is a kind of infinity symbol.
It is, yeah. Oops, my video was playing in another tab. Okay. So Anyway, let's go over to the chat here. But before I do, let's finish the dream. Actually, so this is the end of the dream. She gets to the top, and Jim is hanging here with a flashlight. At first, with his eyes closed, and then when she gets to him and sees him, he appears to be screaming. But instead of him screaming, we hear the sounds of the RV crash that they had at the beginning of the season when they got to town. We hear the horn honking and the car crashing.
Mm-hmm.
So really eerie stuff. And I think, and we also see a flashback to the RV crash right here. And Jim drops his flashlight. The RV crashes as she wakes up. So it definitely seems like this was foreshadowing Jim's death and kind of warning Tabitha that this is what's going to happen. She's going to have to go on this quest to the lighthouse, and eventually her quest is going to lead to Jim's death. And I do think the boy in white probably manifested this dream in Tabitha's head. And if so, he seems to know that the man in yellow is going to unalive Jim as the cost of the knowledge Tabitha will gain on her quest when she learns about her past lives. And going to the lighthouse is part of that journey. Getting out, reconnecting with her past husband and the paintings she did in her previous life. So this was all part of it. And it would culminate in what we saw at the end of season 3. Knowledge comes at a cost. The man in yellow would take Jim out because Jim helped her. He helped her, he encouraged her all the way with digging the hole, starting on this journey to uncovering her roots. And in the end, he figured out how to crack the bottle tree number code, that they were music notes, and that allowed Jade to figure out he needs to play this song. And what happens? They get their revelation that they were reincarnated many times over. Jim was the instrumental final key to that.
They encooey their past.
Yeah. I think it would have been really poetic if Jim were found hanging upside down from a tree. I really thought it was going to happen, especially in light of Jade's vision of Civil War, dismembered soldiers hanging from a tree.
Yeah.
But based on what we've seen in the full trailer, I think it's more likely now that Jim is going to be found dismembered. I think part of him is going to be found in the barn because Tabitha's screaming in front of the barn in horror. And possibly part of him is found at the RV. Somebody left a comment. I think it was, who was it that left me a comment on my video saying they think that Jim, at least I think part of him, but they said they think Jim will be found near the RV because how else would future Julie figure out that's where it happened? She comes there and says, I think this is where it happened before the man in yellow kills him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the way I explain that is maybe they find part of Jim there and part of him in the barn. It could be part
That's
of
a good point because what you're saying is like they obviously didn't find him there. If she's like, I think this is where it happened.
Right.
If they found his body there, then they'd know, oh, this is where it fucking happened.
Right.
That is a great point.
Right. And since they've dismembered people before based on that vision Jade had of the soldiers, maybe part of Jim is found near the RV. Part of him could be hanging from a tree there. It really could be. And part of him could be in the barn.
Basically, you're saying Jim's just everywhere.
Yes.
The little Jim here, the little Jim there. What's that? Oh, that's Jim.
That's Jim
What's
everywhere.
that stain over there? Oh, that's fucking Jim.
Little Jim is everywhere. Yeah. And ultimately they might settle on the RV as the place where it happened because
there's the blood stain. When Ethan runs by, there's the blood stain right there. So that's obviously maybe denotes that something happened right here.
There's a blood stain on the RV.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also the last area where Tabitha saw him when she left him alone at the end of season 3. Mm-hmm. She went off and said she needs some time to herself, and he was all alone there. So, and in the full trailer, she's shown walking through the woods looking worried. So, future Julie probably figures this is where it happened, but I think he'll probably be partially in the barn, partially near the RV.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Daryl's saying that Julie says, I think this, he may be missing a letter, a word there. He says, I think this when it happens.
This is
Does
when
she
it
say
happens.
where or when?
That's unclear. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a little unclear. I need to go back and look at the captions because it's hard to hear her.
All right.
If it's where or when.
If it's when, then okay. Then they can find his body there.
Right.
If it's where, then
She says when.
Yeah.
So not to where. So Julie thinks this is when it happens, which you can work out. Right. So,
Okay.
and as far as the bloody bag hanging from the motel sign, I think that's probably going to be a decoy, just to screw with them. I think it based on that promo photo that MGM released through Collider.com. I think they're going to find a dead dog from the boy in white's dead dog is going to be hanging from that motel sign.
Oh, woof, woof.
Yeah, and the Matthews will think it's Jim at first, just to play a game with him. The man in yellow is sick like that.
Right.
So
I mean, obviously, we all know Doug, so it makes sense.
yes, yes. So yeah, the bags could be the dogs, Brandon. And yeah, she says it's not. Bill says she runs up to Jim screaming, "It's not safe." I think this is when it happens, and I need to change the story. Yeah, so basically, in a nutshell, Jim hanging here in Tabitha's dream. To circle back to the dream, I think this is at the very least, it's just foreshadowing that Jim is going to die near the RV. It's a vision warning Tabitha this is going to happen. Almost mentally preparing her, planting a seed in her subconscious that this is going to be the culmination of her journey. Not the culmination, but this is going to be a result of her quest. Ultimately, Jim is going to die. He's going to be in peril, and maybe part of him will be found hanging upside down at the tree near the RV, and the rest will be in the barn. Now going back to the chat here, let's see. So
maybe, yeah. You think that it could be sort of, even though it's just a trailer and it's just we're gonna end up seeing that scene that way. Not that he's actually upside down, but people are saying like it's symbolic. Him upside down, man in yellow's upside down as he transforms.
Right.
Could it be something like that? I mean, sure, I guess.
Right.
But it seems very like, hey, this is Jim. This is your journey. Hey, watch out! Boom, he's gonna die because he almost died in this other part of your vision. You know?
Yeah.
It makes me just. I don't know that it tells us, oh, he's gonna transform or the man in yellow is gonna be Jim. I don't know that it says that.
I see I understand what they're saying though. Like,
Right.
I've heard this theory. And it's interesting. Bill says man in yellow foreshadowing of the transformation into Jim in black.
Right.
On Lost, we know that the man in black would take the form of people who had died, right? And
then the last iteration was the John Locke.
Right. Now let's compare just for a second. Let's keep this picture in your head and let's pull up. I wish I could put them side by side, but just make a mental note of Jim's arms here like this, upside down with his arms kind of curved like that. And now I'm going to go to the image of the man in yellow from the full trailer. No, okay, there we go. Sorry, it was zoomed in and I couldn't get to the back button. So mental note of that picture. Now, man in yellow, this might just be what they want us to think, but I do find this compelling. The fact that they show us the man in yellow upside down with his arms curved just like Jim when he was hanging upside down in her dream. Okay, here it is. It's awfully reminiscent of Jim hanging upside down in the lighthouse, isn't it? Is this foreshadowing that the man in yellow is going to shapeshift into Jim?
Right.
I mean, I see the argument for it. I do.
Right.
It's possible. Like look at that. Look at that image. And again, I wish I could pull it up side by side, but you know what? I can open up a new window and just go back and forth between them quickly. But yeah, it's interesting because in the trailer we see Jim looking very much alive, hugging Ethan by the RV. Right. And we see the man in yellow appearing to shapeshift. Is he shapeshifting into Jim? We also see an image of Victor digging up a drawing of the man in yellow looking happy and with clean clothes and a car behind him as if he was a regular guy who arrived in town. So the implication to me is the man in yellow, basically the evil ancient entity in this place, took the form of a regular guy looking like that in a yellow suit. So is it now taking the form of Jim? I mean, it's possible that it could happen briefly just to screw with Ethan temporarily. Very temporarily. It's possible. I tend to think that it can't possibly last for long because in the trailer, it looks like they're having a funeral for Jim. So if they think that Jim is alive because the man in yellow is masquerading as him, why would they be having an apparent funeral for Jim? At the funeral, the Matthews family are shown next to one of the graves. And next to the other grave is the new arrival, Sophia, because that's probably her father, the pastor. They have a car crash in the trailer. To me, it makes the most sense that Jim is in the other grave. And there's also a shot of Tabitha wailing at the barn entrance. Julie is screaming in the trailer with the long hair, so we know it's present time Julie. So I don't know. If he does shapeshift into Jim, I don't think it's going to last very long, and I do think they're going to know that Jim is dead. They're going to find his body, and they're going to have a funeral for him, I think. But yeah, this is compelling. If we look at if we compare here, here's Jim again, and here's the man in yellow, back and forth between them. I mean, it's wild. And why are they showing us the man in yellow upside down anyway? Everything is upside down. The earth is on top. You can see the trees are upside down here too. It's very odd. So yeah, the imagery there's a striking similarity between these two things. And I can't help but think that maybe it means he's going to temporarily shift into Jim for a very brief time, just as a last cruel act toward Ethan. But I don't know. Then again, it could just as easily be Ghost Jim. Other people have died and turned into ghost entities. We don't know exactly the nature of these entities, but they're on the show. We have Ghost Katri, Ghost Tom. Ghost Abby seems like she's part of the evil entity. And yeah, so I think it's possible we could get Ghost Jim, and that could also explain Jim's appearance in the trailer. Now, I'm not going to go on too much about the trailer because we're here to talk about the rewatch of these 2 episodes tonight, but I had to at least draw that connection between these 2 things. I mean, it's unavoidable. We've got to at least touch on that. Daryl says, I think they find Jim at the end of episode 1. A lot can happen in that first episode. And Brandon says, Man in Yellow could change into a past character. Daryl says, I think the Jim funeral happens in episode 2.
That's possible.
Yeah. What do you think about the similarity between those 2 images? Is it a coincidence, or are they trying to tell us something with this?
Well, the fact that they took that image and he's literally not having to hang upside down, but they show it to us upside down.
Right.
Yeah, I think if he does that, like, and then he turns into Jim, well, then obviously that's the whole point,
Yeah.
It could be that they simply show it upside down to sort of, imply metamorphosis, like Bill saying, like cocoon or chrysalis or whatever. But why have them both hanging upside down unless Jim's going to end up upside down? If he doesn't end up upside down, then it's obvious that it's a man in yellow sort of like deal, and he's going to be, turned into Jim.
Right.
But where did he get the Jim clothes from? Are they going to find dead Jim naked then?
He's gonna take Jim's clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Jim will
I mean,
just
that's why they're gonna freak out, because it'll be like a dismembered like pubic area, and she's like, I recognize that.
Right. Oh man, talk about traumatizing.
Mm-hmm. And Julie's, like, whose cock is that?
Oh my god. Daryl says Jim is in all black, which can represent death. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that 100%. Brandon says, remember that we saw the villager with a missing eye, and now Fromville has a one-eyed person. Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, there are certain things that are recurring over different cycles in this show. Let's see, Ryan says, and his facial expression is similar. Yeah, the man in yellow is screaming in that image, too.
Yeah.
Brandon says that the man in yellow could be shifting into the girl who was with the priest. So the new arrival, Sophia. I've heard that theory. That's definitely interesting. Brandon says the man in yellow had a suitcase full of items from the dead that Victor collected. Yes, he did. So maybe he got some clothes out of there. Imagine if he's Sophia, and the first episode is titled The Arrival. And Sophia, in Gnostic, I guess, mythology or something, it means wisdom. She's the goddess of wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
So you could say Sophia comes at a cost. Knowledge comes at a cost, Imagine if he shifts into Sophia, and oh man, that's a crazy thing to think about, but it's an interesting theory. Anyway, that's getting too far away from this episode that we're talking about, but Bill says the hanged man upside down by one ankle. So this is like the tarot card hanged man symbolism, symbolizing surrender, new perspectives, and voluntary sacrifice rather than punishment. The inversion signifies a turnabout in perspective, encouraging pausing and letting go of control to achieve spiritual growth and enlightenment. Well, in this case, it definitely seems like Jim was punished for helping with this revelation that happens, But I can see the hanged man connection to that card.
Mm-hmm. He also ended up like Sprinkle Kitty said. He also ended up like that after the crash. He was upside down in the crash, or the RV flipped for a moment, right?
Right.
And it sort of rolled over. So
yes. So yeah, Sprinkle Kitty. And hey, nice to see you, Sprinkle Kitty. I love that name. I don't know. So we saw Jim hanging upside down with his arms like that in the RV crash. Maybe there's more foreshadowing there. Yes, absolutely. So there's also that. And there's even, they even show moments where the RV was crashing here in, it doesn't show it, but he was upside down in the RV crash. And so this dream is kind of connecting everything together. You've got the phone call that they got that led to Thomas's death, the sounds of that was the thing that precipitated their arrival in Fromville. Thomas's death eventually led to their divorce, which led to the trip that the Matthews were going on, and that brought them here. They were on that trip when they wound up here. So there's the implication, the boy in white may even be trying to send a message that maybe that phone call was somehow connected to all this too. It's possible that phone call was orchestrated to get them here, to send them on this journey, to get them here in the first place. But I don't know. I don't think the man in yellow entity or the evil entity was responsible for making the phone call that led to Thomas's death. And you know why?
Right.
Because why would the evil entity want to bring Tabitha back here? Tabitha and Jade, I think, hold the keys to potentially breaking the whole curse and ending this place, as somehow saving the children, whatever that means. So why would they want to set everything in motion by causing Thomas's death Why would the evil entity want that? I don't think they would want that. I don't think they'd want Tabitha and Jade to come back. I think what's bringing Tabitha and Jade back is the boy in white entity and the hope of the dying children that created the bottle tree. I think it reaches out and keeps bringing Jade and Tabitha back. That's the force that's bringing them back, not the evil entity. The evil entity is what is bringing other people to town, some of them, to torture them, to draw them in and feed on their suffering. Certain people, I think the evil entity brings, and I think the boy in white brings other people here, including Tabitha and Jade and other helpful people, in my opinion. Anyway, I don't want to get too far off track, but
helpful hardware people, huh? Ace is a place.
Yeah. So, but it, that phone call that led to Thomas's death is the thing that did set everything in motion and bring the Matthews back. I don't think it was caused by the evil entity, but imagine if, it would be pretty dark, but if the boy in white helpful entity, the entity I think is helpful, made that phone call, that would be a pretty Machiavellian thing to do, to set all of this in motion and bring them back. It's possible. The boy in white painting that Miranda did looks really depressed, and he appears to have a knife in his hand. And I've always thought it seems to mean that the boy in white is trying to help end all of this and break this curse, but he has to do some bad things to people in order to make that happen for the greater good of all. So he's not a perfectly benevolent force. So yeah, this dream just brings up so many things, so many points that you can make, so many theories and questions connected to this single dream. Now this part fascinates me too. Like, why is he dropping a flashlight here in this moment? What is that supposed to symbolize? Something?
Enlightenment.
Enlightenment. And I think that Jim hanging upside down here, it also symbolizes his helplessness. In the end, he was helpless to protect his family like he wanted to do. He was always destined to die here, unable to, to keep his family safe. He was always going to be a victim of this place. Just like he was in the RV. He couldn't reach Tabitha. He was pinned in there by a tree.
Oh, by the way, you've just been raided by Zax and their viewers.
Oh, no way. Hasn't happened in a while. Let's see. Look at that. Yeah, the chat numbers went up. Thank you, Zax. Appreciate you. It's a raid. Very cool. Thank you so much. Hello to Zax. I think I'm missing some comments here. I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, there was a notification right there, and you see how Bill Chill said hi, Zax, because he saw the same notice.
Weird. I don't see it on my end, but hi to Zax and
his people, whoever y'all is.
Thank you so much for raiding the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Hit like and subscribe.
Yes, please. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream at the very least, and subscribe to the channel. We cover From, if you like the series From. If you don't watch it, you should. It's amazing. It's one of the best. I think it is the best show currently on TV. An amazing mystery box show, and it's about to go into its 4th season in April. And I just recently reached my next milestone of 2,000 subscribers. So onward to, I guess the next one will be 3,000. So yeah, if you could subscribe, that would be very helpful. Yes, by far my fave ongoing show, Daryl says. So, Daryl says, I can see the boy in white manipulating Julie to make the call, and that being a bad thing he did for the greater good. Yeah, I can see it too. Possibly Julie in her story walking adventures winds up making the call that leads to the death of Thomas. Yeah, let's see. Going back up a little bit, I'll just read a few more comments before we continue. Brandon said about the trailer, Jim is in the barn. Wait, question. Boyd went into the barn and put a talisman on the door. Monsters were inside and got Kenny's mom. How did the monsters get out? I don't. Yeah, that's right. Though he put a talisman on the door. That's a good question. I guess if the monsters are already inside, then the talisman isn't any good because they were already waiting in there, hiding when he went in there with Tian Chen. So,
right. So yeah, I don't think it keeps them. It doesn't keep them in. It keeps them out.
yes.
So then that means catching one is out of the question as well.
Right. I think so.
Boyd was thinking that, right? Like have him go in a room or something, and then talisman, right, or something.
I think it might work if, like Daryl says, if the talisman is on the other side, on the outside of the structure, to trap them inside.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Nobody's ever been able to try that. So that could work. So yeah, once they're in, it's not any good. What?
They check in, but they don't check out, like the Roast Motel.
Yeah. Hey there, Ozrod MD. He says, I'm not sure if I think it's he in the picture. The man in yellow is not upside down. The camera is in the trailer. Right. Yes, I know that. The camera's upside down, but it's still an image of the man in yellow upside down, like Jim. So
it seems to be conveying that message, or at least sort of, right?
It could be.
Yeah.
Could be. Hey, I'm with Alice. She says they both have a torch as well as hanging upside down.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Does the man in yellow have a flashlight or anything at some point? I don't know that I saw that.
I don't think so. I didn't see that.
If he did, I missed it.
Right. And Jim, like the Hanged Man tarot card, Jim kind of did sacrifice himself to save his daughter. He pushed her out of the way and he protected future Julie. So anyway, Bill Chill says the man in yellow may have needed Jim to come back. He needed Tabitha to come back in a certain form. Yeah, I personally think the man in yellow would not want Tabitha and Jade to get back there. Anon says, why did they have a talisman in the diner, but no one lived in the diner? Yeah, that made no sense. When Tabitha was closing up the diner, she hung one up. It seems like a waste of the talismans because they only have 12 of them. They should have had one in the barn with the animals to protect them.
Yeah.
I don't think the monsters go for the animals, but I don't know. Just in case. But
yeah, just in case, maybe have them not do what they did, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So moving on, Tabitha wakes up from her dream. That was a doozy to cover. There's a lot to talk about with that dream. We could analyze that dream for like 2 hours straight and still not be done. So let's continue. So Tabitha wakes up from her dream, and we have shots of the town. Sorry, it's buffering a little bit for me. Okay. So Donna wakes up. Now I'm gonna be careful going by the next image because there is a graphic image I'm not gonna show. I'm gonna go by it really fast of a hanged man. It's Eric in the sheriff's station. He hangs himself. This one is safe to show on YouTube, but we don't want to get the stream taken down. So sadly, he ends his life here. This is after the Colony House massacre, so it seems like he was traumatized by that, and maybe he lost someone he cared about, or he just couldn't take it anymore. You know, like that put him over the edge, living in this place. And then they got the place attacked like that, and so
he misses Trudy.
Maybe he misses Trudy. So his name is Eric, and all of a sudden they give him a name. They make a red shirt into cannon fodder just for that one episode. But that's typical. They didn't want to kill off somebody we know, so they just gave him a name suddenly and just did it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're a red shirt and randomly get a name in an episode, it's like, uh-oh.
Yep.
You're dead.
You're dead. Yeah, it's not good news. Okay, I'm just going through my notes here. All right, I think we covered everything. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to say related to Tabitha's dream before I get off that. So during her dream, there was also a foghorn noise from a lighthouse. So as she's going up the lighthouse steps, she hears the foghorn, which again, it's a message. It's like planting that seed in her head that she needs to go to the lighthouse, I think. It's the same foghorn that Boyd and Sara later hear as they get close to the lighthouse themselves. And okay, so now, this is basically just Jim and Kenny up at Colony House working on the radio tower. And then Ellis, he goes and talks to Fatima, and she's actually worried about if the radio tower might work. She and Donna are both kind of institutionalized. It's like they've been in prison, and they're afraid of going back and figuring out how to assimilate into the real world again. Fatima says the idea that it might work is scarier than the idea that it won't. I keep thinking, how do we go back now after everything we've seen, some of the things we've done? And even if we can go back, I'm not sure if we can ever really go home. We're not the same people anymore. Well, this is really foreboding and foreshadowing that Fatima would later do something that will cause her to really never be able to go back to life as usual if she does get lucky enough to escape. She says some of the things we've done, well,
she hadn't done anything like that yet, right?
Not yet.
Yeah.
But in season 3, as she's impregnated with the smiley pod.
Hey, yo, Tilly, watch out.
Yeah. That thing forces her to murder Tilly. So this is really, really great foreshadowing. I don't know if they planned on that happening later, but it's amazing foreshadowing, I think. That she's never going to be able to go back to life as usual later on after what she's done. After the murder she committed. She's not the same anymore. She's forever changed by that, more than ever. She's already changed in this season by the trauma, but it's going to get a lot worse for her after this.
Yeah, she's she was the hope. She was the right, like the pure spirit of Colony House, right?
Right.
And now she is forever tainted.
Yes.
She is once again, right? It was all this apple symbolism. Well, now she's Eve because she partook of the apple.
Yes.
She's forever tainted. She was once an innocent child, an innocent thing, the bearer of all that is pure. And now she partook of the forbidden fruit. Yes.
She's the Eve of the story. She's symbolically portrayed like Eve in the tapestry with Ellis. The two of them are like Adam and Eve. And she's always shown with apples, eating apples. And what happens to her later? She does partake of the forbidden fruit, of forbidden knowledge. When she's carrying that smiley pod, she gets the revelation through that pregnancy that the monsters were transformed that way from humans by an entity that promised them they would live forever. Yeah. That's the forbidden fruit. That's the knowledge that she gains. And so she'll never be the same again after that.
Yeah.
And all of this stuff as Eve, the artwork portraying her as Eve that Ellis does, the apples, it's all symbolism. I really think that they planned on eventually doing this to her. The writers had that plan in mind. They said that they planned all the major stops that they would make along the way in this mystery box. It's like a trip, and you plan some of the stops along the way and the destination.
Oh, by the way, sorry, a slight diversion, but Alice is saying that in the image, obviously we're going to the trailer, even though we're redoing we're doing the watch party. So forgive us, for diverting. But she's saying that there was a torch or a flashlight on the folded clothes of the man in yellow. So if that's the case, then that's clearly symbolic. Him upside down, him visually upside down for us, arms the same, grimace the same, and they both have flashlights for some reason. WTF, right?
Yeah. I'm looking in my other tab right now.
Mm-hmm.
I see a suitcase. I see some clothes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see if there's any image of a flashlight. I took meticulous images of this.
When they're like on the ground.
Maybe when Victor.
Remember, when Victor and them are looking at it.
I'll go up and look at that. I'm looking at it in my other tab. If I find the image, I'll put it on the screen. Let's see. Let's see. Is there a flashlight in this? I don't see a flashlight in this picture. There's just the jacket discarded there. So I don't see a flashlight there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. There's also
she's saying the torch on his folded clothes was discussed on another live stream. ... Remember? Question mark.
Which scene is it? Is it the scene, Alice? Is it the scene where he's transforming?
Oh, Bill saying burned. No, stick tip. No, I don't know. Do you see anything like that?
Yeah, I don't see a flashlight
or an actual torch. No, right?
And I took a lot of images of this trailer.
All right.
But I don't see it. But yeah, maybe it was in a split-second shot that I wasn't able to capture.
Yeah.
There was a shot of
Bill Chill saying suitcase burnt stick tip.
There was a stick on the suit. I did see that.
Oh, was there?
And Donna and Boyd.
Oh, well, then that would be the sort of like light bearer, knowledge bearer, sort of light bringer,
this
Chamuco.
This right here. So maybe this is what they're talking about. This.
I'm waiting for on my tablet for it to catch up. Oh, you haven't shown it, huh?
Is that maybe that's a torch right there?
Oh, yeah, right there. Torch and torch. So they're like electric torch and then that torch.
And yeah, okay. It looks like one end is burnt.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe he was just cooking marshmallows. I mean, maybe that's what he needs to be able to transform, like a sugar rush.
Yeah.
Right. He makes some s'mores and then he's like, he turns into a gym.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. So that's a cool connection.
Maybe.
Yeah, thank you for the
maybe
info.
Torch on torch, right?
Thanks with Alice for the tip on that. I hadn't noticed that.
I'll get it. Tip. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's fascinating stuff. All right, so let's go back to the images from this episode. And Anand says Donna thought the pregnancy was good. So odd. I'm not sure why anyone would think being pregnant in Fromville is a good thing. I know, right?
Maybe a mole.
Yeah.
Your favorite theory, Donna's a mole.
Yeah, Donna the mole. She was so happy about it. She said it's a miracle. She was thrilled. Brandon says, not jinxing us, but I think this chat could survive Fromville. Fromville would have to come stronger to catch us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think we could definitely make it. This group. Hanged Man, right after the tarot symbolism of Jim, sacrifice, enlightenment. Terrell says, Eric was my top 53rd character. Yep. So anyway, I think, they may not have planned on Fatima getting pregnant with Smiley early on. I think I heard that they weren't, but that they didn't plan that, but I think they had to be planning to do something terrible to Fatima and they just didn't know what yet. I think that was always in the cards with the writers. And so they set this up, Eve is going to fall from grace somehow. So let's continue here. So she's worried, about whether this thing will actually work and, how will they get back to normal life? It's like, you can't go home again, as they always say. It's hard to go back to a normal existence after this. And Ellis tells her Boyd once told him, coming home from war is like traveling from another planet. And then when you come back, you can't tell if everything is different from the way you left it or if it's if you're the one that's changed. So they'll be a lot like, if they ever get out, they'll be a lot like war refugees or people who just got out of prison who've been institutionalized. Now, over here in this scene, Boyd is marking the trees so that they know where they are. They can find their way back. Sara wonders if the woods will just lead them in a circle right back to town like the road. She says, how do you know it's not just like the road? It just goes in one big loop and then we end up back in town where we started. And Boyd says he doesn't know. We'll see. It's a great question to ask. Would the woods just loop around too? Boyd says, those voices told you that killing those people would get everyone home. You ever stop to think that maybe they were lying? She doesn't want to talk about it. And then she says the voices told her those people were coming. She said there would be 2 cars. They said that if I didn't do what they said my brother would die, that everyone would die. So the voices didn't lie in a way because she didn't manage to kill Ethan and her brother died. If she didn't do it, her brother would die. Well, she accidentally killed Nathan as she was trying to kill Ethan, and she didn't succeed. So they actually were right. Now, everyone else hasn't died, so the voices haven't gotten that right yet, but so far, they kind of didn't lie to her, and they were right that the 2 cars were going to come. I believe that the voices are the spirits of the dead talking to her, who are trapped in here, previous victims of the town. So they knew that the 2 cars were going to come because they knew Tabitha and Jade were going to be reincarnated and come back again. I think that they are aware of things that are going to happen because they've died and they're trapped there and they can see what's happening. They're watching. Now, Boyd, after hearing Sarah's explanation for why she did what she did, he uncuffs her and he says that he's seen how this town can make good people do bad things. So clearly he's thinking about Abby, his wife, and he has empathy for Sarah. And looking back now, this speaks to the theme of this show, that basically this place is trying to break good people. The evil entity is trying to turn good people like Boyd and Sarah into monsters. It's doing that because people like them could be key to actually breaking the curse and getting everyone home. So they're targeted more than everybody else. And that's an ongoing theme. Boyd is going to be facing that issue more and more, turning into a monster himself going forward into season 4. So now, let's see, just 43 in the chat. Awesome. Thank you for the support, Miss Jones. Miss Joan. Miss Joan. I got it right on the 3rd try. Please hit the like button if you're listening. David says the voices are against Man in Yellow, I reckon. I agree. I agree. The voices told Sara they're trapped there too, and they also want to go home, that they're just like them. That's why I think they're the spirits of the dead, and they're against the man in yellow too. So, okay. Yeah, that's right. And the torch allowed Boyd to go into the dungeon and smash the music box. I wonder if that's the same torch, the one the man in yellow has, that he discards with his coat. Interesting. Yeah, the scary thing about the man in yellow is we won't know who he changes into. He can walk during the day and night. It would be sad if he replaces a major character. That would be wild, Brandon. That would be crazy. All of a sudden, the mole theories are being revived in the fandom, I've noticed. Like anybody could be a mole now. And people are wondering now if the man in yellow has been masquerading as other people. All along, possibly. Okay, but trying to stay on track here, talking about this episode. Ethan is going through the pictures that Julie took from Colony House that Victor gave to her. And, yeah, they're fascinating things. People have done lives just diving into these pictures alone. There's this window with blood splatters. There is a picture here. I don't think I have a good shot of it, but there is a picture of the town that looks like it's in a snow globe.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
There where she's turning that page.
Yeah. I didn't get a good shot of it here.
That's
but
fascinating. Right there.
And in the background.
Well, you can see the spider too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm just seeing a bunch of stuff that I haven't seen before.
And there's a flood back there.
Exactly. Yeah. There's also a car crashing into something right there. Look at that yellow car crashing into something.
Yep. The yellow car crashing. There's a spider coming down with raindrops. Interesting stuff.
Coming down from the ceiling, huh?
Spider, yeah, it's coming down from the ceiling. So the Matthews are around the table, and on the back of one of the papers, I wish I had an image of it. I don't at the moment. I got lousy images of this scene. I thought I had better ones, but there's one that actually has the boy in white on the back of a paper.
Yes, she flips one of them over, and the boy in white is there just by himself, out of context.
Yeah, and on the back. And there's one with a fallen tree and crows. As they go through, I think I have a few more images as they flip through them and talk. So Tabitha says, I don't understand. And Julie says, that I think this is really interesting right here. Ethan said he thinks it's a story. Ethan says, no. Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. Julie says, Ethan said he thinks it's a puzzle. Ethan says, no, not a puzzle, a story. They all fit together and tell a story. And once we figure out the story, we'll know what to do next. That's how it works.
Right.
The story? He's already referring to this as a story. They're in a story, and they have to figure out what to do next. And all these pictures depict the story that they're in. That's really interesting that they said this. He said this in season 1, and now in season 3 we have story walking. And Ethan is now explaining the rules of story walking to Julie in season 3. So he knows how all this works. Ethan is our guide. # listen to Ethan. He understands this place on a deep level. I think because the boy in white has given him that insight. He's imbued him with it. When he got to town, Ethan went into a seizure, and I think that was him tapping into this place on a deep level where he has insight now that others don't. And I believe that's what the boy in white, I think that's what Victor meant when he said the boy in white chose you like he chose me once. He's chosen Ethan to give him this insight and give him an understanding of how this place works. Ethan actually says at some point that the boy in white talks to him and tells him things. we never actually see it, but I'm pretty sure Ethan says it at some point. I don't know what episode it's in. But even if they don't even talk much, I think there's a psychic connection that they have. Because, I mean, Ethan passed out when he had the seizure, and he had a vision of the Lake of Tears and a spider coming down from the ceiling. These are visions sent to him. So, yeah, I think that's why he understands this place. And the writers of the show are using Ethan as a device to give us insight into how everything works in the show. It's a storytelling device. As a writer, I can recognize it, and I started writing down everything Ethan said about how this place works in my notes from the very first time I watched this. You should always pay attention to what he says. And he's right. He's almost always right about what he says. So Tabitha keeps shuffling through the pictures. There's just a house. Okay, there's the snow globe. I do have a better picture of it. I knew I did. Yeah, so I don't think it's literal. They're not in a snow globe. We're not going to have some horrible ending where it turns out they're all in a snow globe. That was an ending of some TV series. I forget which one.
What?
Was it Saint Elsewhere? I think it was Saint Elsewhere. They were all in a snow globe.
Get out of here. Is that how that ended?
Yeah, I think it was an autistic kid.
Wasn't that a show about a hospital?
Yes.
And they were in a snow globe? Get out of here.
I'm pretty sure they were all in a snow globe. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Under the Dome as well, but that didn't end like that, did it? I mean, that was just, they were under the dome.
No, they were just under the dome. Yeah, that's a great show. Although that went off the rails.
Bill Chill agrees with you. Saying Elsewhere.
Yes.
That's crazy.
People hated that ending.
Would that be like ER ending up like that too? Like,
yes.
Oh,
can you imagine? I think it was like an autistic child's snow globe or something.
That's like some lazy writing right there. How do we end this? Just have the camera pull out and we're in a snow globe. Okay.
It's horrible. From is not going to end that way. I think this is just symbolic. It's like they're trapped in a snow globe.
They're in a keychain. A car keychain, because they all ended up there in cars.
Yeah. So I think it's symbolic. It's like they're in a snow globe. The road goes around in a circle and they're trapped. And every now and then, everything gets shaken up. Everything gets, reset. The board gets wiped clean. Just like you can flip a snow globe upside down and just reset everything. It's just symbolism. Spider looking sexy. 23 likes, 43 in the chat. Who hasn't liked? Is it you? Yeah, please hit that like button. Yes, Ethan is in his yellow, Brandon. He wears a lot of yellow. There are theories that Ethan becomes the man in yellow somehow. David says the entity as Ethan doesn't make sense either, in my opinion. I honestly, I was really thinking Ethan's going to become the man in yellow for a while, but after seeing the full trailer for season 4 and the man in yellow is now shape-shifting into something else, I don't know. I don't really think so anymore. It was fun going down that rabbit hole, but I don't really think Ethan's going to be the man in yellow anymore. Yeah, Ethan knows a lot about the story, Bill. He really does. Who makes the rules in any game? Brandon, yes, Ethan wants the story to follow his way. Ethan knows his favorite part. And hey, you never know. I mean, is this all Ethan's story? I've seen theories now that this show is all Ethan's story because of the way Ethan seems to know everything. And he's always right about how this works. I don't know. I don't think this is all going to be fake. Just some child's imagination thing. That would cheapen everybody's suffering and their journeys. But I don't know. Could children's imagination somehow be manifesting things in this place? And so it is somehow Ethan's story. I'm open to theories like that. But I think it's really happening, though. It's not going to all be just an imagination kind of thing. Like, not real. Yeah, Daryl, the writers know that people won't take Ethan seriously. yeah, they're putting important information in the mouths of babes, in the mouth of a child. And I think it's it's by design, so we may not take it seriously. We might write it off as just a silly little kid, but we should listen to him seriously. Brandon says Ethan spoke to the boy in white in Colony House from the window when he was hurt. Well, they certainly looked at each other a lot and waved at each other. Oh, I was right. Yeah, Bill said the final scene of St. Elsewhere showed an autistic child looking into a snow globe containing a replica of that hospital, implying the series was his dream. Terrible, terrible, terrible ending. David said, I still have haunted memories of falling pink stars. That's from Under the Dome. Not Jeff Pigner. Jack Bender did the artwork for that series, incidentally, and he did some of the artwork for From, and you can see the similarities with the pink stars or falling paintings. Let's see. Sorry, Ryan, we're spoiling various shows, but I don't think that that would ruin Saint Elsewhere for you. I think we can all just kind of discard that silly ending and just forget it. Ethan could never be the man in yellow. He's too precious. You never know, Daryl. Ethan, man in yellow shouldn't have dug that hole, Dad. Mom shouldn't have dug that hole, Dad. Yeah. Oh, that's what you were trying to say. Yeah. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you.
Trace.
Trace. Always with the. I always thought it was coffee, but maybe it's tea. He's always coming with the possible mug of tea. I think it's probably tea then.
Who?
Trace always has the tea emoji.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or is it the what do you call it? Isn't it a cup of whiskey that he has?
Is it?
Isn't it Trescoma's?
Is it whiskey?
What do you call it? Not whiskey. Tequila.
Oh.
That's what I thought. It's Trescoma's.
Yeah.
Trescoma's tequila.
Okay, so let's go on to the next image here. Oh, did I just close it? No. Okay. There's another shot. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay, there's the picture with the boy in white drawn on the back of it randomly. Watching them. Creepy. Oh, looks like a creepy image of a girl I never noticed before on the left side of this. And there's a house with blood spilling out from it. I have some duplicates in here because I went back and I took screenshots as fast as I could to get more of these images.
Oh, yeah, that house is like dripping blood, huh?
Yeah. And then there's
Oh, wait a minute. Is that, you see this right here? Right next to the spider, that image?
Yeah.
Is that like, does that person's mouth made out of stitches?
It looks like it.
So then that's one of those things then.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, there's one of the images you flip through has a better sort of a shot of that kind of off to the side.
Yeah, I see it. Her mouth looks like it's made of stitches, kind of like those ragdoll monsters or scarecrow monsters.
Doesn't it?
It does kind of look like that. Yeah. And then then we have this one of the total massacre. I believe that's Victor's drawing of the 1978 massacre because he hung it up earlier in this season.
Oh, that one right there, yeah.
Yeah, he hung it up earlier in the season. So, yeah, some gruesome things. No, my notes disappeared. Hold on, let me get them back. I have to find my place again. Okay, so Tabitha says, yeah, I think we should stop seeing these. Because they're pretty gruesome. And Ethan says, we have to. We can't finish the quest unless we figure out the story. I'm not scared. I promise. He's so chill about all this. Nothing scares him. He's a brave kid. I really think that it's because the boy in white chose him and gave him all this insight, and he understands how all this works. So he knows that they can get through this. And he has a lot of hope in the beginning. But by season 3, his mindset has gotten a lot darker. He doesn't really call it a quest anymore, and he doesn't think that they can find a way out anymore. So he starts to lose his hope. But this is him at the start of the quest, and really hopeful. Julie, and he also says, where do you think this one goes? Let me find it. There's this one that's really gruesome. This one here. He's holding a one with a body ripped open. He's like, where do you think this one goes? And he's not the least bit disturbed by it. This is clearly a monster has ripped open, and they vacate the cavity, the chest cavity, take all the organs out. And he's not even bothered. So creepy? I don't know. I tend to think that he's probably not going to become the man in yellow, but he's just very well adjusted, I guess, because he's tapped in and connected to the place, thanks to the boy in white. Julie's like, oh, this is super healthy. So Tabitha is like, okay, redirects him and says, we're going to play a game. When I get home, and they go around and say what they'll do. Tabitha says she'll go to Giavelli's and order everything on the menu. Julie says she'll call her friends. And Ethan says, I want us to be happy like we are here. We never play games around the table at home. Imagine what a shitty life these parents have given their kids, that he's happier here in Monster Town. Like, that's terrible.
All right, we don't play games at home, meaning that they're playing a game right now.
This whole place seems to operate like a game, so there's more game references. This is all a game. I really think this operates like a game, this entire place, the man in yellow versus the boy in white, and using the people as the players. Oh, there's a picture with a giant spider on it. It fills the whole page. Yeah, so that's that scene. An awkward moment for Tabitha. She looks like, wow, I'm the worst parent ever. Daryl says Ethan losing his dad will probably make him more dark. Yes, I agree. Ryan says this is the behavior of a sociopath, you could say. David says those wearing yellow could just be the people under Man in Yellow's influence, not actually him. Yeah, I don't think that people wearing yellow are necessarily connected. My interpretation is this: yellow in Western culture symbolizes hope. People tie a yellow ribbon around the tree for service members in the military who are at sea, at war. And Ethan always wears yellow in the beginning when he's hopeful. He doesn't wear yellow by season 3 anymore, as far as I know. Fatima wears a yellow sweater until the Colony House massacre.
Until Trudy wears it.
Yeah. She gives it away, and Fatima was a beacon of hope. She gives it away on the same night when she becomes traumatized by that massacre, and she's never as hopeful like that again.
She gave away her hope.
She gave away her hope, and it was murdered. Boyd wears hope, and he's the embodiment of the town's hope. He wears yellow. Did I say he wears hope?
Yeah.
Boyd wears yellow. Sorry, I'm in pain. That can make me misspeak sometimes.
Well, there's nothing wrong with saying he wears hope. He wears hope in the color of yellow. There you go.
Yes. He does. Boyd is the embodiment of the town's hope, and he's always wearing that mustard yellow. So, yeah, that's what I think the yellow means. And why is the man in yellow wearing that color? Well, it's a tarnished, sullied yellow. It's dirty. It represents the corruption of hope. And I think the man in yellow used to be he's an evil shape-shifting entity that just stole the appearance of a man who was wearing a yellow suit and was once hopeful, and then this being killed him and shape-shifted into him, took his clothes. So that's my personal opinion. Just a second. Sorry about that. So moving on. Martin says, why isn't star magic included in the massacre drawing? Did he do that to avoid thinking about the twinkling star? Victor does my fucking head in. Sick of him. You're right, Martin. I noticed that too. In the massacre drawing, the star magic sign isn't there. It's just the motel sign and no star magic. Let me see if I can get back to it here. So, yeah, why didn't he include it?
Oh, you're saying the drawing?
Yeah.
The drawing just says motel. It doesn't say.
Doesn't say star magic.
I didn't even. Yeah, I keep forgetting that it says that.
Yeah,
oh,
back
right there. See, it shows the motel sign,
with
the busted part, and then motel.
Yep. So I do think it's supposed to represent the massacre of '78, though, because Victor hung that up. Hung that up.
Mm-hmm.
He hung that up. He hung that up several episodes back when he remembered that massacre.
Cool.
He had the flashback, and he remembered it. So, yeah, he just didn't depict it quite right.
Okay, try that.
Okay. I can't even talk right. I'm in so much pain.
You want to go back a little farther? Because you can.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if you move that. If you move that pillow, just there. That's. You want it under. Oh, look at that. How about that?
That's a little better.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get more comfortable and manage my pain here. So, tell us how you really feel, Martin. Yeah, Victor can be frustrating. I understand. With Alice says that might be another massacre because part of the motel sign is missing in the drawing. Yes, that's a great point. That's a great point. So Martin says, I'm still pissed with the Jasper. Actually, boy in white story, Victor told us. I understand. I was mad about that bait and switch too. They made us think Jasper was going to talk, and I was excited for that. And nope, it was just the boy in white talking to Christopher in that flashback. Victor remembered it wrong.
That, you know what? Like a ventriloquist dummy talking, that's ridiculous. Okay, that is absolutely ridiculous. All right, you know, ragdoll monsters, fine. Ventriloquist dummy, ridiculous.
That's unheard of. We can't have that.
Abby, yeah, cool. You know,
yeah,
right. Ragdoll monsters,
sure,
of course.
Plausible.
I mean, look outside, right?
That's plausible.
Look around you, right? Come on, people.
Yeah, but yeah, a dummy can't talk. No. Beyond the pale. Ryan says that's very much like I say in my theory about hope. Oh, so was this when I was talking about the yellow symbolizing hope? That's what I think. And I think hope is a huge theme in the show, hope versus fear. And we'll get into that a little bit later because it comes into play in these episodes. Yeah. So yes, Daryl, Carl is helping me try to get comfortable, and because my pain is spiking. He's the best. He's a sweetheart. David says they always bait and switch the flashbacks. I expect it to continue with season 4, especially the scene with Miranda dying. Yeah, you think that's going to change too? Oh no, I hope not. I mean, they do it with Victor, but I hope Tabitha's not going to start remembering things wrong. That would just be really frustrating if they keep doing that to us. Hey, Marshall Taylor. Welcome. Please hit the like button if you're just joining us. And if you're not subscribed, please hit that subscribe too. So we're going to keep doing these rewatch lives and cover 2 to 3 episodes at a time. Next week, we'll also do another season 4 theory live. We'll do one of those every week where we just talk season 4 theories. So, also, of course, when season 4 premieres, we'll do watch parties in the Discord for every episode that drops, as we did last season, and weekly we'll do 2 lives for season 4. One of them will be breaking the episode down, and the other will be theories and predictions, and we'll do some call-ins, let people call in and say their theories on the panel. Okay, so getting back to the breakdown here. So I think we can move past this scene. And so Jade and Jim.
Hey guys, there's probably no sound. I think the house internet is doing what Bill Chill just put in the chat, buffering. Julie's trying to connect back with her phone as well. Un momento, por favor. We appreciate your patience in these troubling times.
Oh, I entered with the wrong avatar. Gotta go back and come back in.
Yeah, you're in the studio. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. So we're having some crazy weather here, and the internet just got knocked out. So let's hope that it comes back. I'm watching for it to come right back. In the meantime, I'm on my phone. I can't show images until the internet comes back, the Wi-Fi that is. We had this crazy heat wave today, 84 degrees in Iowa at this time of year. Is really weird. And then all of a sudden, a crazy cold wind blew in, and we had some. Was it raining too? Was it raining outside?
No, it was just wind. It looked like the puddle. There was a puddle out there, literally a puddle. And I was looking out the window. I'm like, oh, is that rain? And that was simply the wind creating waves on a puddle.
Wow. Yeah, so we're having some. Oh, it looks like it's back.
Yeah, it's coming back.
Okay. All right. So I can get back in on my Chromebook so I can show the images. It wouldn't be the same without the images. Gotta actually with this show, it's such a visual show. We need to actually dive in to the images when we're talking about it. There's so much to pour over. There's so many clues. So it looks like the Wi-Fi is back. It's gonna come back in, go out and come back in. Okay, and we're back. Now, get the images back open, and we can continue from here. I don't know why it went back to a screen, but here we go. All right, so we've got Jim and Jade talking about how to power the batteries. And okay, thanks, Bill. Good. So you're hearing us okay
I
now.
think Daryl's right. It's like we know too much, and the entity's creating a storm that knocked out the internets.
Yeah, Daryl. We know too much. This was the cost. Yes, the entity is interfering in our deep dive efforts. So so let's continue. I guess we were getting too close to the truth. It was the scene with all the pictures and Ethan, so there's a lot in there. A lot of clues. So anyway, Jade is ranting about how the radio probably won't even work anyway, and he's like, has anyone seen Victor? Look, if you would just take a look at the symbol, open the book. He's trying to get Jim to just open this book of symbols that Christopher drew. And Jim thinks it's ridiculous. He's very earthbound, and Jim is the engineer. He's not thinking outside the box like Jade is. And Jade wants to find Victor because Victor was in that Polaroid inside the book behind Christopher as a little boy. So he might have information. Somebody is finally realizing that we need to talk to Victor because he holds a lot of secrets in his brain that are just buried. Now Jim just doesn't get it though. He's like, what is wrong with you? We have a legitimate chance to go home, and then he mimes of smoking pot, and yeah, he just doesn't get it. He's too grounded. This place doesn't go by real world rules where a radio would work. Jade is the one who's on the right path to find the answers, the mystical path via the symbol, this mysterious symbol that Christopher drew over and over, that Jade sees in his visions. That is the key. Follow the mystical path to find the answers in the end. And Jade's like, there's no power source. Jim, this isn't Gilligan's Island. You're not going to be able to power the radio with palm trees and coconuts. Jim says, maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. And that is that scene. So Jim is too busy trying to invent and get out of here to be worried about losing his wife. Yeah, Bill. Jade with his tabby cat shirt. Jim didn't see the signs. No, he didn't. Yeah, he's got the tabby cats. They planted that little clue. This show is genius. I swear to God, this mystery box show is genius. There are indeed some tabby cats in that group of cats on Jade's shirt. He was always linked to Tabitha, and that was a clue planted from the start. Freaking love it. Going back and doing these rewatches, it is so just rich with these details that they planted meticulously, foreshadowing and symbolism, metaphors. It's like a great piece of literature. Miss Joan, the ancient entity knocked out the Wi-Fi. Karl, your Julie shouldn't be diving that deep. That's great. Oh, I love it, you guys. Easter eggs all over the place. Tabby cats. Yes. So, moving on. There's that picture of Donna and her sister. They were on a hunting trip when they got trapped here. And Donna says that her sister got murdered the night that they arrived. The picture is torn in the corner, and some fans have questioned that. Why is it torn? What is she doing with a framed picture anyway when they were on a hunting trip? I believe her story. I won't dive too deep into the whole mole thing right now because we've got a lot to cover tonight. But I personally don't think that Donna is a mole. And you, Karl, you suspect potentially that she is, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the hands in the pockets all the time.
The hands in the
anybody
pockets.
got their hands in their pockets.
Yeah. It is a little bit sus, I will say that. She's in here drinking because she's yes.
Just real quick, and it's gonna come up in when you finally get to the 10th episode.
Yes.
There's a moment where when Julie is screaming and Jim tells Donna, go get my family. And Donna runs in there, and then Julie and Ethan are right there, and Julie goes, what's going on? Right? She's like, what's going on? And Donna does this like right? She can't quite spit out. She kind of shakes a little, like she's about to say something. She's like real nervous. When is she like that? And all of a sudden, boom, all the light bulbs pop.
Yeah.
Did you see that scene today again?
I did.
She runs in,
yeah.
quote unquote, like, get my family, protect my family, Jim says. So she runs in, right? She was helping with the race. She runs in, and then there's Julie. What's going on? What's happening? I forget what she was like trying to see her dad or do something or a storm, whatever.
Yeah.
She's like, what's going on? Julie to Donna, what's going on? And Donna goes like almost like the beginning of a seizure or somebody who stutters, right? She kind of goes like, and then right at that moment, the light bulbs pop.
Oh, interesting.
Does that mean anything? I don't know.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at Donna sus, all of a sudden you see that and you're like, wait a minute. When does this fucking bitch over here yelling at this person and that person and whatever? When does she stutter?
Yeah.
Oh, when the light bulbs pop, maybe?
Interesting. I never really made that connection. I never really noticed her doing that. Like I'll have to rewatch that and look at it through that lens. It's interesting. Yeah.
Power surge.
Power surge. Which Donna possessed. Yeah, I never noticed that either, Ryan. I'm going to look at it again. I'm going to look at that. I mean, I've watched this multiple times, but every time you watch it, you can notice new things with this show. So Donna is drinking and crying here, and he asks, if Eric is around to help get wood for the tower. Bad timing, Kenny. Eric just hung himself that day. And Donna doesn't react well at all. She's grieving not only Eric, but she's worried about this whole place that she's built, this family that she's built, getting their hopes up on this tower, losing hope, and everything being ruined. So she goes down and she's like, you want wood? Let's get wood. And she grabs an axe and starts hacking up the floor in the kitchen. Kenny's like, Donna, stop. We need this place intact. And she says, for what? We're all going to go home thanks to your glorious tower. We don't need to keep this place standing anymore. It's not a home anymore. It's a fucking tomb. She does it with such emotion. I believe her. I mean, she's so genuine. I believe her emotion is real. And I know it might seem odd to people that she doesn't seem to want a chance to go home, and she likes this family that she's built at Colony House. Well, maybe she had a really terrible life outside this place. I think she probably did, based on some of the things she says in this episode and the way she acts. And they built something beautiful against all odds here, a family of people from all different places, and they came together and they support and protect each other here. And they live in harmony with each other. It's like a little commune, a hippie commune. She doesn't want to lose it. And if you play by the rules in this place and you keep the talisman up and you don't go out at night, that you can actually build a decent life there. So
she wants everyone to stay? Is that what it is? You guys are all leaving. Screw it. I'll be alone again. I mean, what?
Right. Darrell says, I think Donna was just in shock after hearing what the voice said. Oh, at the end of the finale? Yeah. Didn't really know how to explain that crazy shit. Yeah, I agree, Darrell. Free housing is a real perk of Fromville. It is, Anon. There are some upsides to living in Fromville. They are. So there are. So yeah, continuing on here. Yeah, the idea of being stranded on an island alone isn't the worst possibility in 2026. I agree, David. The world is going to shit. So, out in the woods, Boyd is carving more arrows to mark his path. This is familiar. He also did this when he was exploring the woods in that flashback scene, looking for resources. And the boy in not the boy in white, the dog, the boy in white's dog got him lost. I'll bring that up again later, but yeah, this is how he finds his way, so that they can make their way back. And Sara tells him that she heard the story of his wife and what he had to do. I was ballsy to bring that up. Sara seems totally clueless. She keeps bringing up stuff that she should not be doing and just stepping in it. Like, no, leave the subject of Abby alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's already on thin ice here. He says, we're not going to talk about that. Sara tells him that he reminds her of Nathan, her brother, in some ways. And she says, you always put others' needs before your own. It's how he ended up here. Because that's how they got there. Nathan picked Sara up and saved her, as she put it. She was with someone who it's implied he was abusive, and her brother saved her. And then they wound up there on their way to, I think, Boston, where they lived. So, and Boyd tried to stop his wife from killing people too, like Nathan tried to stop Sara from killing people. So there are similarities there. Connection to a family member who snaps and kills someone because they're under the influence of this place. But Sara doesn't think that Nathan would like what they're doing in the woods. She says that Nathan had a theory about this place. He said, if we try to leave, if we push too hard, something would push back. That is a fantastic quote, and it's a quote that comes up again in the trailer for season 4. Victor, I believe it's Victor's voice saying, if we pushed, I don't know if it's the exact verbatim words, there might have been one or two changed, but it's the same basic quote. Victor says, if we push too hard, something will push back. So that's a theme that's important to remember. If you try to escape, if you search for answers too much, the evil entity will make you pay, aka knowledge comes at a cost. That is the pushback. So bad things will happen. As we see later in this episode, the storm comes in, wrecks the radio tower, puts Sara and Boyd in danger in the woods with that storm there. And, later, obviously, Jim learns knowledge comes at a cost too. So Nathan's theory is right about that. And so then we have a really interesting scene here where they hear bottles clinking. And so they follow the sound. And Sara's like, what's that? She doesn't want Boyd to follow it. She seems trepidatious. Boyd follows the sound, and the whole way she's kind of fighting it. Then they reach the bottle tree, and Boyd gets a stick, and he thinks that he sees a paper inside, so he wants to get one down. And he pokes at it, and she's like, all the way questioning him, like, maybe you shouldn't do that. She's hesitant about it, and I think there's a reason for that. So he pokes at the stick, and as she's doing it, she starts screaming. He pokes at the bottle as she starts screaming, no, no, as if she's in pain, and she's hearing the voices again. And while she's screaming, I can hear them. The camera pans jarringly up to the bottles, and then specifically zooms in on this bottle in particular, as if she's hearing voices that are connected to those bottles. I think that's the implication we're supposed to get from this cinematography. When she says, I can hear them, the camera pans right up to that. And I don't think she means the clinking bottles. She's hearing the voices in this moment. Because then she goes into a seizure, and later when she wakes up, she explains that she was hearing a voice, the Abby voice. So I think that the spirits of the dead are somehow tied to these bottles, and Sara is hearing them, and that's the source of the voices she's been hearing. The spirits of people who died in this place. And I love how they did this. I didn't notice it on the first watch. It's not something you would pick up on with the cinematography. It's something you notice on a rewatch. And that's why it's so important to go back and watch this show again. At the first time, you would just notice, her screaming, and, you wouldn't really pay attention to what is this trying to tell us when the camera pans up like this. And I know there's some mythology related to bottle trees in the south of the U.S., like something about bottle trees and spirits being trapped in them. They trap spirits. So I think the people who die here are trapped in the bottles in some way or tied to them. So Sara goes into a seizure on the ground. And I think that's the end of that scene. Really interesting stuff. Let me go over to the chat before we continue. But I think that it's so interesting that she was fighting Boyd the whole way. Like, what are you doing? Are you sure that's a good idea? Maybe we should. She didn't think he should disturb those bottles. So, like Ethan, Sara is also deeply connected to this place, and she knew it was a bad thing for him to take down one of those bottles and disturb those. And I think that is the reason why Boyd winds up going to the cicada dungeon when he goes through the tree, and Sara goes to a safe place. I think it's because he took down a bottle and he had the 1864 slip of paper in his pocket. I think that it took him to the 1864 time in Fromville, a date that was on that wall in Tabitha's dream. Remember, I said make a note of that mental note. In Tabitha's dream, it said 1864 up on the wall, along with a bunch of other dates. So I think Boyd went back into a dream state in 1864, and that's why when he emerges from that dungeon, it's turned to ruins. Obviously, that structure is from a past version of Fromville, and he's in a dream state from the past. So not only is he going into a dream state, he's going into the past, which we later learn is possible through Julie story walking. She goes back, and we see that she's time traveling through the story walking. She goes into that dungeon, and she throws Boyd the rope. And yeah, this shot up here is like a POV shot. They gave like a POV shot from the bottles to Sara and Boyd, as if, and then the clinking gets louder. It's as if the spirits are up there looking down on them. I find this so interesting, the way this was done. That's how I'm reading the scene. It's so cool. It's like the souls of the dead are trapped, connected to the bottles, looking down on them. And hey there, welcome, Fred Cannon. Nice to see you. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat. Please hit the like button and consider subscribing if you're not already subscribed. Tabitha had numbers when she went to Victor's dad's home. She did. She had what did she have? She had Victor's lunchbox, and inside of it there was an address. So that's true, and I think that's why it took her to Camden, Maine when she went through the Lighthouse portal. And there was an empty bottle in the Lighthouse. That's right, Fred. So Tabitha, in her premonition dream, she saw that empty bottle, and it fell down the stairs. And when she actually went to the Lighthouse, there was also an empty bottle there.
Was it the same color bottle, the clear one?
That's a good question. The bottle that Boyd takes down later, I'll take a look at it and see if it looks like the same bottle from the Lighthouse.
It was the one in the Lighthouse that fell was not like green or brown. It was like clear.
It was clear, yeah. So, Bill says intellectual but not empathetic. Sara, good job. We need answers. Karl, stop killing people. Daryl says, Then we have Boyd say in season 4 trailer, if we push too hard, something will push back. I swear, I think it sounded like Victor's voice. I'll listen to it again though, but it sounded like Victor to me anyway. David says the more they remember, the more the place changes. Agree. 30 likes. Awesome. Thank you. 54 watching. Please hit that like button. And it does help people find the stream. It really does help us. It's not just a, hey, you're doing a good job. It tells YouTube to push the video out to more people. Daryl, you and your affinity for Sarah. My poor Sarah. Fred says, did Boyd have the number in his pocket when he went in the bottle tree? I believe he did. Yes. I believe he took that slip of paper and put it in his pocket. When we get to the scene, I'll take a look at it again. But yes, I think so. Bill, spirits and medium contact. Yes, I think Sarah is a medium who can hear the voices of the dead. A conduit. Hey there, Ayush. Welcome back. Yes, Boyd had the number. He met with Jade and told him the number says 1864. That's right. Later, he told Jade he had a slip of paper, and it was in his pocket. That's right. It was written in cursive. And those numbers, we later found out those numbers correspond to music notes, the ones in the bottle trees. So they're not all years, the ones in the bottle trees, but that one is. That one corresponds to a year in the past because it was also in Tabitha's dream on the wall of that lighthouse. Miss Joan and Martin Storywalker was there. Yes, I think Martin was a Storywalker too, Mish. I now believe he was. Okay. David says the numbers Jade and Boyd had were also known angel numbers, about something about a guiding spirit. Okay. Yeah, Ryan, I think Martin is a Storywalker, and that's how his tattoo could be different from the 1864 time. You know, it wasn't created until after that time. I do think Martin was a Storywalker too. Daryl says, actually, Martin said he went through the tree, so Martin ended up there like Boyd. Interesting. Yeah, he said, did you go through the tree? He says that to Boyd.
And like Michonne put on here, doesn't Martin say he's from Middleton, New York?
I believe so, yes.
When was that founded? Maybe after 1864, right? So
probably, yeah. But he could have been a Storywalker.
Yeah. That's how he could have something from future 1864, but be in 1864.
Right.
Yeah.
And at the very least, we have to all agree that dungeon must be in the past because when Boyd emerges from the dream state, it's in ruins now.
Right.
So he's definitely in the past and in a dream state at the same time. Yes, Daryl, Martin never said he made the climb. He just said it's a long climb. So it's implied that he did it. But it's so hard when doing these rewatch episodes not to jump ahead and talk about stuff that happens later. But it's all connected, so we've got to do that at least a little bit. So it seems like Sarah heard more than one voice since she screamed, I can hear them. But it's I think later she just talks about the Abby voice. And we'll talk about that when we get to that scene, though.
For a little bit.
Okay.
Not the whole time.
Okay.
Just call me.
If you, you could always unmute in there, too. And,
yeah, I'll do that as well. I'm going to take the tablet and the phone in there, but I'm like, okay, I don't want to do that right here.
So over here, we have Donna talking to Tom at the bar. He's like, how's the magic tower coming? He thinks that it's not going to work. So he's the only person in town who's not helping at all. He's cynical and he doesn't think it's going to work. And this also fed into the mole theories back then, that Tom was a mole. But he wound up dead, so that kind of killed that theory.
He's an alcoholic mole.
Yes. So Kenny shows up and talks to Donna, and she talks about what happens when this fails, and she refers to this as a little fantasy land, what they're doing. And she says, what happens when it fails? Kenny says, "We try again." Donna responds, "No, you stupid little shit. You don't try again because you got people's hopes up. You made them believe. You take that away now and they're lost. They give up and then they fucking die." I think that's a really important quote for us to remember because hope versus fear is a really essential theme in the show. They need to hold on to hope. And if they give it up, if they give in to fear, then they will just end up dead like everyone else in the past. I think they have to hold on to hope. And it started with the hope of the dying Nkui kids. Their hope created the bottle tree. They poured it into the roots and it created the faraway bottle tree. Um, you know, hope is what I think manifests anything that's good in this place. You know, possibly the livestock in the woods that shouldn't even be there, and the electricity that works. The hope of children, in particular, I think, can manifest the good things in the place. And yeah, so and later on, I mean, this theme comes up again and again. You know, you with Boyd in the dungeon dream state, Ghost Abby was telling him to just give up, because if they all if they don't die today, they'll all just die tomorrow. And she says, "It's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd. It's hope." And I don't think that's true. It's just that when people lose hope and give into despair, the evil entity feeds on that. The hope itself isn't the bad thing. It's when their hopes are dashed, like what Donna is worried about. That's what the evil entity feeds on. They've got to maintain their hope, but when they have hope and it's taken away, that's a problem. And I think if Boyd hadn't smashed the music box in that dream state, and if he had given into the fear, given up hope, then everyone would have died due to that cicada entity killing everyone in their dreams. So this is a theme that's really prevalent in the show that Dawn is referencing here. And she talks about how she's grieving the fact that they almost made this place work. That this place almost felt like something that could work. She's like, you can't see what this place is going to become when you fail. And at least here, the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. That tells me that before she got here, she probably dealt with a lot of people who were essentially figurative monsters. But in real life, the monsters don't show you exactly who they are. They're deceptive. And you don't realize that even someone close to you could become a monster or could actually be a monster. Someone you don't even recognize. I've lived that. I know what Donna's talking about. I've literally experienced that, someone I thought I knew for a long time just completely betrayed me in the worst way. And, at least in Fromville, the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. However, there's one entity that may not have that decency, and that's the man in yellow entity. Since he appears to be a shapeshifter based on the season 4 trailer, well, he's not showing people what he is. He's possibly turning into different things and deceiving people. One of the themes in the show is illusions. So Donna isn't quite correct that the monsters are that straightforward. There are illusions here. There are things that are not what they seem. And at first, the monsters they look like normal people, smiling, human people, and then they transform. So Donna's a little off base with that description. This place is full of illusions. That was written on Julie's shirt in the first 2 episodes for a reason. But yeah, Donna's saying how there was actually a joy in that house. And that's such an inspiring thing. Even in this absolute nightmare town, they built a place with joy. People from different places living together, all that diversity and no hate. So it was almost a weird little twisted utopia. and she's worried that they're going to lose that. And she's right. It's never really the same after this. So, and before Boyd got there, it was an absolute hellhole too. She remembers what that was like. And Boyd later said, so what Donna said about how people are just going to die when their hope is taken away, it kind of mirrors what Boyd later says about this place. This place gives people hope, then takes it away and feeds on their pain. So, yeah. So moving on. I think I have a bunch of these notes like duplicated. Wow. I wrote so much, like I wrote the same thing twice in 2 different places. So hey Susie, nice to see you, and thank you. Thank you. She said, I love that explanation, Jules. Donna says she's referring to the normal monsters, so she's not wrong. Yeah, except they at first they present like they're happy, friendly humans. Oh, can't wait for the new season. I agree, Trace. David says the angel number 1864 is a powerful message from your angels focusing on manifestation. If you keep seeing this number, it is a message from the universe of encouragement, paraphrasing numerology. Interesting stuff. Hope and fear is always talked about. Absolutely. So, okay, let's continue. Oh God. Jim is discouraged, but he's still not giving up hope, even though they're struggling to find a power source for the radio at this point. And he says, one thing you learn as an engineer, there's always a way. We will figure this out. Jim just never gave up fighting for his family. It's really a shame what happened to him. He didn't deserve the end that he got. But yeah, he was right that they would figure this out in the end, just not through the radio. They did figure out a lot thanks to Jim figuring out the bottle tree numbers and what they meant later on in season 3. So this is just a scene I'll go through pretty quickly. Kenny and Kristi. She's sad because Eric was her friend, who the guy who took his own life. He made things easier when she first got there. He came to the clinic a lot. And she makes Kenny promise that he's ever feeling like Eric, if he's ever falling apart, that he'll come to her and talk to her and let her help. So this is that recurring theme again. The worry that their hope will be let down and they won't be able to deal with it. Because this radio tower means a lot to Kenny. She's worried about what will happen if his hope is dashed. So another nice scene between Kenny and Kristi. Yeah, in a way, Eric saved himself from the horrors to come, anon, but that wasn't the answer, though. Some of these people could actually go home in the end. Daryl says when Jim went away looking for a logical answer, he found the answer. Yeah, when he stopped using logic and earthbound scientific ideas, he found the answer to the bottle tree numbers. So anyway, continuing from there, there was this scene with Jade and Tian Chen, which is a popular one. Jade is ranting about how much pressure it is for everyone to expect you to fix an unfixable problem, to be the genius. And Tian Chen is like, you so much complain, stop complaining. It's such a meme. Everybody loves that. It's one of my favorite scenes. And she's like, you need electric? She flicks the light switch on and off and gives Jade the idea to use the lamps for power by doing that. So he thinks about it and he's like, wait a minute. And he has a light bulb moment. Literal light bulb moment, because the lamps are the answer. That's what's going to power the radio. So, light bulb for Jade there. Jim comes home, and once again, he's standing right under this very yellow light that's pointing directly at his head. I can't help but notice that. The man in yellow was always going to get him. He talks to Julie, who's taking out pails of dirt, and she's like, "It's going to work. The tower, it's going to work." Jim asks her what's making her feel so optimistic, and she says that she was thinking about something Ethan said. What if we were supposed to come here? Back home, we never talked anymore. And now we're together again. We're really together. It's like Fatima said to me on my first night, if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. So why don't you forget about your little tower for a while and come help us dig our hole? It's interesting, this little monologue she gives here. And she's right. They were supposed to come there, just not for the reason she thinks. She's thinking, because Ethan said that back home they never played games around the table, and now they're doing that. And Ethan had said, I hope when we get home we're as happy as this and playing games around the table. Coming here, it's reunited this family that was splitting up, about to divorce, and now they're banding together again. So, but that's not the reason that they were supposed to come there. Little does Julie know now, it's because Tabitha was reincarnated and always destined to come back. But she's, I like how she references Fatima's quote, if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. That also speaks to the theme of hope and looking at things through an optimistic lens. And that's how you survive. And it's really inspiring. It inspired me when I was at the lowest point in my life, watching this show and hearing messages like that. And it's important to keep that outlook for these people to keep believing that they can get out. Frank talked about this theme too. Before he put himself in the box, he said that he wished that he had just held on to the hope that he would have more Christmases one day outside of this place with his family. But he gave up that hope and he started drinking and neglected his family, and then he lost them as a result. It wasn't all Frank's fault, but the point is he lost hope. He let the place break him. He let the place break him, and that's what these people can't do. They have to hold on to the hope that they could get out of here. Don't let the place break you, turn you into a monster, make you do things that you never would have done outside of this place. Like Frank neglecting his family to the point where they got killed. That's making the place turn him into a monster, or letting the place do that. But yeah. I just can't help but tie everything these people are saying into these overall themes that keep coming up. That's how well written this show is. And the radio tower is not going to be the answer. Julie is right that they need to help Tabitha dig for answers. Unfortunately, it's not going to end well for Jim, though. Jim follows her down, and once again, that yellow light is pointing right at his head. And right after he goes downstairs to help them dig the hole, the light flickers. The camera lingers on the empty hallway, and the light flickers. I really think that this was an entity trying to communicate. The camera deliberately lingered on that. Why would the shot show an empty hallway and the light flickering? But unfortunately, no one was there to see it. Whereas in other scenes, they noticed the lights flickering. Like, the lights flickering, there was a scene where the lights were flickering in an earlier episode, and it kind of inspired Tabitha to start seeing where the wires went. And I think that was deliberate. That was the boy in white doing that. Now, what's happening in this case? I think it may be the man in yellow flickering the light, like warning Jim, don't do this. Don't let Tabitha dig that hole. I mean, he does warn him on the radio, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. But that's after she's already dug the hole and it's too late and she's fallen in. I feel like he warned him. He tried to warn him another way, but he couldn't warn him another way until they built the radio and then they could hear his voice. Maybe, it's just interesting to think about. Did he warn him another way? What entity is making this light flicker? There's a reason it's doing that. They make that conscious choice in several scenes in the show with the lights flickering. In season 2, there's an exit sign in the clinic that flickers, and Jim looks at it, and he's about to investigate it when Tilly walks in and interrupts him. So there's something to it with this flickering light thing. And I think it's the man in yellow in this case. And before the man in yellow ultimately kills Jim, he tells him, I did try to warn you. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole. Perhaps this was part of the warning. It's not really fair to warn him right as Tabitha's already so deep that she's falling in when he says it on the radio. When he says that, that's what's happening. So, yeah, just a thought. Now we're coming close to the end here. Hey, Debbie, Abby, nice to see you. I want that cat shirt. Yeah, me too. I love that cat shirt. Don't dig every hole you see. Hey, Jehovah Sins. Karl says, digging holes comes at a cost. Yes, I agree, Anon, that we shouldn't just blame Frank. Absolutely. He's the scape Alma. Like the scapegoat. Yes, I agree. His wife was equally guilty. They should have nailed the window shut. She should have done it too. She should have grabbed her daughter faster. But I think the theme of that we're supposed to take away from what happened with Frank is that he let this place break him and he neglected his family. He gave up hope. That's all I was saying, but I'm not blaming Frank. Karl says, Tian Chen, you want to electric on me. You want to electric on me. Fred says, does Ellis die soon? His spirit was in the well. Has anyone alive been a spirit or vision? Only Jim, and we know what happened with him. Excellent point, Fred. That's in season 2, Boyd does see a vision of Ellis in the well, and he's alive. So that could, I don't think anybody else was seen in a vision while they're still alive. So that could potentially be a sign that he's going to wind up dying. And he's on my death list anyway. I think that he's most likely one of the most likely people to die in season 4. I won't get into that in a really long monologue because we've got a lot more to talk about here. But yeah, I think Ellis is probably going to die. It definitely help break Boyd. And their family has gotten off a little too easy for a while. Fatima survived what happened in season 3. Yes, Susie, I agree. The family is such an amazing, such a welcoming bunch. God dang, I love y'all. We love you too, Susie. Okay, now. Yes, Debbie, I love Jade's quote. Stop complaining, you so complain. I love that so much. Okay. Now, getting back to this scene, Sarah wakes up from her seizure. She wakes up after being passed out for a while, and it's dark now. Boyd has pitched a tent and hung up the talisman for the night. And unlike Elgin after his seizure in season 2, Sarah remembers what happened right before it. The message that she got. Elgin has a dream in season 2, a premonition dream, and then has a seizure and forgets it for a while. But Sarah remembers. Sarah, so first off, Boyd shows her the bottle and the slip of paper from inside that says 1864. I don't think it's a coincidence at all that this was put in the same episode as Tabitha's dream that has 1864 written up in the tower, in the Lighthouse tower. I believe it's a clue to us that this number is important in the show, a year in which another cycle of violence ended. Another year when Tabitha and Jade came and died. Boyd says that there are slips of paper in all the bottles. And again, I think that slip of paper in his pocket is what's going to cause him to go to that specific place, the Dungeon Dream State, I think, in 1864. So Sarah says, I think we should go back. So there's the slip of paper. It says 1864 in cursive. Interesting how it's written out instead of in numerical form. Really interesting. So in one bottle tree, we found out in season 3, the numbers were in cursive, and in the other one, they were written in printed letters. Who wrote these? One of the biggest questions is who wrote all of this? Who put the bottles in the tree and wrote all this down? You know, like, did they just magically go there? It looks like old handwriting, too, if you look at that. 1864. So, yeah. That, I believe, not only does that correspond to a music note, as they figured out in season 3, all of the numbers in trees corresponded to notes, but in this case, that also corresponds to an important year in this whole place's history, when another massacre ended and wiped the board clean. Sara tells Boyd, I think we should go back. The voice I heard was a woman. She was screaming. She said she was wrong. Worse than the monsters. She kept saying, tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. Such an important quote. Oh my God. This is a quote that we keep referencing in the fandom over and over because it's so important. And I really think we should trust Sara and that voice that she heard. Sara is deeply connected to this place. And those voices have been right about a lot of things. They were right about 2 cars coming. Sara stood there and saw. The voices were right about Father Cautry burying that candy bar. And they made her draw it a certain way. They were right that if she didn't kill Ethan, her brother would die. He literally did right then. And yeah, so the voice that she heard was a woman's voice, and she said it was different this time. So it wasn't like the others. It wasn't so that makes it clear that this wasn't one of the voices that told her to kill Toby. It was a woman, and she said she was wrong. They shouldn't have come out there. There are things out here that are worse than the monsters. So I believe she's right, and we've seen that. There are things out there worse than the monsters. The man in yellow is certainly worse than the monsters. He can come out in the daytime. He can kill people in the daytime. And he's probably a shapeshifter. And I doubt the talismans work on him. Also, the cicada entity that Boyd brings back to town is worse than the monsters. The worms that he gets under his skin, that's the cicada entity. That is worse than the monsters because it attacks at random and people start dying in season 2 because he brings that back to town. People start dying in their dreams randomly. I mean, I think only one person actually does die, Paula, but other people almost die. And the whole town is trying to stay awake, like that. Otherwise, they could be ripped apart in their sleep. Boyd defeats that entity by breaking the music box and saves everyone. That's worse than the monsters. That's definitely worse than the monsters because it doesn't play by rules and it could have taken everybody out. So I think we can trust that voice that Sara heard. And the voice knew his nickname, Mr. Fish and Loaves. Only Abby and Ellis knew Mr. Fish and Loaves was Boyd's nickname in the military, which is also a reference to Jesus. Boyd is a Christ figure. I've gotten into that before. But so I believe that this is really the spirit of Abby talking to Boyd. But let me know in the chat what you think, if it's really the spirit of Abby or not. If you think it's some other entity pretending to be Abby. But I think it's actually her spirit that's trapped in here, along with the other spirits of the dead. And when she says she was wrong, what was she wrong about exactly? Does that mean that she was the one who made the music, who made the jukebox play If I Had a Boat and sent Boyd a sign telling him he should go out to the woods? He believed that sign was from Abby. Was she referencing that when she says I was wrong? That they shouldn't have come out there? She shouldn't have sent him that song on the jukebox, If I Had a Boat. He believed that was his sign. I used to think that, but I tend to think that song was sent to him by actually the man in yellow who wanted him to go out there. When I say the man in yellow, I mean the evil entity, the ancient evil entity controlling everything. I think maybe the ancient entity wanted him to go out to the woods and bring this cicada thing back to town, which could wipe everybody out. Because there's a voice in Sarah's head that's later laughing at Boyd for saying, Sarah told Boyd in season 2, it's laughing at you for bringing it to town, meaning the cicada entity. It's almost like it wanted Boyd to go out to the woods and bring it back to town. Maybe. I tend to go back and forth on this, whether it was that or whether it was really Abby who made the jukebox play that song. And the other thing that she could mean by saying I was wrong, she could mean that she was wrong that people can get out of this place by dying. When she was murdering everybody in that massacre, she thought she was waking everybody up, that this was just a dream and you have to die to wake up. This could have a dual meaning. It could mean both things. That, hey, I was wrong to send you that song on the jukebox, telling you to come out to the woods. And I was wrong. This place is not just a nightmare where you have to die to wake up. This is real. It could mean both. It could mean both things. But yeah, I'm curious to know what you think in the chat. Daryl says, I think she's saying that she was wrong, that it's a dream. Yes, I agree. Like how Martin said, you ever wonder if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? Yes, I agree. She's definitely saying that. Karl agrees she's wrong that it was all just a dream. That's what Abby voice is saying. The Abby voice. Bill says, I think she's saying she was wrong about dying to wake up. Yes, I agree. Susie says, do you think it could be deception and the numbers all mean different stuff? It's possible. Daryl says, I think she meant it's not a dream. She just meant it's not a dream. Okay. Bill chill. Sarah, woman's voice. Music box monster. Bill doesn't think it's really Abby's voice. Okay. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit. Mike Light, welcome. Mike says, I think Jade and Tabitha wrote the bottle notes in their past lives so they would remember in a future life. And I think that's likely, yes. That's a great theory. I've considered that as well, and I think that's likely the case. Daryl doesn't think Ellis is ever going to be killed off. Okay. Well, there have already been a few attempts on his life. He's gotten injured a couple times. Daryl says, we know I didn't write it. I hate cursive. I like writing in cursive. I find it easier than printing because it's all connected. You don't have to pick up the pen in between letters. But cursive is kind of disappearing. Other than writing signatures, we're not using it much anymore. Medium Psychic Sarah, 1864 dungeon, Civil War time cursive. I don't think so, Bill. Wait, there was a moment of buffering? Karl wrote something in the chat about a moment of buffering. I don't know what that means.
The live stream buffered for a second, like on my tablet, and that's what I was responding to what Bill said. It's like, hey, the audio broke up for a moment, so I got a little swirly just for a brief second. I think it may have interrupted maybe one or two of your words. That's all.
Okay, gotcha. Tabby Yabby Bobabby says cursive is much easier to write and faster to read, in my humble opinion, too. Yes, I agree. Okay, well, it's not buffering anymore. I'm glad. Thanks, Karl. So, okay, let's continue. So much to think about regarding this show and this episode. There are just so many questions. I mean, we could spend hours upon hours talking about just this episode and individual scenes even. So then at this point, let's see, is this one? Oh yeah, so what happens here, they hear in the captions, it says wood cracking. There are cracking noises from the trees. Sarah's like, what's that? Boyd says, I don't know. And then it says, I didn't take a screenshot of the captions, but in the captions it said rustling. So first wood cracking and then rustling. And then something bangs violently against the tent, and you can see the silhouette of a branch on the back of the tent. See, look at the branch right on the back of the tent there. You can see the shadow of it. Sarah's like, what's happening? And then they're tossed around by the trees. You can see that they're being tossed around by the trees. Now, I think there's another scene that shows it a little bit more, maybe, but well, this might be the only one. And I wish I could play the clip, but I can't play clips or the live would get taken down. I can play really short ones, but yeah, I don't do too many clips because of that. But I really think that the tent is being moved by the trees, not by a person or a thing. I think that literally the trees are moving the tent. You can see the trees all around the tent in shadows as they're being knocked around. And Victor once said the trees are moving, and he was measuring how many steps till he got to the first tree. He said the trees are moving, and that's bad, as he said to Ethan. So I believe the trees are moving them. The question is, are they being moved closer to the lighthouse by some entity controlling, like, moving the trees, or further away from the lighthouse? Like, where? I think the tent is being moved specifically to move them, in my opinion, further away from the lighthouse, which could be a way out. Because yes, at the end of the episode, they see the lighthouse, but it's so far away though when they see it. So I think potentially they're being moved further away from the lighthouse. And the man in yellow is making the trees. And when I say the man in yellow, I don't mean the man in yellow is literally walking around in his yellow suit doing this. I just say it because it's easier to say than the ancient evil entity, which is such a mouthful. So we'll call it the man in yellow for lack of a better term. That entity is causing the trees to move them away, further away from the lighthouse. Because it doesn't want them getting too close to something that is a portal to the outside world. And yeah, so I don't think that anything visible is doing it other than the actual trees. And it's the man in yellow evil entity. But let me know what you guys think. What is pulling the tent? That's one of the biggest questions, one of the biggest lingering questions in the fandom. What the hell is pulling the tent? Who or what? Yeah, that's one of the most hotly debated things, and I don't know if we'll ever actually get an answer to that, to be honest. Because if the answer is what I think it is, I mean, how would they reveal that? I guess they could show us a flashback where we just see a bunch of trees knocking against the tent and moving them. So yeah, we may not ever actually get an explicit answer. Terrell, trees being used makes me sick. Wow, Ryan. Boyd and Sarah having a wild ride. Oh yeah. Bill Chill, Sarah and Boyd sounded tense. Something walking or the trees / scarecrow moving the tent. So Bill thinks maybe the new scarecrow entities are moving the tent. Well, that could be. It could be. Debbie agrees with me that the trees are moving and the tent went with them. I kind of think that it's the different dimensions / existences. Quantum entanglement. Like it, Debbie. Daryl says we will get an answer. John Griffin has said everything will be answered. 100%. This will be answered like the rope. I hope so. Ryan says, I am now 100% on board with your theory, Julie, with the trees moving the tent. Well, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I think it just makes the most sense. And you can literally see in multiple shots the trees. I don't know if I have enough pictures of it that really do justice to it. Oh, there are a few more. Here are a few more. You can see shadows of trees on the outside of the tent. Branches. Branches there. Branches here. As they're rolling around. So it really does seem to me like it's just the trees doing it, and there's an entity making the trees move like that. Obviously, that's not natural. So, yeah, They roll around quite a bit. Now, but before that, before this little bit of a scene here, there is a short scene in the Matthews basement where Ethan has an interesting statement. They're digging the hole, Tabitha and Ethan says there's drawings of scarecrows, boogeymen, giant spiders. This is definitely a quest. Scarecrows. Interesting that he mentions scarecrows. He's talking about Victor's drawings that he was going through earlier in this episode. And so maybe they are scarecrow monsters. Karl and I have been calling them ragdoll monsters because they look, in the season 4 trailer, they look more like ragdoll monsters to us, but they could also be scarecrow monsters. And Ethan says that there are drawings of scarecrows. He specifically references that. And he does mention giant spiders. So for those who want giant spiders, that's not off the table. It's definitely not off the table. Who knows? Maybe there are different threats unleashed in... Here's something that I've thought about. Maybe in different timelines, there are different threats unleashed on this place, depending on what people stumble upon out in the woods. Sarah says that the voice in her head, the Abby voice, said that there are things out here worse than the monsters. So I've always thought that there are multiple entities out there that you can stumble upon if you go to the right location in the woods. So Boyd stumbles upon the cicada entity with the worms that get under his skin in that dream state dungeon thing. And now we're going to have some kind of new entity in season 4 that are maybe scarecrow monsters. If it's real, I think it may be in a nightmare, but a real threat that can actually kill you. Yeah. But anyway, so maybe it doesn't mean that we're going to have giant spiders in this timeline. What I'm saying is maybe in different timelines, people encounter different threats depending on where in the woods they went. Things that are worse than the monsters. And one of those things could have been giant spiders. It's interesting to think about. It's kind of like, a choose your own adventure sort of thing. You never know what horror you could encounter out in the woods. It's a forest of nightmares. I think that's what Dale called it. A forest full of nightmares. I think that was interesting that Dale called it that in season 3. So they're digging, and Tabitha hits something solid with her shovel and says, "I think I hit the bottom." So she's having trouble digging anymore. And you know what's ironic about all this? I think this is some dark symbolism, but Jim is now helping them dig. And it's symbolically, he's digging his own damn grave. Think about it. This is the start of Tabitha's quest, her journey that winds up getting him killed. He dies in the end because it all started with Tabitha digging this hole. He might as well be digging his own grave, because he was always going to end up that way. Once she started going down this rabbit hole, she dug the hole. She saw the first Ankui kid. They started following her around in season 2, and she figured out she needed to go to the tower, the Lighthouse tower. She gets out of town. She gets back in town, and eventually she ropes Jim into all of this. He figures out that the numbers in the tree are the bottle tree are corresponding to music notes, and it unlocks their revelations of their past lives. The man in yellow kills him for it, and it all starts with this damn hole. The poor guy might as well be digging his own grave. And there's Ethan standing there in yellow. I can't help but notice the yellow. On the previous rewatch, I was really starting to think that Ethan is going to become the man in yellow, but I don't know. I tend to think that it's not likely now. The man in yellow it's this ancient evil entity that's probably existed long before anyone even settled in this place, in the Americas. Because I do think this goes back to the first date in Tabitha's dream we saw in this episode, which was 1506. Now, with some timey-wimey stuff, you never know. A character could go back in time and become something like the Man in Yellow, but it's probably not going to be Ethan. But you never know. You never know. Then you get back to this scene. Boyd and Sara thrashing around. Let me go back to the chat first, though. Yellow is coming for you, Jim. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. Yeah, he's got a really great view of that hole. It all started with that. Exactly. That's why the Man in Yellow says that right before he kills Jim, because it started with the damn hole. That started her whole quest, her whole journey. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. Daryl says, I don't think the scarecrow attack is a nightmare, but we'll see. I think it's a killer nightmare. I think we're going to see killer nightmares where their scarecrows can actually kill you. Julie, that's dark. Yeah, I know it's dark, but, this is a dark show. Debbie says, I included a giant spider in a tree in part 3 of my From Art series that is coming out 2 days before the season 4 premiere. Well, that is awesome, Debbie. Great timing to do that. Love it. Love it. Let us know when you're dropping that exactly. Like when you drop it, that week when we have live streams, we'll definitely promote it. That is so cool. Debbie says, it looks to me like those scarecrow dolls are literally growing out of the Cabbage Patch, and it's all Jade's fault for destroying the scary holy shit. I agree. I think that they're growing out of the ground, or they were buried in the ground, and those vegetables were just a bait. They were bait for people to dig those scarecrow things up and unleash that entity. And if Jade hadn't destroyed the scary holy shit totems, then they would have been protected from it. I do think so. Oh, the name Boyd means yellow. Interesting, Debbie. And yeah, everybody check out Debbie's awesome art pieces inspired by From. She's already released one, Jaded Proclivities, inspired by Jade, and another one inspired by Victor. And Debbie, feel free to drop your link in the chat if you'd like, so people can check that out. Oh, Debbie, you're full of a lot more than useless trivia. You're awesome. So smart and interesting and creative. So, let's see. So Ryan says that Victor's talking about the trees moving. Yeah, it's the trees. So Ryan is saying that, yes, it's the trees moving the tent, not anything else. Yes, I agree. I think so. Fred says spider. Yeah, maybe some people still think a giant spider is moving the tent. Ethan does mention that there are pictures of giant spiders in the same episode that the tent is moved. So that theory, I'm not saying it's not on the table. That theory is still on the table. Ethan mentions giant spiders, so it could happen. It could be that a giant spider moved it. I think it would have been more exciting if they had shown us the giant spider at the time, though. So I tend to think it was the trees, and it was an evil entity making those trees move the tent. It's an assault on nature. But yeah, think about it. Like, if it was a spider, I think for maximum impact, we should have been shown that at the time. And you're welcome, Debbie. P.S. I used to be everyone's phone a friend if they ever made it on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That is awesome. No way. That is so cool. You're so smart, Debbie. I could never. I don't have a good enough memory to do that. To do that with trivia. Darrell says they can't reveal that stuff this early. Maybe, if it were a giant spider, maybe they'd want to reveal it later. That's true. You're right about that. The trees are moving more than 4 inches in this instance. Yes, according to Victor, that's right. Mike says if the scarecrows are real, then why not the giant spider? Hey, it's possible. And I think, Ethan said that there are giant spiders in the drawings, and these are drawings of things Victor has seen or at least heard about or had a vision of. So I really think there was probably a giant spider at some point because it was in the drawing and Ethan mentions it. So yeah, there was a giant spider at some point in this place. whether it was in this timeline or it was maybe unlocked in a past timeline. One of the things out here worse than the monsters that the Abby voice tells Sara about out in the woods. All kinds of entities lurking out there. So, after thinking about it and watching this episode again, my mind is a lot more open to the fact that there's probably was a giant spider here at some point, for sure. But here in this scene, yeah, again, look at the shadows of the trees on the tent. It does appear that the trees are what are moving the tent around. Victor is always measuring the tree movement like it's important. Okay, so then after the tent stops moving, they grab the talisman and put it back up to keep themselves safe. And Sara says, "We shouldn't have come here." And Boyd responds, "We're okay." But Sara says, "No, I don't think we are." And as if to emphasize Sara's point, right on cue, a foghorn sounds. That's something that lighthouses use to warn ships, so that they don't run aground. It's, announcing its presence, the foghorn. When there's fog and the ships can't see it, they sound that horn. And I think it's interesting. Right after Sara says, Boyd says, "We're okay." Sara says, "I don't think we are." They hear the foghorn, which is something, again, meant to warn people. And then there's a lighthouse light. The reason I think it's a lighthouse light, it moves as if it's a light traveling around in a circle. Lighthouse lights move. It goes around. So the light comes on them and then it moves away and then it comes back in circle, like it's going in circles. Now, the lighthouse, as we know, once they get out of the tent, we find out that the lighthouse is still very far away. It's way too far to light up the tent this much. But there's something supernatural doing this to them. And now, so I think that it's got to be one of the entities sounding the foghorn and making that lighthouse light pattern go around and around the tent. It could be the boy in white potentially sending them that message, like, trying to let them know that there's a lighthouse there. Keep looking for it. There's a lighthouse. In the next episode, Boyd is convinced that there must be a lighthouse because of this, and he's trying to follow in the direction where the light came from. So, like a lighthouse means there could be a way out from there. There could be something else out there, and so, yeah, which entity did this to them? Because there's no way that light reached them from this far away. This was something supernatural. I do think it could be the boy in white. I think the boy in white is connected to the lighthouse. He was there when Tabitha went up the stairs and he pushed her out. He's kind of like the keeper of that portal, I think. And so it could be the boy in white doing this to let them know that there's a lighthouse out there, to keep searching for it. But I tend to think that the man in yellow, ancient entity, moved the tent further away from the lighthouse to make it harder for them to get there. And when they come out, the lighthouse is very far away. It's visible, but it's nowhere near them. And it's like way off on a cliff. Oh, I did have this. I did have screenshots of this. Right before the tent was dragged, in the captions, it says wood cracking. I think that is another hint, in addition to the shadows of the trees, that it's the trees that are moving the tent, that are dragging it. Why is the wood cracking like that? And the trees rustling? Because the trees were literally like moving so much that they dragged the whole damn tent. That's what I think. So we'll see. Hopefully this will be explicitly answered in time. But yeah, that's one of the biggest questions that remains. Trace says, "Why is measuring the moving trees important?" Maybe Victor thinks it's important, but it's not. I mean, Michael Michael, I don't know how to, I think it's MG Merkin. I think that's how you say his name in our chat. He thinks that maybe the trees moving means that this is some kind of dimension that's folding in on itself. This is like a pocket dimension that's collapsing, like a bubble dimension that's slowly shrinking, and the trees are moving closer to the town. The place is shrinking and folding in on itself, which I think is an interesting theory. You never know. Daryl says, I think the boy in white is sending dreams to Victor, so that's why he knows how to draw the flood and other stuff. I think that's likely, Daryl. Visions, I think he's sending visions to Victor for sure. And yeah, Sarah was right. They ain't okay. Martin says, after this tense scene and when they wake up, it's still tied to the trees at different points, right? That's why I thought it was the trees. But now they've shown the invisible entity doing shit, so yeah. Right? Everything does, it seems like the trees are kind of an entity unto themselves. Like the trees are alive. I mean, I know trees are alive, literally, but like it seems like they're a character unto themselves. You know, the trees are moving, and it's interesting. Like this place is alive. Martin said, I said Victor's feet grew 3 inches, not the trees moving. His feet? Oh. But like he measured the distance of the trees, though. Okay, I get what you're saying. Here's the link to Debbie's. I think this is a link to her From Inspired art pieces. Yes, she says, please enjoy my From Inspired mixed media art pieces and subscribe for weekly chill, esoteric, and culture. Awesome, awesome stuff, Debbie. Yes, please support our friend Debbie here. She is amazing, so creative, and really an inspiration. The beautiful artwork that you create, and overcoming all your challenges in your life and doing this. It's so wonderful. Every art and music experience comes with a breakdown of the knowledge that inspired the piece. Free. So cool. So cool, Debbie. Okay, so now we get to, I think that is that the end. I think that's the end. We finally come to the end. So what an ending. My God. What an ending. The ending was the last shot was like was this light, this bright light. I swear when I first saw this, I thought like a UFO might be coming down. I swear to God. That bright light, I thought, oh my God, like is the mothership gonna beam them up now? That was my first thought the first time I ever watched this show. Because it looks like that. It just gave me that impression. Yes, Debbie, paint your pain. Art is therapy, 100%. So, that is episode 9. Now, I'm trying to decide if I can get through another episode. I was going to do 2, but oh my gosh, it's taking a long time to get through because these episodes are just so packed. So packed with stuff. I'm looking through my notes just to see, like, if episode 10 is going to be doable to fit in here. Oh, and you're so welcome. You're so welcome, Debbie. It looks like, I mean, episode 10 has a little bit less in it to really dissect. So I might be able to get through it, but I may have to get on the treadmill to do it. So I don't know if you guys mind hearing a little bit of treadmill noise in the background, but I could break down episode 10. And the only other option would be we do it on another live, and I hate to do that. I really wanted to get through episode 10 so that we can keep progressing through this rewatch. And we've got 60 people watching right now. It's so awesome. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream. It really makes a big difference. It's not just approval for me. It tells YouTube to push the video out to more people. Yeah, Daryl, episode 10 has less mystery stuff. That's true. There's a scripture reference to trees walking, Mark 8:24. Oh, that's right, Alice. Yeah, that's right. So Yeah, let me take a look at my notes here. I'm pulling up my notes for episode 10 and just seeing, is this like a massive undertaking, or do I want to just dive in right now and see if I can get through it? Yeah, there's a little bit less. It's a lot of working on the tower and Ellis proposing, the spider webs. Wait a minute. It looks like there's something missing from my notes. Hold on a second. Bear with me, folks. Episode 10. Where are the rest? Okay. So my notes on my phone don't match my notes on the laptop for no apparent reason, because I have them. They're the same. They're in Gmail. So I'm going to send them to myself because this makes no sense. Okay. Now I have all my notes in front of me. So, yeah, I mean, this looks doable. I may just have to hop on the treadmill, but I can talk through it if you guys don't mind a tiny bit of treadmill noise. And we can discuss episode 10 and finish season 1 tonight. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. 60 people at 4:20 a.m. East Coast. Bah, the Night Watchers. Yeah, Susie, it's pretty crazy, right? All right, I'm gonna do episode 10. I'm gonna do episode 10 while I walk on the treadmill, and it'll help me get through it. Help me get through the walk, and that'll wrap things up. Yeah, what about the cobwebs and being bitten by spiders? That's a good question, Fred. It's one of the biggest lingering questions too that comes from episode 10, which we can get into right now. Martin says, by the trees moving, I really mean it's the town/Fromville moving to collect the bus. Oh, okay. Maybe it's the town moving people into it. I like that. That's an interesting idea, Martin. That makes sense. No, I get it. Hard to explain, but I get it though. Let's see. Thanks, Daryl. I know you've heard the treadmill in the background before and said you didn't mind, so Debbie says he looked up and said, I see people. They look like trees walking around. It's about the blind man who Jesus restored his sight, but he was seeing blurry. Oh, okay. The Bible verse about the trees moving. Nice. Yeah, thanks for that info. Thanks, Susie. Okay, you can be my exercise buddy. And I will, I'll get through the next episode quicker because there's less mystery stuff. There's a little bit less to dissect. In this episode, we had Tabitha's dream. We had Ethan going through Victor's drawings, the tent being moved, the bottle tree with the voice, the Abby voice. I mean, there was a lot more to really, really dissect. But in episode 10, a little bit less of that, a little bit more character stuff. And in this rewatch, we're focusing mostly on the mystery and less on the character drama. Because, I mean, come on, let's be real. We care most about the mystery in this fandom. That's why we're obsessing on all these lives for hours on end. Okay, so we're doing this. So episode 10 opens with Ethan making his finger puppets talk, and he's having them talk to each other. Oh, thank you, Ryan. Do what you need to do to get through this, Julie. Thank you. I'm in constant severe pain, and if I get on the treadmill and talk through it, it will distract me from the pain of walking and also manage my pain condition enough that I can rest again after. That's how nerve pain is. It's torture. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. You're so understanding and awesome. The best support system. Everybody I met through this fandom is the best support system I've ever had. Including Karl. I would not have met Karl if it wasn't for this fandom. It's a miracle in my life. So the episode 10 is called "Oh, the Places We'll Go," which is a riff on that Dr. Seuss book. "Oh, the Places You'll Go," I think. And so, obviously it's a reference to Boyd and Sara trying to escape the place by going into the woods. And Kenny tells a little story to Kristi about how he's made a list of all the places he wants to go if he ever gets out of there. And he and Kristi imagine going to Iceland together. So that's an explanation of what the title means in this show. And the episode opens with Ethan making his little finger puppets talk to each other again. So it's kind of cool. It bookends season 1. Season 1 opens with Ethan making his finger puppets talk to each other. Actually, I take that back. It was Julie making Ethan's finger puppets talk. And Norman died, and Julie was like, "When you're dead, you're gone." Ethan said, "Bring him back, Julie, bring him back." And he was out of control at that point. Julie was the one telling the story. But now Ethan is making up his own story. And he has the puppets say to each other, "Let's go to the tower. Behold the tower." Let me ask you this. How the fuck did Ethan know anything about a tower in Fromville? Why is he talking about going to a tower? That's what the Lighthouse is referred to as. In season 2, well, later we find out that Victor's mom went to the tower, quote unquote, to try to save the children. She thought she had to go to the lighthouse, the tower, to save the children. And Tabitha winds up going there for the same reason, thinking she was going to save some children. How does Ethan know anything about a fucking tower? Excuse my language, but what the hell? The tower. So it's interesting to me. Ethan knows things. Ethan knows how this place works, and the boy in white has given him insight into everything. I'm convinced of that. It comes straight from the boy in white. And Julie asks, "You want me to tell you a story?" And Ethan says, "It's okay. I tell my own stories now. He says, "I can tell my own stories now." Julie's like, "Well, look at you. You're all grown up. What's your story about?" Ethan says, "They're trying to find their way back home." Well, that's exactly what Boyd and Sara are currently doing, trying to find their way back home. And later, this foreshadows that his mother, Tabitha, goes to the tower to try to find a way home, thinking that if she saves the children, whatever that means, that they'll all get to go home. So yeah, Ethan knows a lot about how this place works, and he can tell his own stories now. Because of this, and Ethan talking about how story walking works in season 3, some people are theorizing in the fandom that Ethan is somehow telling this whole story, that all of this is part of Ethan's story. I don't think it's going to be literally that. I don't think so, but it is possible that children's imaginations are manifesting things in Fromville, including Ethan. So in a way, he may be telling the story unintentionally, or at least helping to tell the story by manifesting things through his imagination. I really like that theory. But I don't think all of this is just made up or anything like that. All of this is real. It's really happening. It's not just some kid's fantasy. I want to make that clear. I don't think that. But yeah, this dialogue is definitely interesting stuff. Daryl says, "This is the first I remember him talking about a tower. Boy in white probably told him." 100%. Martin, well, he'd know if he didn't mention it, I guess. Martin says, "Oh yeah, did he mention the tower after his seizure?" No, he didn't. He said, "I saw it." After his seizure, he said, "I saw it. I saw the lake of tears." And he says, like, there were pictures all over a wall, and all of us were in them. You, me, like the whole Matthews family. He said they were all in the pictures. And then he said a spider came down from the ceiling and somebody screamed. So he didn't mention a tower. He definitely saw stuff in that seizure. He had visions, I think, given to him by the boy in white. Ethan saying, "I tell my own stories now," definitely means something. I agree. Boy in white knows about the tower. Exactly. Yes, Debbie, we are pain warriors. Absolutely. So Debbie says the Normans defeated King Harold to end Anglo-Saxon reign. Huh. And the finger puppets are named Norman and Harold. In the script, the other finger puppet is named Norman. No, sorry, Harold. We just don't ever hear about it in the show. Debbie says Victor manifested a whole peach truck dreaming about his wallpaper and manifested the monsters based on his old maid cards. That's an awesome theory, Debbie. Yeah, we know from season 3 that Victor had peaches on his wallpaper in his home back in Camden, Maine. So maybe I think that's a great theory. I'm on board that he manifested that whole peach truck. Absolutely. And maybe he manifested the way the monsters currently look based on his old maid cards. What if in every cycle the monsters change a little bit? Like perhaps they've changed and in different cycles they look differently. So yeah, that's an awesome theory. So yeah, we've got this shot showing the wall of questions a little bit. And we see Jim was questioning the dogs, wondering about the dogs. Jade comes busting in the house without knocking, as usual. Always comic relief here. And says he figured out how to power the radio. He explains that they just need to hook it up to a bunch of lamps, essentially, in a nutshell. Like scenes like this I can go over quickly because, we get the point. He explains using this light bulb. The electricity, he says, it's fucked here. And then he corrects himself in front of Ethan, realizing he shouldn't be swearing in front of a kid. But he's like, the electricity is fucked here. It shouldn't work, but it does. And all we have to do is just hook up the radio to these lamps because the lamps somehow have electricity. And like this hairdryer they brought into town, anything that's brought into town, if you plug it into the wall, it doesn't work. But if you plug it into the lamps, all of a sudden it works. So the lamps, it's weird. Like the lamps conduct electricity in a different way here. It's so strange. So he plugs in the hairdryer to the wall and it doesn't turn on. But if you plug the hairdryer into the lamp wires, he gets it to turn on. It's a really interesting little science experiment. So somehow all the electricity is tied up in the lamps here. Nothing else, everything else that's brought into town is useless when it's plugged in. So if they have anything stored on their cell phones, that's probably not any good. Like, forget it. If you have games on your phone or something, no, your phone's going to die in this place and it's not going to work. You can't charge it. Except now that he figured this out, if they wanted to, they could charge their smartphones by hooking them up to these lamps. But they're a little too busy trying to figure out the puzzle of this place and how to survive, I guess. I don't know. If I were stuck there all the time, though, and needing a distraction, I would fucking plug my smartphone into this lamp. You bet I would. That would be my escape. When not trying to help find a way out, of course. You need a little escapism, don't we all? But yeah, that was Jade's light bulb moment when he figured out how to make the radio work. Yeah, Jade is a cool cat. Why don't the TVs work? Yeah, well, if they plugged the TVs into the lamps, they'd probably work. Yeah, it's a good question, Mike. Mike Light, why doesn't anything else work other than the lamps in this place? None of the other electric things. Well, I take that back. There is something else that works. The stoves. The stoves work. Jade even mentions that. The stove works. So certain things work and certain things don't. The TVs don't work, but the lamps do. The lamps do. The stoves do. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words. Yeah, no network. I mean, obviously there wouldn't be any cable TV here. That wouldn't work. Hey, welcome, Vladimir. There's a moment when Tabitha and Jim are discussing Ethan's trauma at the death of Thomas. They reference that Ethan was taken to a psychiatrist/doctor. I always felt there was more to that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I had forgotten about that, Vladimir. Yeah, so there are theories out there that somehow children's trauma is manifesting horrible things here. You know, maybe Ethan's trauma is manifesting stuff, and Victor's trauma manifested things here. Yeah, I find those theories really interesting. Debbie said that's why dreams and nightmares are intrinsic to this place. It's not a dream. Yes, Debbie, but dreams become reality here. Absolutely, I believe that. I believe that. That's why dreams and nightmares are ubiquitous references here. Ubiquitous. They're everywhere. Even a nightmare can look like a dream, and it's a forest full of nightmares, Dale says. And you know, what else did they say? Like they call the monsters in the ending credits nightmare creatures, and on and on and on. There's so many. And it's not because this is all a dream. I think this is a pocket dimension where dreams and nightmares can manifest real things. Real things. It's a physical place. I believe that. It's not all a dream. They're not all asleep. 40 likes. Awesome. Please hit that like button and help people find the stream. Terrell said they could make their own TV shows and movies. They could. They could. Fred says that's why scarecrows look like the drawings. Yeah, there are some drawings that look kind of like the new scarecrow monster entities in the trailer. Yeah, maybe. Is it possible that some of the drawings manifest monsters, create them? What if it's the other way around from what we think in some cases? Instead of drawing things that Victor saw, what if Victor drew things and they became reality? Like the Harold and the Purple Crayon book. Everything he drew became reality. You know, he had that purple crayon and he created things. It's interesting, you know. Tony Teflon has talked a lot about that theory. So it's something to think about, you know. And then we have this really fascinating scene. It's, you know, it's these quiet moments that interest me so much. And people who are only interested in this show for the blood and guts are missing the whole point. This show is so deep. This is such a deep mystery box. It's not about the gore. It's not about the monsters. It's so much more complicated than that. It's about quiet moments like this creepy little scene where Sara is holding a worm and she says, "Do you think they know where they are? The bugs, the cows, birds. Do you think they know the horrible things they're surrounded by, that they aren't where they should be? Or does Mr. Worm just think, here's some dirt, just like any other dirt?" And Boyd, holding his Chekhov's boat key here, I really think that's got to manifest a boat later. He says, "You know, if you cut a worm in half, it grows back into 2 worms." Sara's like, "What's your point?" And he says, "My point is worms are fucking creepy. I'm sure it feels right at home here." Well, that's really interesting. Why do we see this scene and then very shortly after Boyd winds up getting what look like worms under his skin? It's almost as if this aversion Boyd has to worms manifested an entity that looks like worms under his skin. It's just something to think about, you know. Do people's nightmares and fears manifest into real things here? Boyd thinks worms are creepy. And next thing you know, he winds up with what look like worms under his arm. We know they're actually cicada nymphs, but they look like worms. Interesting. It's just something interesting that I've always thought about regarding this show. Also, look behind Boyd's head. There's a big outline of a tree still touching the tent. It's literally touching this tent. I think that's another clue from the previous episode that the trees are what moved the tent, what dragged the tent. The trees were pushed right up against this thing, and all up against it, you could see the shadows as they were rolling around. Why would they pitch the tent right up against the tree like that? touching it. I don't think it was like that when they set it up. The tree got dragged by the tent got dragged by the trees, in my opinion, controlled by the man in yellow. And here Sara brings up that very point. She says, "What do you think dragged the tent?" And right behind Boyd, we see the fucking answer. I swear to God, I think this is the answer. She says, "What do you think dragged the tent?" And we literally see the silhouette of a tree right behind his head, pressed up against the tent. And I know it might be a disappointment for some people, if it turns out to just be, oh, the trees moved the tent, because they move. Victor said the trees move, and it's a bad thing when they do. I think the man in yellow made the trees move. It's right there in front of us. Sometimes the answers are staring us directly in the face, if you ask me. So Boyd says, I don't know. And it's interesting that Sara says, "What do you think dragged the tent?" Not who, what. So it's not a who, it's a what. And then she says, "Where do you think we are?" And Boyd replies, "I think it's time we find out." So they get ready to go outside the tent. When last we saw them, they were being dragged around, and then a lighthouse light shone over the tent and a foghorn sounded. And then they couldn't go outside to investigate because it was nighttime and the monsters could be out there. They don't know if the monsters come out this far. There could be a point where the monsters don't come out any further, but they can't be sure. So they have to wait till daylight to go out and investigate after being dragged violently, and then this crazy light shone on them and the foghorn. I found that so frustrating when I first watched this episode, because I wanted it to pick right up there and find out what the hell caused that bright light to shine on them. That was not normal. And then to just flash to this, it frustrated me, but now I find this scene really intriguing. Debbie says, 100% Julie. Boyd saves people that way, in my humble opinion, on a pony on his boat, hopefully. Yeah, I think he's going to get his boat. Boyd's going to get his boat. He's going to manifest it with that boat key. Spiderweb party time. Oh, yes. Thanks for listening, Trace. Trace says working and listening. With Alice says, "Why do you think there are cycles in this place? Is it because of the dates and the lighthouse only?" I believe it's because of the curse that was placed on this by the evil entity. The evil entity keeps bringing people to town over and over again and eventually killing them all off, I think. I think every cycle ends in a total massacre, and it's just the way this entity feeds. For a while, it feeds on their pain and suffering in a slower way, and then it wipes most of them out, almost all of them, and starts over with more fresh meat. I think it's just the way this evil entity cursed this place. And it works like a game where this entity is working against, I think, a helpful entity that's trying to bring helpful people in to break this curse. And Tabitha and Jade, I think, well, we know they were reincarnated to come back over and over again because they failed to save the children from being sacrificed in the origin story. So now they come back again and again. So that's another reason why there are cycles, and they keep returning, and they fail every time to try to break the curse and figure out how to save the children after the sacrifice has already happened. So it's a vicious cycle that goes on. And I think the boy in white and the bottle farway tree is what brings Jade and Tabitha back. Created by the hope of the children, the hope of the dying children. It created a kind of magical tree. Based on what we learned in season 3, that's what it sounds like to me. I guess entities can't get laid, so they do this for fun. Right, Daryl. So what in the world? noises right outside the building, and it's the middle of the night. It's like somebody walking around outside.
Is it?
Yeah, I just heard like what sounded like someone walking outside the house.
Is it the wind?
Maybe it was just the wind, but I thought I heard a voice.
I'll check right now.
Maybe.
I have to.
Mm-hmm. So Boyd and Sara, maybe this show is like is just creeping me out, but I'm thinking I'm hearing noises now outside the house. It's the man in yellow. It's the man in yellow, or it's the scarecrow monsters coming to knock on the door. So here's, I love this face on Boyd when they step outside and see the spiders, the spider webs, I should say. No spiders in sight yet. But his face is just like, what the actual fuck did I just step into? Just this giant, massive spider webs. And it's like, how could tiny spiders have created this many webs? Honestly, for the first time ever, my mind is much more open to a giant spider having created all these webs. I really rejected the idea. When I first watched the episode, that's what I thought, like most people. Okay, it must have been a giant spider. Then I was waiting for the giant spider. But eventually I thought, okay, if it hasn't materialized yet, it's not going to. It's too late, They should have shown it by now. But then again, this is a mystery box show. They keep a lot hidden. And in this very... was it this episode or was it the previous one? Ethan mentioned yeah, it was in episode 9. He said in Victor's drawings there are giant spiders. So what else could have made this many webs? There's no way little spiders created this many webs. So somewhere here there's probably a giant spider entity, and it's one of the things out here worse than the monsters that the Abby voice tells Sara about in her head in episode 9. So yeah, really surreal scene here. They're just looking around in disbelief. Yeah, one of the biggest ongoing mysteries of the show right here. And Ryan says, I guess if you are feeding off their pain and suffering, at some point you'll start getting diminishing returns. So you have to wipe the board and start over with new people to feed off of. Absolutely, Ryan. I've always thought that eventually you just drain everything out of these people. You break them all down. Drain all the suffering you can out of people and then wipe the board. You're welcome, Alice. And the man in yellow is now turning into Abby again in the season 4 trailer. Ooh, possible. It could be. It could be, Alice. It's the man in yellow place. Daryl says, it's entities like this that give spiders a bad rap. Right. Debbie says, maybe she's the big bad black figure I've been waiting for from behind the red figure in the cave painting. Interesting, yeah. So anyway, so Vladimir says, in that spiderweb scene, it looks very much like it's only Boyd that sees Abby. However, Sara does see the cobwebs and spiders. Yes, that's a really important distinction to make, Vladimir. Great point. So we'll get to that scene in a few minutes, but Sara doesn't see Abby, but she does clearly. Look at her looking around. Sara does see the spider webs. She just doesn't see Ghost Abby. It's important to remember that. This is just a scene with Jade and Jim explaining to folks in the diner about how their radio project is going to work, and that it's going to be powered off of lamps. So they need everybody to gather as many cords as they can, not just lamps, but cords off of things that they brought into town. And they're going to hook them up to the lamps and connect them to the radio tower on top of Colony House. That's the gist of this scene. And let's see, where am I here? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So they just need everybody's help with that. Pretty straightforward. We can just move on through here. And Jade refers to Jim as Teacup once again in that scene. Julie comes running out and accosts him, saying, his name is Jim, not Teacup. And he's like, oh, okay, is this some father-daughter bonding thing? Oh, that's so sweet, basically. And he's like, fine, but I'm calling you Sparkplug from now on. Which is a funny line, but he never does call her Sparkplug again after that. I love Jade. He has the best lines. Okay, so then this is the scene that Karl was talking about earlier. Donna is looking at the map in the sheriff's station with all the pins all over the country from everywhere that people entered from Bill. And she says, all those different places, different roads, yet everybody ended up here. You really think sending out some radio signal is going to make a difference? Exactly. That's an excellent point. She's right. Where they are right now cannot be part of their world they came from. They aren't anywhere that you can find on a map and be heard on a radio by people on that map. The geography doesn't work. They were all in different parts of the country when they wound up there. So therefore, where they are right now cannot be found on any normal map. So why would the radio signals reach anybody that they're trying to reach? They're not in this world. I really think they have to be in some kind of pocket universe, pocket dimension, whatever you want to call it. They are not in this world. It's like the candy bar wrapper on Father Cautry's chocolate bar. It gave us a little hint saying it's out of this world right on the candy bar. That they're not in this world, period. Like, there's just no way. So why would the radio work? It's just doomed to fail. But Kenny says, I hope, he's like, I hope so. Radio waves travel in ways that we can't. Donna's been around a long time, though. She's been there for at least 3 years, and she is just not buying it. I don't blame her. It's logical to me. But she goes off to help anyway, and Kenny takes his globe lamp to donate to the effort. He has a little lamp made of a globe. So yeah, that map, by the way, before I leave this scene, somebody sent me this awesome thing, and I have to message this person back. Somebody actually took the map that I showed everybody. I have a high resolution copy of this map. And I sent a link to it for people to check it out for themselves when this map was first shown in a previous live stream. And somebody in my chat took the map and fed it into AI and made up a whole data analysis of this entire map based on the high resolution image that I shared. And it's really cool, and I definitely want to go over it. We don't have time to go over it in this live, but we could do it maybe in like one of the season 4 theory crafting lives. So, yeah, to the person who sent me that was awesome, and I am going to get back to them. An analysis of the map of the U.S. with all the locations on it where everybody's from. They fed it into AI, and it produced a report analyzing all of the data, where everybody came from, how many names are there.
Already?
And I looked through it a little bit, but I didn't have time to really read the whole thing yet.
What did AI say? Did it give you a summary or no?
It summarized a lot of the data. It was by Recon Christ, that are one of our new subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they sent me this, and
we gotta look at that.
Yeah,
it's in your Discord.
Yeah, they sent it to me in the DM. So Recon, so if Recon happens to hear this on the replay, we will go over that, and I will get back to you so we can look at it in a future live next week.
I think that's very important.
Yeah, I think
the fact that they're all drive there, the fact that it's a continental U.S., the fact that you can't just like somebody like, oh, how did you get here? Oh, I walked into my closet and I was here.
Yeah.
There's something that's that obviously tied to that, a methodology, a technology. There's something that's tying it to continental U.S. roads, rural cars, something.
Yeah.
It has to.
Everyone gets there from the continental U.S. Everybody does. So there is something to that. Let's see. Hey there, Delilah. to reference the song, I'm sure you've heard that a gazillion times. But that's how I greet a lot of people anyway. Hey there. Welcome, Delilah. Delilah says, I want to see millions of tiny spiders working as one, like the crabs in Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, that is an awesome creative idea. There are certainly a lot of spiders that attack Boyd later.
Real quick, you just heard somebody walking by?
I thought I did,
You
yeah.
didn't hear nobody mess with the door, did you?
I thought I did, actually. I thought I heard almost like somebody was going to open the door. I swear, I heard a rattling.
You know why?
Why?
Because the door wasn't quite closed.
Oh, okay.
So
the wind.
Either it was the man in yellow trying to get in, or somebody with Dementos, or the wind. Yeah. Those three possibilities.
Maybe it was the man in yellow trying to get in.
Maybe it was a demented man in yellow trying to get in. And he realizes it's not his apartment.
Delilah says, hey, I get that a lot. I swear, Delilah, I say that too. That's how I greet people most of the time. Don't I say hey there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just when I wake up in the morning and I turn and I see your face and you're like, hey there. Yeah.
Only on live streams.
Oh, yeah.
Not actually in person. That would be weird.
Is that like Delilah, like the inspiration of the Tom Jones song?
Is there a Tom Jones Delilah song too?
What do you mean too?
There's a song called Hey There Delilah. Haven't you heard that song?
Who sings it?
I forget. It's I think it's a one-hit wonder. It's from the 2010s. I think it's from the 2010s.
I'm pretty sure Tom Jones has a song about Delilah.
Oh, okay. So there's another Delilah song.
Or whoever you're talking about. Oh, they can't hear Carl. Or the song that you're talking about is a cover of Tom Jones. What does it say? What does the song say?
It says, hey there, Delilah. What's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000 miles away, but something tonight you look so
and it goes
pretty.
like that, like
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I need to do some research, like super fast.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. The man in yellow is not here. The door was ajar, but our talisman was up, so I think we're safe.
Yeah.
And there's also, if the talisman doesn't work, there's also Smith & Wesson, so we're all right.
I do have a talisman. I literally do have a talisman.
And I literally have a Smith & Wesson too. So.
Anyway, welcome, Delilah. I don't know if you're new to the channel or just new to chatting with us, but always nice to see new faces or new names. Ryan says, I'm not sure if it's right on top of where he's from because it's hard to tell from the map. There's a pin in New York near where Martin said he was from, suggesting he arrived here the same way everyone else did. Oh, interesting. Okay. And I'm not sure if it's right. If it's right on top.
Why, Delilah?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that Tom Jones.
Mike Light says, doesn't make sense if they have Viking symbol and Japanese kimono ghost if this place is tied to America. There should be more Native American references. I completely agree. I really think they made a mistake with the kimono lady. I just don't think it makes sense to throw that in here. And the Viking symbol, I can understand that a little more because the Vikings came here. The Vikings actually discovered America before Christopher Columbus. So that I can understand a little bit more. But yeah, the kimono lady felt out of place. You could say that America is a melting pot. So other cultures and mythologies are all blending in here and part of it. So that could be part of it too. Anyway, Debbie says, besides the man in yellow, another ancient interdimensional shape-shifting entity we all know, Pennywise, also turns into a giant spider. Very true. Let's hope they're not plagiarizing Stephen King's It that much. We already have an ancient evil entity that's feeding on their suffering and pain, and it's apparently now it's a shapeshifter. The man in yellow seems to be a shapeshifter. It's an awful lot like Stephen King, like It, except they can't get out. Like imagine if in Derry, in the town of Derry that Stephen King made up, if they couldn't escape it, that would be even worse. At least you could leave Derry. Debbie says, but I think Man in Yellow is more like Man in Black from Lost. Stuck there, uses items from deceased people to pretend to be them. Yes, I think so too. I think the Man in Yellow is probably stuck there as well. Oh, that's cool, Debbie. Debbie's going to be on a panel discussion about the similarities between Lost and From. I'm considering speaking on air for the first time. Anxiety because my voice gets weak due to pain in lungs. Oh, you can do it, Debbie. You can do it. That would be awesome. You're so smart and so knowledgeable about Lost. You should absolutely do it. And I'm going to be doing a Lost stream. When we can make the time to do it, I am going to be doing my own Lost stream where we're going to be discussing the parallels with From as well. And you're welcome. You're welcome to join that too if you'd like. I'll let you know when we actually do it and see if you'd like to join. Right now it's been difficult because we've got a lot of Rewatch live streams to do, but we are going to eventually do that. I haven't forgotten it. So Debbie says Jade and Toby had New York plates on the Audi. Yes, that's right. Yeah, Daryl, I mean, the kimono lady, we don't know what she is yet, I guess, but it just seems out of place. The Japanese kimono lady just doesn't seem to fit.
Something more important. So it goes, my Delilah. Da-da-da-da-da. Why, Delilah. Da-da-da-da. That's the Tom Jones one. And then the one you're referring to is White Tees.
The white tees.
I don't know how that goes.
The plain white tees.
I'm gonna go over there and play it and see how that one sounds, how different it is. Okay. I mean,
okay.
That's more important than what you're talking about. But
okay.
You gonna come over here?
Yeah. So Debbie says the entire show tastes like Stephen King. Have you seen 11/2/63? They have a diner with a magical back room that allows you to travel to a different time.
Oh, that one.
No,
that one is isn't what's his face in that Franco? What's that guy's name?
James Franco.
Yeah, James Franco is in that. Like I think it was a Hulu show.
Really?
Where it's like related to trying to stop the Kennedy assassination or something like that.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
I see a comment in there for me.
Yes. Yes. Daryl says, why is Karl not a professional singer?
Wow. There's a joke in there too, right?
Karl sings really well. He can sing on pitch. Susie says, I'm at season 5 almost for my 10th rewatch of Lost. Why am I like this? Oh, you want to join the Lost talk? That's cool, Susie. I will let you know when we finally do it. When we can find the time to do it. I promise I am going to get it done.
I forgot about that one, sweetheart. I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
It goes, hey there, Delilah, it's something New York City, and yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how you could avoid knowing that song. It was everywhere for a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was back then. I was into women, so that may be why I didn't hear it. I wasn't. What? Okay.
The guy is singing about a woman he loves.
Yeah, but you know what I'm implying, right?
Yes.
The song was kind of.
Yeah. So, okay, so let's get the train back on the tracks here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You got derailed, so you need to get re-railed.
Yeah.
Why do you look so cute tonight?
Hey, what do you what? What do you need help with?
I need my phone. I don't know where my phone is. Oh my God, Carl.
All right. Your phone.
Yeah. So anyway, let's move on back to the rewatch scene breakdown. Kenny visits Kristi as she is getting cords out of the ambulance.
All right, we could get you like a cup holder, phone holder thing right here. That would probably work.
That would be helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
So they talk about how he wanted to visit all these places in the world if he ever gets out. I'll see you later, Martin. See you soon. So Kenny has this list of places that he'd like to go if he ever gets out of Fromville. And this, hence the title of the episode, Oh, the Places We'll Go. And sorry about the little bit of treadmill noise. Just bear with me, because I've got to do this to manage my pain condition. And Kenny asks Kristi where she would like to go and where she's been. And she said she's hardly been out of Grand Rapids, where she's from, Michigan. But she'd always wanted to go to Iceland. And Kenny says, maybe if they get out of there, they can go together. And it's a really awkward moment. She says, Kenny, I like you, but I'm engaged. You know that. And I think it's kind of unfair of her to say it that way, because she's been flirting heavily with him all season long. Holding his hand, kissing him on the cheek. I mean, she definitely gave him false hope that she was into him. But at that time, she didn't think that she was going to be able to ever escape this place. So she, the circumstances were different. And she kind of sent him signals she shouldn't have been sending him. And, I just feel like the way she worded it here was not fair. Because she was definitely flirting with him and giving him that idea that maybe they could be a thing. And anyway, he gets all awkward and is like, I'm sorry, and he just leaves. Really bad secondhand embarrassment from that scene. Kristi flirting with Kenny and then is like, I'm engaged. What the heck, Kristi? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying, Daryl. It frustrates me every time I watch this. So that's pretty much the gist of that. And then we have Tom letting Tabitha into this shed so that she can get a better tool to dig through the really hard surface at the bottom of the hole that she's dug. And Tom is not helping with the radio tower effort, so she asks why, if he's going to go up there, and he's like, you mean why aren't I working on the magic tower that's going to get everyone home? Let's just say I've seen a lot of people with clever ideas about how they're going to get out of here. You want to know what they have in common? They always wind up at the bar. Now, is that outfit what Tabitha was wearing in her premonition dream? Wait a minute. It kind of looks like it, come to think of it. That premonition dream Tabitha had where she was standing in an empty town, it looks a lot like, let me just go back and compare, because she's got a denim shirt on and a gray undershirt. It was near the beginning of this episode. And she had this premonition dream. Let me see. Yeah, it was the same outfit. Interesting. So in the next episode, she's wearing that outfit that was in her premonition dream, with the denim button down open with a gray tank top under it and that necklace that she always wears. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, that's just an outfit that she currently wears, and I don't think that scene is going to be from the future. I think that scene is just meant as a flash of a memory for her, that she's been to this town before, and that's why she was seeing it in her dream. she's been there before. She's had past lives there. But let me know in the chat if you think something different, what you think of that flash that she had. Yes, it is. That is what she dreamt. Hey there, PR Ragland. Nice to see you. Yeah, PR, I was actually referencing your theory earlier and crediting you because PR, you had said in a comment on my video that you think the boy in white gave Tabitha that premonition dream, that he sent her that dream with a vision of the Lighthouse Tower because he wanted her to go there. And I think that's a great theory, and you convinced me on that. Hold on just a sec. Okay, so yeah, PR, I think that it makes total sense that the boy in white gave Tabitha that dream. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was my understanding of what you were saying, that he gave her, that entity gave her the dream with the vision of the lighthouse. And yeah, I agree. I've always thought that he can send people dreams and visions. He appeared in a dream, literally appeared in a dream to Elgin season 2. We just didn't see it. He described it later. But yeah. So yeah, if you listen to the replay, PR, I was talking about that, and I referenced you because I agree with that it was from the boy in white. So yeah, smash the like button. Thank you so much, Ryan. Yes, please hit that like button. Please hit that like button. It really does help. PR says, but the premonition was of her wearing it after she came out of the cavern. Okay. In the premonition, she was wearing this outfit in front of the barn. When she came out of the cavern, she went to the cavern in that outfit. All her clothes were in the house that collapsed. Right. So this is the only outfit she really had from the house. That's right. The first time she saw the children, she was at the barn wearing that outfit. Right. So it becomes really important, actually. It becomes a significant thing. 41 likes. Awesome. So moving on. This was also, again, part of the mole theory that people had, that Tom was a mole because he wasn't participating. But I think he was just jaded from, like he said, watching a lot of people with clever ideas on how to get out of there fail and wind up drinking at the bar. So he just doesn't believe it's going to work, and so he doesn't participate. So going over to Colony House, Ellis goes to get Fatima to talk to her for the very sweet proposal scene. And let me get to that a little bit faster here. He takes her outside to the greenhouse area, and this is the spot that he was in when she first got to town. When she drove into town, he was standing right there, and he really delivers a beautiful proposal about how, he'll never forget seeing her drive in, and she drove around in circles for a long time. It's a horrifying moment when she got stuck in there. It's a weird thing to be romantic about and propose to her in this spot. Like, hey, darling, here's the spot where I saw you get trapped in this nightmare monster world forever with me. That's the spot where I watched you drive around and around for hours trying to escape. Will you marry me? Like, it's a little weird, but they flip things around. They subvert expectations. like Fatima says, if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. And they can make their own life in this place. They can make their own joy and turn this into a positive thing, a romantic thing. This is a spot he was in when he first saw her. And her anniversary party, her 1-year anniversary party, was a celebration of the fact that she survived a whole year there, instead of mourning the fact that she's been stuck there for a year. And I think that's a beautiful way to look at life. And we can all take a lesson from that. I know I've always taken inspiration from this show and the way it portrays that kind of optimism and positivity. I need more of that kind of mindset in my thinking for everything that I'm dealing with personally. So yeah, this is just beautifully shot too. And Fatima here looking like the woman clothed in the sun, as we kind of talked about in season 3. She represented that. And Ellis, I like how Ellis says, we could be here or we could be anywhere, but you are my home. So it doesn't matter where they are, even in this horrible place, she is his home. And if they ever escape, as long as they're together, they will still be home. It's just a lovely scene, really beautiful scene. Of course, he doesn't have a ring, so he makes a ring out of some kind of wire and puts it on her finger. And they don't exactly have a jewelry store in Fromville. So lovely scene. They end this season getting engaged. They end season 2 getting married. They end season 3 supposedly having a baby, but it turns out to be the Smiley Pod, which is sad. But I still think that they're getting off a little too easy because they're both still alive. They survived that ordeal in season 3. So honestly, I think that they're due for something worse to happen. I'm predicting Ellis isn't going to make it through season 4. That's one of the deaths I think is going to happen, because they think about it, like, they're way too happy together. Their marriage, this can't be allowed to continue. The evil entity has got to break this up. And also helps with breaking Boyd. It'll help with breaking Boyd if he kills, if the evil entity kills Ellis. Thanks, PR. I missed the beginning, but I will listen to the replay. It's a long one, so it's a big time investment, I know. But yeah, there's just so much to talk about. So much theory stuff and mystery stuff. So many questions to delve into in these last 2 episodes of season 1. Yes, Ellis is romantic, Daryl. Ellis even whipped out the wire. Not that wire. Fatima bashed Carr when he dies. Oh, interesting, Fred. Yeah, that's a great idea. She's just gone through a severe trauma in season 3. She had to birth this monster. She was kidnapped by Elgin. She birthed a monster instead of a baby. She's going to be traumatized from that, and that thing forced her to murder Tilly. But maybe something even worse will happen, and when Ellis is killed, she smashes the car. She's definitely at the old car graveyard, Victor's old car graveyard, as we call it, when she does it. So it's like some kind of rage therapy. It's a very old car. So like Daryl said, it could also just be because of what I also said, what she went through in season 3 with killing Tilly and the pregnancy thing. Carl says, poor Ellis has a wire. Some of us have a cable. PR says, because he wants it, so he went and put a ring on it. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I'm not saying they have it that easy, Daryl, but in terms of this place, they keep escaping life-threatening things with their lives. There are too many brushes with death. Ellis barely misses dying in the Colony House massacre. He jumps out the window and gets away with just a broken arm that heals really fast. In season 2, he gets stabbed and has to be taken to the clinic at night and barely survives that after losing a ton of blood. Fatima barely survives the Smiley thing. I think they're getting off too easy in terms of getting so close to death, and yet somehow they still survive. this is a horror show and people are supposed to get killed off eventually. Like, there just aren't that many major deaths. And I'm not saying that because I want a bunch of blood and gore. That's not what this show is truly about. But I think that to establish the stakes, there need to be a few more major deaths. And Boyd's family hasn't experienced that since Abby, years before this. She was fired, so he gave her the wire. Daryl does not think the show is going to kill Ellis to break Boyd. I think the show is going to go about that a different way. Well, they can actually absolutely do it in all kinds of ways. Breaking Boyd was actually the first title of the show, but they decided it was too derivative. Right, Ryan? It's a little too derivative. So moving on, we have Boyd and Sara trekking through the spider webs. There's just no way that a ton of tiny spiders made this many webs. It's very hard to believe. So I'm tending to think now that there really was a giant spider somewhere out there. I don't think it's the big bad, not at all, but it could be one of the entities out there that are worse than the monsters that Sara referenced. Definitely. I mean, look at this. It looks like a haunted house. So, let's see. Sara asks where they're going, and Boyd says the light came from this direction. Sarah's like, so we're just marching towards it? You think that's a good idea? She's questioning Boyd at every turn because I think he's probably making the wrong decisions, and Sarah's correct. Sara says, did you even hear what I said last night? Will you just stop, please? And Boyd says, look, we just got dragged out here into the middle of nowhere by God knows what. I don't even know which direction is back to town. All I know is that someone shined a light in that direction. And that wasn't a flashlight. That was a floodlight, maybe a searchlight, which means that there's someone or something out there that this way that can help us. So we're going that way. So
remember, I gotta set this up over here.
Oh yeah. So I think think about what Boyd just said. He said we got dragged out here into the middle of nowhere by God knows what. I don't even know which direction is back to town. What does this remind you of? He was carving arrows into the tree so that they could find their way back to town, just like he did in the flashback in episode 8. He was venturing through the woods looking for resources, and he was carving arrows when one of the Boy in White's dogs showed up and took off running, got him lost, and as a result, he found the talismans. I believe that was the dog helping him. The Boy in White sent the dog to help him, to get him lost on purpose, run in the direction of the talismans, and then he would find them. Now look what's happening here. Once again, he was trying to find his way by carving arrows into the trees so that they wouldn't get lost, and they got dragged away from their path. No, the question is which entity sent them off their path this time? Was it what I think is the helpful entity, the Boy in White, like the dog helped him, or was it the evil entity? I personally tend to think it's the evil entity that moved the tent, and Boyd is assuming that it's the helpful one, but Sara tends to think he's wrong in this moment, and I agree with her. I think it's the evil entity that dragged him and moved him further away from the lighthouse. I think the evil entity caused the trees to move the tent further away from the lighthouse so that they wouldn't get too close to it. Because that's a potential way out. And then after they were dragged, there was that light that was shown. And Boyd's saying it wasn't a flashlight, it was a floodlight, maybe a searchlight. That was a light from the lighthouse. And it was supernaturally sent over there all the way to them. So what did that? I mean, it doesn't mean it's the evil entity. That could be the helpful one intervening and trying to send them a message like there is a lighthouse out there. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta mute myself. Okay, so yeah, which entity is messing with them? It could be both entities. It could be the man in yellow evil entity. The evil entity moved to the tent, and the helpful entity, in my opinion, could have shown the light on them and sent the foghorn noise to tell them, like, hey, there's a lighthouse out there. You have to search for it. And Boyd is thinking the same kind of thing, that there's someone or something out this way that can help them. And so he wants to go in the direction of the lighthouse. And his instinct is right, that the lighthouse is something they should go towards. Obviously, this is a potential way out. This is how Tabitha got out. And, but Sara intervenes and says, what if whoever it is doesn't want to help? What if whoever it is that dragged the tent doesn't want to help? And Boyd says, then we've got a different kind of problem on my hands. So Sarah's instincts, I think, are spot on, that the entity that moved the tent doesn't want to help. And, if you think about it, the presence of the spider webs is proof of a malevolent presence. The spider webs with the evil ghost Abby that is about to attack him. I think that's proof that there is a malevolent presence there. The man in yellow evil entity moved to the tent further away. And again, I don't mean the man in yellow physically walked there in the yellow suit and moved the tent. I mean the evil entity that we call the man in yellow, just to make it easier, moved to the tent via the trees. And that the spider webs kind of show that there's something evil there. Obviously, Abby seems evil in the spider webs. And then the same evil entity brought the storm in, and the boy in white winds up having to rescue them and send them into a faraway tree. So I think the man in yellow, or the evil entity, wanted Boyd to wind up going through the tree and getting into that dungeon state, getting the worms and bringing them back to town. Getting into that situation, the fact that Boyd winds up in the dungeon at the end of this episode is a result of him poking around and looking into things too much, taking down one of those bottles from the tree, which Sara didn't think he should do. It's like knowledge comes at a cost. He's poking around. He's doing too much digging. And so the consequence is he winds up in that dungeon and gets the worms. And that 1864 slip that he took from the bottle would send him to the dungeon to get that cicada entity in his body, take it back to town, and bring it to everyone else. This is what the evil entity wants. He wants Boyd to bring that to town. So I think it moved him and Sara in the tent closer to this faraway tree that would send them there and away from the lighthouse. So the tent is being dragged closer to the faraway tree that'll send Boyd to the dungeon and further away from the lighthouse. And it's the evil entity that's doing it. I hope that makes sense, because this show is confusing, and trying to even articulate how this could work is challenging, but that's my take on it. And Sara tells Boyd, the voice I heard last night, it was different. It wasn't like the others. Who's Mr. Fish and Loaves? Boyd says, it's me. It's a nickname I had back in the service. Only 2 people would have known that name. Is Ellis, and Sara says, and your wife. So Boyd's like, what, do you think my dead wife sent me a message? Is that what you want to know? Yes, that's exactly what I think happened. I think Sarah's right, and Abby's spirit spoke to her in her head and sent him a message. Sara says, you brought me out here because you thought I could help. Look where we are. whoever or whatever that voice was, it told us to go back. It told us what would happen if we stayed out here. She's right. They should be going back. Because now they're close to the farway tree that's going to send Boyd to the dungeon where he gets the worms, or the AKA the cicada entity. And so, yeah, I think Sarah's correct. The evil entity is manipulating them at this point, and its presence is apparent because of this evil ghost Abby entity that they're about to encounter here. So let me go to the chat. So PR thinks the boy in white sent Boyd to the dungeon deliberately. So you don't think it was the man in yellow or the evil entity. You think it was the boy in white. You'll find that out in the next 2 seasons. And apparently he hoped the man in yellow would put the curse in Boyd that he took to town. Okay. Well, that would be really, what do you call it? Diabolical of the boy in white. It's possible.
That sounds very declarative.
Yes, it does.
This will happen. Bank on it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me go through. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Ryan says make a poll. Make a poll about what? What was this about? Make a poll. He had said y'all can have Sarah. I'm not sure what you were saying to make a poll about, Ryan.
There's plenty of people in the chat that want Sarah. They'll take her.
Oh yeah. Let's see. PR says, I'm very confident, 99% sure that that's not a real spider web. That's the man in yellow warping reality to scare Boyd. True, but Sarah sees the web too. She's looking around at it. She definitely sees it too. So, yeah, it's potentially not real, but how does she see it? She also sees it. It's possible that they both just see it and it's not real. It's fabricated. True. The boy in white dragged them out there deliberately to get them lost closer to the lighthouse. Yeah, but are they really close to it though? When they see it, it's so far away. It's like, I mean, it would take a really long time to get there by foot. And so I don't know. I don't know if they're dragged closer to it. Daryl thinks it was an evil entity that dragged the tent. Okay. That's probably what Ryan is saying to make a poll about. Yeah, I'll make a poll. I'll make a poll for that. Daryl says in this scene, the writers definitely want us to side with Sarah, so I believe it was a bad thing. Yeah, I think so too, Daryl. It seems like the writers want us to side with Sarah on this. She's deeply connected to this place and understands it in a way that Boyd doesn't. PR thinks the boy in white created the searchlight and the foghorn. I agree with that part. I think the evil entity dragged the tent, but the boy in white created the searchlight and the foghorn to tell them, hey, there is a lighthouse out there. You need to find it.
Bill Chill says, resistance is futile. Sarah is your leader.
PR says, for the time Boyd asked for that sign, the boy in white has been trying to get Boyd out to the lighthouse. And the man in yellow has been trying to discourage it. That I believe. I absolutely am on board with that part. Let's see. Bill says the Hermit Tarot card, Boyd, is representing introspection, solitude, and inner wisdom. It calls for withdrawal from the daily grind to seek personal truth, self-reflection, and spiritual guidance. Depicted as a wise elder holding a lantern and staff, it advises looking within for answers, rather than relying on external wisdom. Oh, nice, Bill. Let's see.
And remember, sweetheart, Jesus is the way and the light.
Yeah.
And a lighthouse guides you with light.
Nice.
The end.
PR says the lighthouse isn't how Tabitha got out. The lighthouse is only a lighthouse. The boy in white who brought them all there sent Tabitha home. The lighthouse can't think. It's only a lighthouse with no brain. Well, yeah, I mean, that's evident. And I agree. The boy in white brought them there and sent Tabitha home. Absolutely. Debbie, I agree. We better find Jim's body upside down with his legs in the figure 4 position. That would be chilling and ironic, wouldn't it? Sorry about the treadmill noise. I have to do this to manage my pain. Hopefully it's not too loud. Bill says spider webs represent creativity, patience, resilience, and the intricate interconnectedness of life. They represent the ability to consciously design one's destiny at home, serving as a reminder of personal power, manifestation, and the beauty of persistence. Well, that may be true, but I think in this show, they're supposed to be evil. I think they're just supposed to be part of the evil entity showing them this and trying to scare them from going any further, make them go home.
Think about it, sweetie. What's happening in this town? Isn't this town like a web? Isn't it like a trap? Isn't it like something that you can't get out of, like you're stuck in?
It is.
Right? You could sort of draw the analogy of it being a web.
The whole town is a lot like a spider web that's trapped everyone there, symbolically. Terrell says, when this show will go down, when this show is over, it will go down as one of the greatest mystery shows of all time. Oh, absolutely. And Sarah will go down as one of the greatest specimens in TV history. Man, you have really hung up on Sarah, Daryl. He's got it bad. PR says to Boyd, the curse, that is the spell, appeared to be worms. They were not worms. It was only a spell. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know they're not worms. That's for sure. They're actually cicada nymphs. But yeah, it's a different kind of entity. The boy in white totally tricked the man in yellow into giving Boyd the curse, and the man in yellow fell for it. It was all for Julie. Well, that's an interesting take. That's an interesting take. Yeah, I mean, if you're saying this is the only way that Julie could eventually become a story walker, I hear what you're saying. He's looking at the end game, and the cicada entity, ultimately, it does claim Julie, Randall, and Marielle, but they get freed by Boyd, and Julie is able to become a story walker as a result. She may be part of the solution in the end by story walking. So I hear what you're saying. Maybe this was a brilliant chess move by the boy in white. Okay, that's really interesting. Bill says there is no right and wrong, only moves in the game. Yes. PR says the curse later took the appearance of cicadas. There are no cicadas, it's a spell. In some shows, magic has a ticking or clicking sound. John Griffin used cicadas. The only thing the boy in white wanted was for Boyd to know the lighthouse was there. Once he saw it, it didn't matter. Right. I don't think that just anybody can get out of the place through the lighthouse. I think it's only there for Tabitha in all of her many lives. And that's it. And the boy in white sends her out. I don't think anybody else can get out via the lighthouse at all. But the boy in white wanted Boyd to know there was a lighthouse. I absolutely agree with that. That's what Bill says. That's why Boyd ends up in a dungeon. He refused an order. Damn it, Boyd. Let the light be your guide. Yeah. PR says the spell that the man in yellow cast over the town separated the consciousness of 3 people from their bodies. That's what the boy in white tricked the man in yellow into doing. How the boy in white can use that to control Julie. I can totally see that, because I do think this operates like a chess game and you have to plan several moves ahead. And if that's the case, this was a genius chess move by the boy in white. Yes, Debbie, Boyd thought worms were creepy, and then all of a sudden he gets an entity under his skin that looks like worms. It seems like a weird coincidence. PR says he can project her time travel. Yeah. Yep. Julie, that is. Bill says, patience or skill, space or time travel, the tree for time, and the lighthouse for space. Daryl says, I had a thing for Sarah all the way back in 2022. I hate stopping now. You are committed. Okay, so let's continue. Then we have this very memorable part of the scene where Boyd hears screaming, someone screaming for help, and it is none other than Abby. Sarah doesn't hear what he's following, the noise he's following. She's like, Boyd, what are you doing? She doesn't hear it. Only Boyd hears it. And he moves through the spider webs, following the sound, ignoring Sarah. And there we see Ghost Abby trapped in the spider webs, sobbing. Once he gets close, she's sobbing. And this is clearly not really Abby. This is part of the evil entity tricking him. There's just no way that this is anything other than the evil entity. When he gets close, she does this thing, this scary, like, mouth open snarl, and lunges at him, just like the monsters do when they're about to attack and rip people open. They open their mouths and transform. And I think that's a clue that she's part of the evil entity. The gesture she makes, it's very much like the monsters. And, you know, other than the fact that she's terrifying objectively. And when he gets close, she grabs him by the arm. I don't have a screenshot of that, but she grabs him by the arm. Just like in the season 4 trailer, he gets grabbed by the arm by 2 hands coming up from Abby's grave. So that looks like it's going to be another Ghost Abby vision, and this one may be in a nightmare from the looks of it. So Ghost Abby, once again, is coming back to grab him in season 4, this time from the grave. This was horrifying. And then he pulls away, and a whole bunch of these giant, I mean, they're not giant spiders, but they're very large spiders.
Actually big.
Yes.
They're bigly.
Yeah, bigly spiders. In the context of From, we got to be careful about saying giant spiders, because it's not literally. There are theories that there are literal giant spiders, but in this case, we just have very large, normal spiders. A shit ton of them coming out of this thing, this nest, and crawling all over him. And Sarah can see them. She doesn't see Ghost Abby, but she sees the spider webs and she sees the spiders. So that's an important distinction to make. He rips his clothes off. Oh my God, there's a really big one crawling on him. And she helps him get them off. So she sees them. She does see those. And one of them bites him. And the venom winds up making him sick. So, yeah, I'm afraid I wouldn't be much help in a situation like this. No way am I touching those things. I couldn't handle it. She's braver than me. So,
Did you say that she helped get him off?
Yeah, she helped him get the spiders off.
Relax, Daryl. It's not like that.
Yeah, not that way. Amazing scene. Who is Boyd? Let's see. PR says the big mystery is, why did the boy in white do so much to get Boyd to see that lighthouse? Probably so that Boyd would actually share that knowledge with people, so Tabitha would find out about the lighthouse. But people keep too much to themselves in this town. They don't share knowledge with each other. Why did the man in yellow fight so hard against it? For the same reason, he doesn't want Tabitha going there. He doesn't want Tabitha going out of Fromville and reconnecting with her past life by meeting Henry and starting to remember who she is. Daryl says, these theories are so good. What am I even doing here? Who is Boyd? Bill says Boyd is a piece in the game, sacrificial bishop or rook. I could see that. Definitely sacrificial. I think in the end he's going to have to sacrifice himself. Karl, the son and the heir, or the son and the heir?
Yeah, because Bill Chill was like the sun in the sky, or the sun.
Oh,
referring
the
to-
sun or the in the sky, or the
like what I
sun
was
as
saying,
a
the
child.
way, and the light guiding the way.
Yeah,
More Jesus reference for Boyd,
yeah, more Jesus references.
but then he was like, Lucifer, or right.
Yeah,
Light giver, light bringer, deceptor, that kind
right.
of that back and forth. I just felt like writing that. That's
Yeah.
there's a cool Morrissey song. There's a Smith song that has that line in it. Extra points to anybody who can tell me what song that is.
Yeah, is that apparently? Oh, so this line is from a song by the Smiths.
Yeah, let's see if anybody gets it. The sun in the air.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what song is that? I don't know that song. Let's see. Seduced by the web and bitten by a spider, she sees the playing field, but not the opponent. Daryl says Sarah can see the spider webs and the spiders, but she can't see or hear fake Abby. That's right. PR says I was born and raised in the woods on a mountain in Alabama. Hatching spiders are so small they look like dust. Those spiderlings are huge. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's abnormal. That they definitely look abnormal. Oh, Fred thinks Boyd is the man in yellow. Okay. Bold theory.
It's a bold theory, Cotton.
Gus the dog is Alma the goat. Okay, so there we have it. The Ghost Abbey in the spider webs scene. Definitely evil, and I think all of the iterations of Ghost Abbey are evil. They're all from the evil entity. It's Ghost Katri and Ghost Tom. Those are more up for debate on whether they're just projections of people's consciousness and they're not even really there. But this is definitely the evil entity screwing with him.
Yes, Bill Chill got it.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
So, Bill got it?
Yeah.
The Smiths, how soon is now? Oh, nice, Bill. So, PR, you're saying who is Boyd? Yeah, I didn't know what you meant by who is Boyd. So they gave us a hint in the season 4 trailer. There's something else about Boyd that Boyd doesn't remember yet. That's interesting. So maybe there's a bigger mystery about who Boyd actually is. It's possible that there's something more to him that we don't know yet. Yeah, interesting stuff. And we don't know yet what it is, but there is something huge going on with Boyd. I have absolutely no idea what it is, but there's definitely something. I mean, in the trailer, they were really hinting that Boyd is a monster. He's not a hero. Acosta says, you're not a hero, you're a monster. You think you're a hero, but you're a monster. Hey there, the mole, 47. Nice to see you. Yo, Julie, good morning. Already at 2,030 subs. I bet the next 1K comes in half the time of the last. Aw, thank you so much. Keep up the good work. We are all proud of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, the mole. You're the nicest mole ever. Thank you. That was very kind. And yeah, I'm on the way. The subs are moving again. We're not stuck anymore. It's at 2,037 at the moment. So we'll see. Maybe season 4 will bring more a little bit faster. Boyd is a moving or evolving piece / player, says Bill. Yeah, Boyd is an interesting character for sure. And this Ghost Abbey vision, I believe it was inherently designed to scare Boyd and Sarah from going any further, to make them turn back. I mean, it's terrifying. And it was, I think, sent by the evil entity for sure. And on the next scene, it's Colony House, and they're working on the radio tower and bringing it up to the top. So we've got Ethan and his father. And Ethan asks how they'll get the tower on the roof. They show him and explain how it'll broadcast the signal over the treetops. And he's like, oh, cool. Jim asks Julie if she's okay, and she says she's good, but she looks really uneasy all of a sudden, and he tells her that he's there if she needs him. So Jim is trying. He deserves some credit for his attempts at being a good dad. He gets a bad rap. He really does. So she goes inside, and Ethan... This is where Ethan says something, another really interesting line coming from this little kid, from the mouths of babes. He says, I wish Victor was here. I bet he would really like this. Jim says, I'm sure wherever he is, he's okay. And Ethan responds, oh, I know. He's got to do his part right now. Jim's like, his part? And Ethan says, of the quest. He's probably doing something pretty important right now. That's his part. Doing this is our part. How does he know how everything works? This kid knows the whole thing. He knows how this story works. He knows that Victor is off doing something important, and he is. Ethan is correct. We find out at the end of this episode that Victor has been hiding in the cave for a couple days at least. I think it's a couple days, waiting for Tabitha to show up, because the boy in white told Victor to wait there, that Tabitha was going to be coming and Victor needed to guide her out. The boy in white told Victor where to safely hide in the cave from the monsters. And he waited there, and that was his important part to play, just like Ethan said. He guided Tabitha safely out of there. And this is their part, where they're attempting to make this tower work. Not that it's going to do anything, but it is going to make the evil entity angry and progress the story further. So yeah, he knows exactly what he's talking about from day one. Always listen to what Ethan says. He knows how this works. I think that he was given this insight that he has about this place by the boy in white. And that's how he understands that this is all operating like a story about a quest. They all have their part to play, and they have to save someone in order to go home, as he's said. And he understands about story walking too. You can't change a story that's already been told. Ethan's already been right before. This is an example of when he was right. He was right even though Victor had been missing for a couple days. He was confident. He wished Victor was there, but he was positive that Victor was okay. He was completely chill about it, even though anybody else would assume he must be dead. If he's been missing for 2 days in this place, the monsters must have killed him. But not Ethan. He's like, no, he's just off doing his part. And he was right. He was playing his important role in all of this. Trust Ethan. He knows how this works. Therefore, you can't save Jim. Julie cannot save Jim because you can't change a story that's already been told. That's what Ethan said. That's how story walking works. It's obvious to me that the writers of the show are using him as a literary device to explain to us, the audience, how things work in this world. Bill says, possibly the Victor in yellow. PR says Victor was in the cavern for 3 nights and 3 days. My God, yeah. I thought it was 2 or 3. Yeah, that's a long time. How was he safe for all that time? One of the many questions. And I think the boy in white is the one who made sure he was safe. He protected him. Therefore, it's more proof he's a helpful entity. Okay. So, yeah, he was safe. He stayed there for that many days and nights, and he waited for Tabitha. He was missing. I remember wondering where the hell he was as the episodes went on. PR says, what if Boyd is an entity too materialized but doesn't remember? Interesting stuff. It's not a theory, only a speculation hinting at how huge Boyd really is. What if he is a reincarnation of the captain who brought them all to the new world? Interesting. Bill, Clara, surveillance system, crows look and rats approach. What is that? Ryan thinks that Boyd has too much real-life backstory for them to make him into something only from the town. I'd have to agree with you there, Ryan. Well, we will see. We'll see. Boyd, a reincarnated military piece. Jim hates Victor so much. Yeah, he really doesn't care if Victor's dead or alive. David says, the core 4 in the From Matrix. Neo equals boy in white / self. Trinity equals Sophia / Anima. Agent Smith equals man in yellow / shadow. Morpheus equals Father Khatri, the mentor persona. The Oracle equals Martin / helper. Oh, that's cool. Comparing these all to the Matrix, all these characters.
Yeah. Cypher.
So who's Cypher then? PR says he went into the cavern February 28th, 2022, and he came out with Tabitha on March 3rd, 2022. Amazing. And he stayed alive. So, Abby, you've been living in a dream world, Boyd. The 12 archetypes of the unconscious are specific thematic manifestations of these 4: self, shadow, anima, and persona. Nice, David. Nice esoteric commentary there. So, moving on. We've got Boyd and Sara climbing this mountain. It looks like the side of a mountain or a gigantic hill. And Boyd is really starting to lose it. He's getting sick. The spider venom is clearly making him sick. And Sara begs Boyd, to slow down and just talk to her and tell her what happened back there. She had asked him what he saw in the spider webs, and he said nothing. She's like, you heard something, and he doesn't want to talk about what he saw and heard in the spider webs at all. He's keeping it to himself, as usual, keeping things to himself. And he says, I'm going to quote this. This is a great quote. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Providence? There's no way out, is there? This place fucking makes you think that you're doing the right thing. It gives you hope. Then it takes it away like it's feeding on your pain. You want my pain? You want my pain? Come on, come get it. I'm waiting. I think he is 100% spot on. That's exactly what's happening. And this place, it's not that it's feeding on people's hope, but it does like to give people false hope and then take it away. Because that causes so much pain and suffering, dashed hopes that they could actually get out. So he's absolutely right. And it is feeding on their pain. The evil entity feeds on their suffering 100%. And he's just losing it. And he's like yelling at the entity that's watching and listening to them right now. And at this point, we all know that there is some entity that's spying on them that can hear and see them. We've seen multiple examples to prove that. And he's like, he seems to have figured that out himself, because he's like yelling at the sky, you want my pain? Come on, come get it. I really liked that scene. It was great. It was a great commentary on how all of this works too. And then he collapses from the spider bites, getting sick. And Sara tells him, we have to go toward the light, meaning the light that they had seen from inside the tent. Because maybe, yeah, like Boyd said, there could be something helpful out there producing that light. But he's like, at this point, he's given up hope, saying, fuck the light. There's no way out of here. The voice you heard in your head is right. We are never getting out of here. And Sara talks him down. She's really a good, helpful person at heart. She says, then you're never going to see your son again. Is that what you want? And says, let me help you. And she gets him to stand up and come with her. Otherwise, he would have just laid down and wound up dead there. So she really saves his life. She gets him up as a thunderstorm starts coming in. And they realize they have to move fast. It just comes in out of nowhere. So yeah, it's an example of Sara really helping him, and Katri was right to keep her out of the box because she is a helpful figure in the end. And what she did in the past, what she did to people, it was because she was tricked and her trauma was exploited. She thought she was helping. Sara is too good for everyone. Yet another point for the weaponization of hope theory. Absolutely, Ryan. Another example of hope being weaponized and, false hope dangled and then snatched away. Then this evil entity feeds on their pain. Hey, Joyce. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. If it is morning where you are, it's morning here. So, PR says, but Boyd is only speaking according to the dread that the man in yellow wants him and all the town to feel. But he's mistaken. It was the boy in white who led him out there, and it wasn't for purposes of dread. Right. I mean, that's true. I agree with that the boy in white wants him to see the lighthouse, and the boy in white wanted him to come out. He wants him to learn that there was a lighthouse there. But Boyd is speaking truth when he says that there is something feeding on their pain. And that's the evil entity. Like Marielle said in the season 4 trailer, there is something ancient here and it's feeding on our suffering and it doesn't stop. I think she's right. Everything that we've seen thus far corroborates that, if you ask me. I think that's a solid theory. And Marielle has a deep insight about this place after being in that cicada coma. So I trust her instincts when she says that. Just woke up. Well, welcome, Joyce. I'd watch a one-man show, a one-man play starring Harold just yelling at the sky. Me too. I would too. Ryan says, link to the theory on Julie's Discord. Well, thanks for linking that here, Ryan, and posting it in the Discord. Awesome. I'll check that out myself too. So check that out. Check out the theory on the weaponization of hope. Very cool. And anyone who wants to join the Discord and share your theories in there, I would love to see them and keep the conversation going. We also are going to be doing season 4 watch parties in there when the episodes drop every week. So join us for that. You can find the link to the Discord to join the Discord in the description of this live stream. We're also doing rewatch parties for From. Not as regularly as I would like. Sometimes I can't fit them in, but we do them when I can.
Is there any way that people can like donate to your stream so that as an incentive, as to show appreciation, like a tip or anything? Is there anything that people can do to show their appreciation to you monetarily?
Well, yes. So there are a couple of ways to donate at the moment. There's the Cashapp and the Venmo, which are US only. And they're in the description of this video. If anyone is so inclined, the donation information is in there for the Cashapp and Venmo. I am working on, I'm probably going to set up a PayPal, which is international, so people in other countries can donate as well. And no amount is too small. Every little bit helps. StreamYard software that I have to use for the channel is really expensive. It's very overpriced and difficult to afford. YouTube doesn't pay me anything for this channel, so anything I get from donations goes toward that stuff, goes toward the StreamYard expenses. And the Canva to make the thumbnails, I have to pay for that too, actually, because I have the paid version. So yeah, let's see. PR said, I was just sitting here wondering that exact thing. How can I donate? Oh, I see it. I got you covered. Thank you so much, PR. Thank you so much. That is much appreciated. Very kind of you to think of how you can donate, and it does help. Trust me. This stuff is not cheap. StreamYard really price gouges us. I don't know why it costs so much. It in the past I was told it was more affordable, but by the time I made a channel, it was crazy. So thank you so much. And I normally have a ticker at the bottom of this, and I forgot to turn it on. Let's see. Yeah, my little ticker here at the bottom of the screen also shows the Cashapp and Venmo information too. I forgot to put it up today. But it's also in the description, always in the description of the live stream, the Venmo and the Cashapp. Joyce says, I think it's Sarah's hope death that led her to being a no-holds-barred badass. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really interesting way to put it, Joyce, that the death of her hope, yeah, it basically just took away all of her limitations, and she's already broken. She's a broken person, so there's nothing left to lose. She can do anything. That's why she helps Boyd question, interrogate Elgin in a brutal way. She takes out Elgin's eye because she's already broken. She saves Boyd from becoming a fully broken person and doing something unthinkable like that to Elgin. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joyce. David says, hope keeps us living in the future, implying that the present is not enough. It is the desire to avoid the inherent difficulties and insecurities of existence. Yes, very true. And that's what they hold on to in From. That's what they hold on to keep them sustained, to keep them going. They hold on to hope that they could have a life in the future outside of this place, because living in the present in this nightmare town is not enough. So that's what they have to grab onto, like Frank failed to do. Frank gave up on the hope that he could have Christmases outside of this place with his daughter. He let the place break him. He gave into self-medicating with alcohol, and he neglected his family, and he wound up losing them. It's not all his fault, but that's the message we're supposed to get from that, I think, that the writers want us to take from that. David says, the death of hope. This signifies letting go of the ego's desire to control the future and accepting the present exactly as it is. The death of hope leads to enlightenment. Oh, yeah, you have posted some interesting stuff about that in my Discord, David, about the, I think, was it, I don't know if it was part of the hero's journey or what. No, it wasn't that, but it was something about the death of hope, and that's part of the whole journey. And it sounds like a bad thing, but the way it's explained in there, the way you explain it, it's not actually a bad thing. Let's see. This chat is full of smart people. I feel so out of place. Terrell, you're a smart person too. You belong here. You fit right in with us. So don't put yourself down like that. But yes, this place is full of smart people. Yes, don't be absurd, Daryl, Joyce says. Bill says, I know nothing. I am a vessel. Well, you're a smart person too, Bill. So don't put yourself down.
Bill should become like water, my friend.
Let's see. He knows who that is too. I bet he knows who that is too.
Bill gets all your references. Okay. Yeah, we are the Fromaholics. Yeah. Anybody who is obsessed with this show to the level that we are has to be a smart person. This show is written in a really intelligent way, and if you analyze this to the degree that we do, you have to be a smart person, or you won't appreciate all of the nuances that this show brings to the table. It's just an absolutely genius show. It's like a great piece of literature. I always say that, you can analyze it exactly like a great piece of literature, so it is inherently for smart people. So the ones who are addicted to it are appreciating it on the level that the writers intended, which is a really esoteric, intellectual, story. It really is. So, it's full of symbolism, foreshadowing, metaphors. I mean, I've never seen so many literary devices in a TV show. It's really amazing. Gone are the days of just CW level entertainment. This is on a whole other level. The kind of TV shows that we get now, it's really amazing. More cinematic. So back at Colony House, Jim asks Jade, let's see. Is this where Jim asks Jade where he's going? Yeah. And Jade says to get more wires. Jim says they've already got the last of them. And he's like, all right, you got me. I'm going to get my last rolling paper. Okay, Dad? I know how offensive you find my proclivities. It's one of my favorite Jade lines. I know how offensive you find my proclivities. I just love it. See, this show was written by smart people for smart people. The absolutely just beautiful verbiage that we get is just top notch. Just love it. Then he rides off on Clara's bike. Once again, he's still riding that stolen bike. He never gave it back. I find that hilarious as a running joke. Even after he found out this is not an ultimate escape room, so everything in there is not for him, he still didn't go give her back her bike. Too funny. So yeah, Jade rides off and he goes back home to get his rolling papers. The bike and fanny pack lore unmatched. Agreed, Bill. Jade on a bike will always make me LOL. Yep, Joyce. I miss immature Jade too, Bill. He's a lot more sober now, isn't he? He really is. He's not as goofy these days. Joyce says, yes, I'd write all the essays on From if I was back in college. Right? Exactly. You could write beautiful essays on this show. I would do the same. I loved writing essays in college. That was my biggest strength. English, writing classes, that was my passion. That was my major. I was a writing and rhetoric major. That's the degree I got in college. Never thought I would use it on a YouTube channel of all things, but I'm basically using what I learned in school for this channel. So, respect Jim, the inventor. Debbie said this channel really should be From Insomniacs. Yes, it should. Yes, it should. It's 5:21 a.m. Central Time, 6:21 a.m. Eastern, and we've got 46 people still watching. Thank you so much. Please hit the like if you haven't already. Same English and theater major. Nice, Joyce. Yeah, so you get it. You appreciate the show on the level that I do. Yeah, this Jade and Tian Chen scene is beautiful. Beautiful. It showed that Jade has a big heart. That's absolutely true, Daryl. PR says, I don't know why I think it's hilarious that Christopher died thinking that this place wasn't real and came back as Jade still thinking that this place isn't real the first day that he was there. It is darkly comical. PR, I agree. Debbie says, I use a lot of my art history in theory crafting because of the allegory. Nice, Debbie. So this is the scene that really made a lot of people fall in love with Jade and just appreciate his emotional depth because he became more than just the comic relief of the show and the asshole rich guy. You see that he's really deep, and you never saw this coming when it first happened, because he stumbles on Tian Chen in front of this altar for her deceased husband, and she's not up at Colony House with everybody else. He tells her a story because he's empathetic. He senses why she's here instead of at Colony House, why she looks sad. He does have empathy. He's not the selfish asshole that he seems to be on the surface. Without her even saying how she feels, he figured it out. He says that he grew up in France with his grandma, and she died when he was 12. Then he had to move to the U.S. to live with his uncle, but he didn't want to leave her alone, even though she had died. He was crying at the airport, and a nice lady told him that they come with you when you go. And it was a beautiful monologue that happened. Like as it's happening, the camera pans in on him slowly. It's really like, beautifully done. Just a simple camera zoom that gradually goes in on him closer and closer, as if it's x-raying into his soul and showing you that he's not this shallow comic relief jerk that you see on the surface. I really love how they did this. It was a reveal, this moment, because you didn't know that Jade had this side of him. You didn't know that he was this deep. And I just loved how the camera revealed it by zooming in closer and closer until it's tight on his face. And you can see some tears kind of almost welling up in his eyes. And he tells her, "Don't be sad. They come with you when you go." Just like that nice lady at the airport once told him. Like, his eyes are glistening just a little bit, like he's welling up as he's saying it. Just beautifully done. This scene was masterclass. And she gets all emotional, and now she's fully won over to Jade. She no longer thinks he's a lazy jerk. It's just lovely. I wish they had more time together. After season 1, they don't spend any time together anymore. In season 2, he moves out because the place gets too crowded. The Matthews move in, and that's that. He moves to the bar. I would have liked to see more of him and Tian Chen, but then he kneels down at the altar to honor her husband with her one more time, and just sits there with her. Absolutely beautiful scene. PR says, "I found you on Cashapp. Thank you for getting me through the last 2 hours of work because I was sleepy." Oh, thank you so much. Let me see. Oh, thank you so much, Patrick. So very kind of you. Very much appreciated. And I'm happy to help. Happy to help get you through, whatever I can do to help get you through a night where you can't sleep. If you're out there listening and you've got insomnia, or you're working, or whatever escapism you need to just get away for a while. We all need some escapism sometimes.
Thank you. Julie really appreciates all of you guys, and you guys are really important to her. And this channel and this stream has really helped her, and it's touched all of our lives. It brought me and her together, and I've never been happier. Thank you guys.
PR says, "When I looked up and saw that you were online, I instantly woke up. I love me some JulieBDeepDives." Well, thank you. That was very kind of you to say, Patrick. Thank you very much. And one of our new subscribers. So shout out to the other new subscribers to the channel. Thank you so much for your support. This channel means the world to us. It brought us together. This show brought us together. This will always be so special to us. If it wasn't for this show, I never would have started this channel, and I never would have met Karl. And I mean, it's a miracle, meeting your soulmate because you just decide to watch a TV show. So grateful. And if you guys hadn't supported the channel so much, I would have just given up and stopped, and never would have gotten far enough to actually meet him. And yeah, beautiful and kind words indeed, Daryl, that Karl said. He's a sweetheart. So let's try and finish up this episode. So over at Colony House, Jim and Ethan work on the radio, and he explains to Ethan how it works, how they rigged it with different stations, and they get ready to start. And then Jade shows up with a bunch of snacks and Tian Chen with him, which I thought was just so heartwarming to add to that lovely scene that we just had. Jade coming in with Tian Chen, so she's not all alone at home anymore. He brings her back with him, and snacks for everybody, I'm sure, which was her idea, including a giant basket of apples. And I keep pointing out apples in season 1 because I think the show is using them as symbolic of the forbidden fruit of knowledge in from one of the many biblical references. And here's a giant basket of them that Jade is carrying, like kind of symbolizing all the forbidden knowledge that they're about to eventually attain together over the course of this show. You know, knowledge comes at a cost, and the man in yellow is now going to deliver that cost to them, starting with the murder of Jim. I think season 4 is going to be insane. They're going to learn the cost is a lot steeper than just Jim. But anyway, Jade comes in to Colony House and says one of my favorite, probably my all-time favorite Jade line, which is, "All right, ding-dongs, it's almost go time. Anybody fucks this up, you spend the night in the box." I just love it. My favorite Jadeism, and had me cracking up. This episode sealed it that he was my favorite character. He goes and rings the bell like an idiot, like to alert everybody. Now it's time to get started. Donna's like, "Will you stop that?" He's acting like a big kid. And then Kenny and Kristi have another cute little scene, one last scene for season 1. And he apologizes to her for making things weird. And she says that part of her is hoping that her fiance hasn't moved on and they can pick up right where they left off and get married. But the other part hopes that she can go with the nicest guy she's ever met to Iceland when they get out, if they get out. Kenny asks what she's going to do, and she takes his hand, saying, "I don't know." But it seems like she was leaning towards picking him at this point, because she takes his hand in a really flirtatious way. So she's definitely leaning towards him, I think, until the boss brings Marielle. Expert trolling by the evil entity. I think it was just messing with them. This is a way of these two getting their hopes up and the evil entity screwing it up by bringing Marielle to town. I don't think Kristi has as much chemistry with her. She stays with her more for the history between them, I think, but she and Kenny had such a realistic connection, a really sweet connection, and I think the evil entity brought Marielle to town just to screw that up for them. I really do, like, just to dash their hopes of being together. She was taking his hand so flirtatiously here. Like, she was leaning towards picking him. But then Marielle showed up on drugs, or on her way to rehab, getting off drugs. And I feel like she stayed with her more out of duty. But that's me. Joyce says, "I definitely sensed they were super close to getting together." And Daryl says, "If it was Kenny, I would be so upset." Yeah, I was so sorry for Kenny when she showed up, when Marielle showed up. That was terrible. Felt really bad for him. Yeah, and she said, "I don't know," but she grabbed his hand. Yeah, she wanted Kenny more. Kristi basically saying she wants Kenny by grabbing his hand and stroking it. Joyce says, so what I said about Jade and the basket of apples, that's cool. He's inadvertently coaxing people to eat the fruit of the knowledge tree as they are putting together a tower radio to seek knowledge, right? That's what I'm saying. They're trying to seek knowledge by making this radio, and he is kind of coaxing them to eat the fruit of the knowledge tree with that big basket of apples. they keep using the apple symbolism in the season 1. I'm convinced of it, and they have other biblical references in the show. You know, Ellis and Fatima are Adam and Eve in the artwork, and Fatima's always holding those apples, offering them to people. If you look back, she keeps doing it a few times. Let's see. PR says, I'm going to delete this in 1 minute because I'm not supposed to say it, but I know one of the main characters in the series. In fact, the main character. Oh, well, interesting. Well, now it's there permanently because I highlighted it. Hope you won't get in trouble. Oh, interesting. So that would be Harold then, because Harold is definitely the main character. He's the only one featured on the poster for season 4. Just Harold, which I thought was kind of odd. It's very minimalistic. It's just Harold and the man in yellow painting one of them in the background. Ryan says, I'm deep in the Willamette National Forest right now. JulieBDeepDives is keeping me from getting hypothermia. Oh my. Seriously, Ryan? Are you actually outside in the woods right now? In the cold? Yeah, where the heck is that? Now I have to Google it. The Willamette National Forest. It says it's in Blue River, Oregon. So it would be the middle of the night, though, where you can't possibly be outside in the dark at night. That's interesting. Yeah, it would be 3:30 in the morning right now. Oh, Joyce, thank you. Joyce said, your good heart is what stands out the most, Julie B. Well, that's lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody here has good hearts. Daryl said, this show brings soulmates together. Karl and Julie, Jade and Tabitha. Jade and Tabitha are literal soulmates, so that's another one. Another couple. Oh, that's so cool. And I felt like from the beginning the show kind of sucked me in as if I'm trapped in Fromville too, you know, like I was pulled in, like, so now I'm kind of living it out in real life, except not in the bad way now. You know, in the good way, just that we're trying to solve the mystery.
Yeah, we're trying to solve the mystery of being trapped in Iowa. Maybe one day we'll share the whole spiritual connection that I think we've had.
Yeah.
The feeling of knowing you before I knew you. Which
Yeah.
kind of goes along with From, you know.
It does go along with From. Daryl says we went from emotional Jade to joking Jade straight away. I loved that too, and yet it was still a sweet moment. The fact that Jade was bringing Tian Chen with him and all those snacks while he was joking. Okay, let's see. And Doug is back in the chat saying, "All right, ding dongs, go to bed already, or you'll spend the night in the box." He's pulling a Jade. That's, yeah, a riff on my favorite Jade quote there. Yeah, we're going to go to bed soon. Right now, they're keeping me company while I do my last walk. So it works out well. When this is done, I'm going to bed. I swear I am. Ryan said, if I was Kenny, I would take up residence at the bar. Yeah, it's time. It's time. Poor Kenny. Everything. He just loses everything. His mom, Kristi, his dad. Hey there, Snoop Dogg. If the man in yellow says to go in the box, I shall do so. Daryl. Doug E. Fresh. Joyce says she definitely seems to have a more sisterly concern connection to Marielle. Yes, I think so too about Kristi. Teach me how to Dougie. Good morning, Starsha. It's time to go to bed. Hey again, Susie. She says, I'm just kidding about how we are vampires. So you're not going to bed. Okay. Bill says Boyd is Odysseus, representing the archetype of the cunning, resourceful, and resilient hero, embodying metis, wisdom, cunning, rather than just brute strength. As a leader, he symbolizes human perseverance against overwhelming odds and fate, serving as a complex figure caught between human intellect and divine forces, often hailed as the first modern man. Definitely sounds like Boyd. Doug said, I think Kenny wants to spend a night in the box, if you know what I mean. Yeah, different kind. I think Kenny definitely does. And I think in season 4, he's going to get his wish with Sophia. Maybe if they find some way to feel like they're married, because she looks like she's super, super religious. So I don't know if they can be legally married in this place, but Kenny is definitely going to have a girl. Finally, he's going to have a girlfriend, I think.
Do you think Kenny even knows what a box actually looks like?
Probably not. He probably doesn't even know what that looks like. Charles says, I still want Kenny and Kristi to get together. Sophia can be a side piece. Me too. I liked them together. I still would prefer Kenny and Kristi, but it's probably not going to happen. Let's see. Religious Sophia is going to be Kenny's third girlfriend he doesn't get to touch. That's probably true, Debbie. I mean, she's so religious that, yeah, it's probably going to be a really chaste relationship, I'm afraid. Doug said it's back to bed for me. See you later, sports fans. See you later, Doug. Sleep well. Okay. What's in the box? Okay. All right. So now we're getting close to the end. Here's Jim with a big old, oh my God. Am I right or am I right that apples symbolize knowledge in this show? Forbidden knowledge.
What, is he chewing on an apple?
Here's Jim with an entire fucking apple in his mouth as he's working on the radio tower. This entire apple is shoved in his mouth while he's fumbling with the radio. It looks really awkward and weird. There is no way there.
Is he like a glazed ham?
Like a glazed ham. Yeah, they're definitely using the apple as the forbidden fruit of knowledge. It's a common symbol. I mean, that's why the company Apple has an apple with a bite out of it as its logo. It symbols the forbidden fruit of knowledge that's been bitten. And look what Jim is doing. And what happens to Jim? Knowledge comes at a cost.
He learned too much.
Yes. And it starts here because the voice on the radio, the man in yellow, tells him your wife shouldn't be. What is he saying? Your wife shouldn't.
Dug that hole, right? Did he say that?
Well, in this case, she's presently doing it. So he says, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. And that's what starts the whole quest, digging the hole. And right before he kills him, man in yellow says, your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim.
Oh, okay.
He,
Okay, that's why the confusion in my head. Okay.
yes. And he also tells Jim knowledge comes at a cost.
They tried to warn you as well, right?
Yep. So this is the foreshadowing right here. The forbidden fruit of knowledge. Jim is taking a giant ass bite out of it right here, trying to work on the radio and encouraging Tabitha. The main thing was that the main sin was that he encouraged Tabitha to dig that hole in the basement. And
Yeah, she probably shouldn't have dug that hole.
yeah, it symbolizes the quest for knowledge, the beginning, digging for answers, digging for truth. And that, that's figurative, but also her digging the hole started her whole quest. No pun intended. It started her quest that led to that point where she got the revelation of who she is and who she was in her past lives. And Jim helped with that all the way. He encouraged her with digging of the hole. He's the one who figured out like, he's the one who told Tabitha in the first place that the lamp cords have no wires in them. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have known. But Jim told her that, and she started digging. She started seeing where the wires come from, and that led to the hole, and it led to everything else that came after, the entire quest. And the man in yellow made that clear, what started it all, when he said, your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. And it's the digging for truth. And we had the foreshadowing of it right here in our faces. And this is the genius of this show. As we were watching this in season 1, who the hell would ever have imagined where it was going to lead, that what this could symbolize, what this could foreshadow. And they had it planned way back then. I'm sure of it. That was one of the major plot points, that Jim was going to die due to the forbidden knowledge that he helped Tabitha gain.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And so I don't know why I was sitting there. So we're almost done here. So they get ready to try out the radio, and they go up on the roof. And where am I in my notes here?
Or no?
Let me see.
You don't gotta tell me right now if you don't want to.
This if this is
barbecue chicken.
If this is within reach.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, let's see. I'm trying to find where I'm at here. So they hoist the radio tower. I was just looking through my notes. They hoist the radio tower up to the top. Everybody's celebrating. It's kind of like a scene from Lost, one of those uplifting scenes when they think that they're actually accomplishing something. And it's so heartwarming and uplifting watching them all celebrate. And of course, they're all going to be let down soon, but in the moment, it's nice. So they raise it all up. Everybody cheers and applauds. Tian Chen and Kenny and Kristi together there. It's so sweet. These character moments. The show does a great job of making you care about the characters, which is important. I mean, what would be the point of the stakes in this show if you didn't care about the characters? Yeah, they do a great job with that. And let's see. So from there, they turn on the lights. Jim and Ethan get ready to start here. And they get a signal. They start hearing static. So they're all hugging and celebrating. They're getting their hopes up. And when their hopes are dashed, of course, the evil entity is going to feed off their pain and disappointment. So we have that theme in play here. There's a lot of collective hope right now. Way too much, if you ask me. That these people were way too confident that somehow this radio was going to get them home. And it's like, how are you so sure about this? You're in a place that you got to from all different places in the country, somehow wound up here, and yet you think this radio is going to broadcast to someone who can help you. They're getting their hopes up way too much. But I understand, like, they need something to hope for. At least they feel like they're doing something instead of just sitting around at the bar or something like they were doing. Tabitha tells Jim she's so proud of him, and she's got to go now, though. Plan B, as in the hole she's digging. She's got this plan B, and she's the most realistic, other than, well, Tom, who's not participating in any of this. But she's like, she knows that this is not a guarantee by any means, and so her plan B is that hole she's digging in the basement, trying to find answers that way. So she leaves in the middle of this celebration to just keep digging that hole. That is how committed she is to this quest. That she leaves in the middle of this celebration where almost everyone else in the whole town is there celebrating and seeing if anybody's going to answer on the radio. If it were me, I would want to stay and hear if anyone's going to answer at least. But she leaves. I mean, geez, if nobody answers, the hole is still going to be there later. But she is a woman obsessed. And it's ever since she found the bracelet from her past life that sent her on this quest. She found that and it drove her. It's like it started her chromonacle journey to try to find answers. And so instinctively, I think she knows this is probably not going to work. And she needs to continue. She's compulsive. She's got this compulsion to keep digging for answers now. So there she goes. And then Clara points out the storm coming in. She got her first line. I think that might have been her first line.
Shoes off, please.
They let Clara point out the incoming storm. So the actress got a moment to shine there. Well, some people find that a little weird that suddenly she's getting screen time and they think that she's a mole. I don't know. I think Clara is just Clara, but you never know. The storm comes in really fast, definitely as a cost, as a consequence of what they're doing. Trying to find answers, trying to build this radio tower, and possibly also because Boyd and Sara are looking for an escape route in the woods. So the evil entity brings this in to punish them.
Oh, they're probably over there, huh? Like right under it, right?
They are.
Yeah.
They're right under it, and so they're in danger out there. So they're like, oh shit, and they get to work. Boyd and Sara are right in the middle of it, trying to find shelter. And he's getting sicker from the spider bites, so he tells her to just go on ahead because he wants to sit down. But she motivates him to keep going, saying they're almost over the hill. They're trying to follow the foghorn noise. There's this foghorn going off, which sounds like it would be coming from a lighthouse. So they're following the sound, and Sara says, "You hear that? We're going in the right direction," which is really smart. I mean, at this point, it sounds like it could be an escape route if there's an actual lighthouse there. Unfortunately, it's not what it is.
Or a building or something to go to, you know?
Yeah. I think it's really, it's just I think PR in the chat is right that Boy in White just wants them to see the lighthouse and know that it's there and pass that knowledge along. But unfortunately, Boyd keeps it to himself, and Tabitha has to find out another way. But yeah, the evil entity doesn't want them to know about it and is trying to keep them away from it, and that's part of the reason the storm is there. I think it's also the reason for the spider webs and evil Abby in the webs, trying to keep them from learning anything out there, like the fact that there even is a lighthouse. So they go over the hill and they look out through the rain and see a lighthouse on a cliff. Interestingly, you will note that there is no water in sight, though. This was really an amazing moment when I first watched it. The reveal of this lighthouse, it was just so epic and exciting. And then to look, though, and see that there's no water present, it's fascinating. I know there could be water out of the range of this shot. There could be. But how come we've seen the lighthouse twice now and we've never seen a shot of water? Anytime you watch a show or a movie featuring a lighthouse, you see waves crashing under it. That seems like it should be standard. But I don't see
Chekhov's lighthouse.
It's Chekhov's lighthouse. I don't see any water. And when Tabitha goes there, there's no shot with water in it either. So my opinion, there isn't any water there, and it's like the motel it's like the motel and the pool, the sign for the motel, but no motel at all. I think there are mismatched things that are manifested in this place, and there's stuff missing. So there's a pool with a sign for the motel, but there's no motel. There's a lighthouse with no water. Manifested by people's dreams and nightmares. And it's a nightmare realm pocket dimension.
Lamps with no wires.
Yeah, lamps with no wires in them.
Right.
Stuff that doesn't make sense. They're missing pieces.
Peanut butter, no jam. You know? Peanut butter, no jam.
So, yeah, what a reveal that was. Pool, motel, lighthouse, no water. It's wild, right, Bill? Hey, Recon. There's Recon. I was talking about you earlier. Recon, I'm going to get back to your message. Sorry I haven't responded yet. It's been a really crazy week, but Recon put together a really interesting report using all the data from the U.S. map that's featured in these last few episodes and analyzing where everybody came from and how many people are there. And it's really interesting stuff, and I haven't had a chance to read through it yet, but I'm going to and get back to you. And I'd like to go over it. Maybe we could do it during the season 4 theory crafting live stream. We can fit it in with that. Because I think that is awesome. That was such a great idea to produce a report analyzing all the data off of that map. I want to see what's in that. Yeah, Ryan, I'm gonna go through it, and if Recon is cool with it, we'll post it in the Discord. And you're welcome. Thank you for doing that. That was a fantastic idea, and I don't think anyone else has ever done that, as far as I know, in the fandom. So I'll be really interested now that I have a chance to actually read through it. I'm gonna read it. Try reading it tomorrow, and get back to you. Recon don't play. Seriously. It's really awesome. Joy said, ha ha ha, Karl, are you tired?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, we're both kind of tired. It's 5:55 a.m. over here. I'm getting beat at this point. I mean, I stay up all night all the time, so this really isn't unusual, but I need to try to change my sleep schedule, make it better. For season 4, we're going to have to change things and start the lives earlier. Let me go back up here into the chat and look through some of these comments. Terrell said maybe he just likes apples, meaning Jim with the apple stuffed in his mouth. Apples, forbidden fruit. Jim and Kenny. Seriously, I'm telling you, they are doing symbolism with this. If you look at the way apples are portrayed in season 1 and all the other biblical, if it was just that and nothing else, then I wouldn't really think much of it. But with the other biblical references, I think they're definitely going for something with that. This was like, and he put that in his mouth right before they tried out the radio for the first time. You see him with the apple stuffed in his mouth. It's a trope.
Peanut butter, no jam.
Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. It's the forbidden fruit of knowledge. You shouldn't be eating that apple, Jim. David said, and the hole led to Victor showing Tabitha the cave painting, digging into her unconscious. Yes, absolutely. It's deep. Susie said, yeah, because look at us awake at this time because of intellect and language, yet Prometheus was cool. Yes, this show is so deep. Seriously. PR said, notice the man in yellow doesn't prevent Tabitha from falling into that hole. She had been digging for 7 days, and the man in yellow never did anything to discourage her. The boy in white caused her to begin digging. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't do it. He didn't discourage her. So, yeah, it is odd that he didn't. That's a good point. It is kind of weird. If Jim liked oranges, this never would have happened, Daryl said. Yeah, it's the damn apples. Phil said that's why Victor eats peaches. Victor eats peaches instead of apples. Victor doesn't want any knowledge. He's good. Like, he doesn't want to go looking for answers. He's always telling people, Don't go looking for answers because people who do that don't come back, like his mother. So he's not going anywhere near the apples. Let's see. PR says a weird piece of the house falls for no reason and covers the hole, just as Tabitha is falling inside, and the house is unstable only when Jim tries to uncover the hole. When he stops, the house calms. Yes, that's completely unnatural, and it's definitely got to be caused by the evil entity man in yellow. When Jim becomes determined to uncover the hole, thank you, the house collapses, but it is careful not to kill Jim. Victor thinks it was malevolent. And yeah, hope is all they have, Daryl. So they have to hold on to this radio tower thing. Tabitha, I love you, Jim. Now I got to dig a hole that will lead me to my real soulmate. Peace out. Good one, Daryl. And she might as well be digging his grave as he's digging that hole because it leads to his death. Gotta go dig your grave. See you later, Jim. She was on her own path. Yes, Tabitha was always on her own path. Even in this moment when everyone else was united, almost everyone else was united at Colony House with the radio, she was on her own path. Bill says this is all Tabitha's fault. She's the villain. She's a mole. As far as Clara goes, yeah, Ryan said she's a mole. Clearly she's a human.
She's a large human.
Yeah. Debbie says in art symbolism, if a subject is holding a peach, it represents the human heart and means they listen to their heart. And if the peach has a leaf, that means they speak the truth. I wonder if they played on that on purpose with Victor. Pierre says, I hate that if I didn't mention that if you keep listening while they're in the forest, you keep hearing, you can hear the crows, even though there are no crows. Yeah, they keep hearing the crows in the show, even though you only see them when they're at the fallen tree. Until season 4, in the trailer, they finally make an appearance in town at the funeral. So that's the first time you see them anywhere other than at the fallen tree. We only hear them in the forest, which I always thought was odd. Okay, I'm almost caught up here. Recon says lamps with no wires can be them in the radius of a Tesla coil.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of the other, like when I was in the kitchen, the way that Tesla put light bulbs like in the ground around the tower that he erected. The tower he erected, like I think it was like in Colorado somewhere.
Oh,
and it wirelessly projects energy. It draws power like from the ionization of the atmosphere, the ether.
Oh, interesting. Bill says from equals Eden after the banishment. Very much so, with the symbolism they use in the show. From Eden, no garden, hell, no brimstone, heaven, no milk and honey, etc. Debbie says, I believe from is the darkness, the place where God sent all of the chaos and evil when creating light. Ooh.
Oh.
I like that, Debbie. I like that a lot. Okay, let's catch up to the end
Did
here.
you say you like evil?
I don't like evil, but I like that theory. Okay, so now they try out the radio and go to various frequencies, and Jim sends out a Mayday message multiple times with an SOS and nothing, no response. And the storm gets worse and worse very fast. This is not normal. Although we experienced some pretty wild weather earlier that changed out of nowhere. So we had an 84-degree day, and it started to get a little cooler after dark. And we're sitting outside, and then all of a sudden, this cold wind blew in out of nowhere, and like it was like battering me as I'm laying in the chair. Like it's the wind just rushed in, like it was like a Fromville storm blew in. It was very bizarre.
Don't leave people with the impression that I just left you there.
No.
What did I do?
No, Carl went and got the truck
Yeah.
So we got the hell out of there. That it felt like we were in Frumville there. This storm blows in ridiculously fast, and Donna says they have to stop. Jim is intent that they keep going.
Oh, the scene that I was talking about earlier in the stream is going to come up soon too.
Yeah, it's coming. So she's like, in 10 minutes, this tower is. Here's what she says. Where is it? I have it written down here. She says, "You've got about 10 minutes before the wind blows that goddamn tower off the roof." She winds up being exactly right. So a little.
Yeah, how does she know that?
There's a point for the mole theory right there.
Oh, and real quick, a point for David. That's Steve Miliband.
Steve,
that's who's singing the song that he's talking about.
Oh, where is it?
We're saying peaches symbolize something else for me, and then he does the song.
Oh, okay. Steve Miliband.
You're the cutest thing I ever did see. I really love your peaches. Want to shake your tree? You know that song?
Oh, that sounds a little familiar. Yeah. Yes, the birth of Sus Donna. It's starting here, Bill. Donna's quantum pockets. Yeah, it's a little weird how he was exactly right. They had very little time before the tower did come crashing down. The wind blew it down off the roof. Well, she might have just been correct in a lucky hunch, because yeah, it's a likely thing to happen in this storm. But anyway, so Jim tells Ethan to get in the house where it's safe, and Donna takes his place. So they keep on going with more Mayday messages. And now the moment is almost upon us. The moment I absolutely lost my shit when a voice came on the radio. I'll never forget when I first watched this. I was just absolutely captivated by what I was watching. Like, oh my God, holy shit. I was such a nerd that long before I ever had a channel, when I first watched this show, it was 2 years. Let's see, was it 2 years ago? It was, yeah, it was, wow, it was that little time. So last year I had the channel already. Yeah, it was 2 years ago. So I first watched the show by myself 2 years ago. And I was by myself watching it, no channel to speak of, and yet I took notes like a total nerd. And I was literally writing in my notes, a fucking voice came on the radio. Oh my God, what the hell is happening? Someone is watching and listening to them. I wrote in all caps, someone is watching and listening to them. What the fuck? What the fuck? I had nobody to talk to about it yet, and nobody to watch it with. But I'm writing in my notes, like completely losing my shit, because a voice comes on the radio saying, whoa, slow down. Is this Jim? And it sounds like a pleasant dude at first. And Jim's like, sorry, what? The voice then drops low and sinister. Jim Matthews, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. With a southern drawl, too. Yeah. Not like Doug, really. The original voice had a southern twang to it that Doug doesn't have. But it is the man in yellow. I mean, I'm sure we can pretty much all agree that it's the man in yellow on the radio, because he does a call back to that when he kills Jim, saying your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. And what a moment! I'll never forget when I heard that, because he knows there's an entity that knows she's digging a hole in the basement. Something is watching them. Someone or something is watching and listening to them, and it knows what she's doing. And it knows that something bad's going to happen now. And it definitely doesn't sound friendly. And people used to debate whether or not this voice was just warning Jim to be helpful. Now we know that's not true. This is an evil entity. This is the man in yellow entity. And it was not. Some people even thought maybe there were two different people on the radio, because at first it sounds friendly and then the voice sounds really sinister, but I think that he was just fucking with him at first, acting like he was there to help, because it's exactly like Boyd said out in the woods. Boyd said that there's something here that likes to build up your hope just to take it away and then feed on your pain. He was building up Jim's hope just to take it away, saying, Jim Matthews? And he's like, whoa, slow down, pretending like he's some kind of helpful person out there, saying, who's about to say, like, where are you? Like, oh, we'll send a rescue team for you or some shit, like that's what he's building Jim's hopes up to expect when he first says, whoa, slow down, Jim. And it's odd that he knows his name, obviously, but he sounds friendly. And when he first says, whoa, slow down, at least in those first moments, there's nothing weird about that. And he's fucking with him. He's building up his hope just to take it away. But then when he says, is this Jim? That's why Jim is like, wait, what? And then the voice turns evil, and it's clear that he's not there to help, or it's not there to help. And it takes his hope away. It's clear that this is something malevolent. And so Jim immediately, of course, realizes this. Incidentally, Donna is there, and she hears the voice too, but nobody else hears it. And she's intent that they keep the voice to themselves, that they don't tell anybody in season 2 about this voice. Adding to the Donna is a mole theory. And goes, why does she want this secrecy? So Jim takes off down the hill, saying, watch my kids, to Donna. Because obviously this voice is up to no good. There's something really, really wrong here. So this is the scene you were talking about, Karl. Julie runs inside and is yelling, like, what happened? Oh, sorry, Julie's already inside. Donna comes inside, and Julie's like, what happened?
And look at Donna.
And Donna, so this is the moment you were describing earlier. What happened with Donna?
Julie's telling her, what happened? What's going on? And literally Donna's there like, boom, the light bulbs go off. She didn't say a single word to her. She looked at her all like dumbfounded, like, like, you could say that, oh, she heard the voice and she doesn't know what to say. Whatever it is, in that moment, she's stuck on stupid, and then boom, the lights go off. The bulbs explode.
Now, why do you think she acted like that?
Maybe because she's in tune with this fucking place. And right in that moment, she knew it was going to be like an ejaculation of messed upness.
Oh my God.
So she's like, boom.
Wow.
Like after the stream or at some point, watch that one more time. And then kind of see, like, what's your impression, like, in real time? Is it like, oh, she's just, she's waiting for the special effects to go off, or she's just dumbfounded by the voice? But watch it in the context of, like, could she somehow know something? Could she be in tune with something? Just like you just said, oh, it'll be here in 10 minutes. And in 10 fucking minutes, there it is, right?
The tower falls down.
What does it mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, right there. The witch was downloaded into Donna. Yeah, that's right, Bill.
Nice. Hey, that's interesting. I'm gonna go back and look at it again after the stream.
It just left me, like, as we were kind of like triple, quadruple rewatching it, like just before the stream, I watched her do that, and I'm like, that's weird. That's weird. And she's like, this person that's always like barking orders to everybody, and like, in a crisis, she's real good, right? She's like, hey, no, you go over there, you do this, you do whatever. But right there in that moment, she's like, boom.
She stuttered. Interesting.
Kind of. She was kind of like, give that look like she was like struggling to come up with a word, and then
interesting.
I don't know if that means anything, or like I said, maybe it's like, the actress was like waiting for the special effects before she did whatever.
Interesting.
But it looks weird.
It does. It does look weird. Interesting. Oh. Interesting. I never noticed that. I'll have to go back and check that again. The wish was downloaded into Donna. Joyce says, just imagine if they told anyone else that. It would be chaos. I think Donna acted like a normal human being. I mean, yeah, she is losing. I mean, like, you would lose your shit if you just heard that voice. I know I would. Daryl says Donna just heard what the voice said. She acted that way because she's in shock at what just happened and doesn't know how to explain that crazy shit. It's just a case of Donna is stunned and has no understanding of what just happened.
Yeah, it definitely could be that.
It could be that.
Just watch it again with an open mind and just let the scene wash over you.
Okay. Daryl says Donna wanted to keep the voice secret in season 2 because she knows people are going to freak out. It's kind of weird, though. I don't know. I feel like they should just tell people the truth. Ryan, I would like to talk to you about your extended car warranty. That's what the voice was going to say. New phone, who dis? Recon.
Who dis?
Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. That's what it sounded like. It sounded southern. That's what it sounded like. I don't know why they went with a southern voice. And at the time, they hadn't cast Doug yet as the Man in Yellow, and I guess they decided not to have Doug do a fake southern accent. So, yes. Donna had a hopeful face at the radio for sure. Yeah, the first time I saw this, chills. Me too, Daryl. What an amazing scene. That was the most exciting moment for me of the whole finale. The whole finale was phenomenal. Amazing. Boyd and Sarah's journey through the woods. I mean, everything about it. The spider webs and what happens to them a little bit after this with the boy in white appearing to them is all, absolutely mesmerizing television. But that moment when that voice came on the radio and knew Tabitha was digging that hole, that sinister voice, I'll never forget it. That was just the most phenomenal, mind-blowing moment of the finale for me. What made me 100% hooked. Had to see what was next. Jim got dugged. Yeah, Debbie, he did. He got dugged. That's great. Hacksaw Jim Duggins.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wrestler.
Glitchy Donna. Oh, I didn't know the reference.
Yeah, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Here, this is for Bill. Oh! Okay, I don't know that reference.
Why does Bill always know all your references? He's always the one. Vladimir says she was just stunned and trying to decide if what she's just learned should be shared and how. Doesn't look that suspicious. Let's see. Joyce.
She's always like, cool under pressure. She's always like barking orders. She, got everybody out of the house when the monsters are coming through. And boy, you got to do this and you got to do that. Da, 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 da. But in that moment, she was just like, boom.
That's a great point. You make a good argument.
Yeah.
You make a really compelling argument. It's interesting because she is always cool under pressure. Normally, at this point in the show, anyway, she's falling apart. At season 3. By season 3, she's really falling apart.
Right.
But she's gone through a lot more by then.
I guess she was falling apart. Was it this episode or the one before, where she was hacking up the floor? It was the one before.
It was the one before. Yeah.
So that's for sure a possibility. It could be that the way that the scene was cut, she was kind of waiting for like I said, the more practical reason. Maybe she's waiting for the special effects, and it looks, and they like that look, and they just kept it.
Right.
But still, I find it odd.
Yeah, and in the next moment, the light bulbs explode.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Looks like when they mentioned the detective, like, oh, there was a detective looking for you for years. He's dead. What? What?
Yeah.
It wasn't the police. It wasn't the FBI. It wasn't just a nameless, faceless agency. It was this XYZ detective.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead.
Now he's dead. Yeah. That's what Henry said.
Maybe he had a blue car. Maybe he
Yeah.
had a yellow suit. Maybe he was kind of a happy guy.
Yeah.
And now you see what happened. Maybe he got drawn.
The man in yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that mysterious detective Henry talked about.
And he's dead.
He's dead.
Oh, he died. Oh.
He said he looked for Miranda and the family for years.
And then he died.
And then he died. Joyce says, I would be Donna's yes man if I got stuck in Frumville. Never leave her side. BFFs. And Donna, I love Donna. She's a great character. Daryl says, I would not tell anyone about the voice on the radio. Same with the worms. I wouldn't tell people about that either. They know they can cast someone else who did the voice because they know what the man in yellow is. Right. Because the man in yellow
is a shapeshifter.
And can create different voices and different appearances.
So he's a voice actor, like Doug.
Yeah. He's a voice actor.
Sacre bleu, huh?
Yeah, that's a great point.
So he can just change his accent, from hey yo to like get to the chopper.
Yeah, he can.
You stick around.
He can do all of those voices if he wants.
He's my twin.
And I think the evil entity.
He's not a tumor. It's my baby.
The evil entity. I think the evil entity is the source of that Thomas voice that calls Ethan in season 3 too. He can do different voices.
Didn't it sound evil like when they ignored it and it was still kind of talking, right?
Yeah.
What was it saying again? I forgot the actual verbiage.
It told Ethan, Mom's coming back on the ambulance. You have to be brave. And it also sounded evil when it said it was talking to Jim, saying, like, why'd you let Mom die like that or something? Like
And that was.
Did you want her to die?
Was that when it was in the RV, or where was the radio at that moment?
And
it kind of was still talking as they left the room or whatever, right?
Well, yeah, at first it called them on the phone a few times, and then it talked to them again on the RV, and Jim and Ethan just walked away from it because they didn't believe it was really Thomas anymore.
That's what I remember it being kind of like, kind of like that kind of attitude as they're walking away, right?
Yes, it had that kind of tone. I think that was the man in yellow entity for sure. It can do different voices and shapeshift.
Yeah, that's what it said, right? It said right?
No. That wasn't an exact quote.
That's not, I'm paraphrasing.
Vladimir says knowledge comes at a cost. The cost for that knowledge was their lights being blown out, apparently. Yeah, look at all the light bulb moments, all the knowledge being extinguished. Look at the symbolism of that.
All the lights going out.
Yeah. It's like, nope.
Lost.
No knowledge for you.
It's the library at Alexandria going up in flames.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. No knowledge for you guys. All the light bulbs go out. The show is rich with symbolism. I'm serious. Like, I keep finding more every time I rewatch it.
Back to the Stone Age for you guys.
Yeah. Vladimir says Donna's more fragile than she usually lets on. Consider the number of times she's had those breakdowns. Yeah, she's had a lot of breakdowns. Oh, if you think about it. Colony House falling apart, broken Donna. Yep. Let's see. Debbie says, I'm telling y'all, this is the year Donna and Boyd finally gonna smash. Oh my god. Debbie. Wow. That would be an interesting pairing.
I think she's saying that's when Donna's gonna smash Boyd.
Yeah.
How's the geometry gonna work on that one?
I don't know. It's a weird pairing. It's a weird mix of how they fit together. Literally.
Boyd better run it. Zoinks.
Tiffy says they've been hot for each other ever since she told him get off my lawn in season 1. Yeah, when he wasn't allowed at Colony House. Donna and Boyd, as much chemistry as Tabitha and Jade. Yeah. Hey, Marshall. Could Fatima have a connection to Smiley since she gave birth to him? I think she was just a vessel, in my opinion.
I mean, they're related now, right?
Sort of.
Mhm.
Boyd is grandpa now.
Yeah.
I think she was just the vessel, personally.
Papa Boyd.
Yeah.
Papa.
So, now we have Tabitha digging with that pickaxe that Tom let her have. She gets through this really hard material at the bottom of the hole and breaks into the cave.
Everything you're saying is so euphemistic.
It is. I didn't even realize.
You get down to the hard surface and you break through to the cavity inside.
I didn't realize.
You broke through the protective barrier.
Yeah. So, Jim is running down the hill, but it's already too late. So the man in yellow warns him, but it's too damn late. When he's about to kill Jim, he says, "I did try to warn you. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. Knowledge comes at a cost." Well, he should have warned him sooner. By the time he warned Tabitha, she'd already fallen in the hole and it was too late. And Jim couldn't reach her when he got there.
Except your blinky light theory.
Except my blinking light theory. I think that there was another warning, and he did blink the lights at Jim in the hallway on the way to the basement when he was going down there to help dig the hole.
The problem is that the players didn't know the rules.
No.
And they didn't know to look for the light warning, right?
Right.
Where's the manual on this game?
Yep.
Where's the manual?
There is no manual for this
so
game.
It was like ding, 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 right? Like a little Morse code.
Yeah.
Nobody looking for that.
Nobody was looking
Ain't nobody got no time for that.
Nobody was looking for the blinking lights. He's trying to send them messages. So if the man in yellow tried to warn him that way, he missed that message.
It seems like some bad communication on the man in yellow's part, right?
It was.
So let's analyze this properly. You sent a message, you sent a warning, and if nobody knows what language you're speaking, then you didn't do shit, homie.
No. A blinking yellow pointy light pointing at Jim's head. It's it's something, but it's not a very clear message to
Not
Jim.
Much.
No. But I swear, I think that was a message. It was right outside the basement, and as they went down to dig the hole, the camera lingered on the blinking light, and that may have been the man in yellow trying to warn him not to do it. But I really liked these shots of Jim running down the hill. This is just such an epic moment at the end of the finale. He's running down the hill past this iconic motel sign and past the really cruel trolling getaway billboard here. It says, you can't see the whole thing here, but it says getaway, and there's an airplane and a Hawaiian woman. It's the evil entity trolling them because they can't get away. Genius. You see Jim just running by it. Beautiful cinematography here. And Tabitha's laying down in the cave. And more beautiful shots here. There's all these particles floating in the air. And at first, when I originally saw this, I was like, are they ripping off the Upside Down from Stranger Things? But it was just debris that was floating in the air from the collapse.
Asbestos.
Maybe it was asbestos. Tabitha's down there and there's all of this debris floating. And she finds the end of the wire. It's just hanging there. It's not connected to anything.
That's so trippy. Obviously, the wire's not, or the cord's not having wires. But then the fact that they're there, almost like drawing energy from the asbestos zone down there. I mean, that's
creepy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is creepy.
The wires are connected to nothing. Dun, dun, dun.
Just like that snow globe picture.
The
snow globe picture has a cavity, has the shield at the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, there's
Why?
Nothing there.
Why?
This is a cool reveal. There was nothing making those wires work. Nothing connecting them to anything to make those lights turn on. And so she followed the wires to their endpoint, and they're just dangling there. it's magic. I think the electricity is powered by hope. It's powered by, it's manifested by people's dreams. This is a dream world, a nightmare realm, a real place, but dream things can be manifested there. Things from dreams and nightmares. And that's how you explain things like the electricity. What a cool reveal that was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad they didn't rip off the upside down. Like the inside of the cave doesn't normally look like this, with all these particles floating in the air. It's just that spot from the collapse of the basement floor. Yeah, awesome moment. Let's see.
And there's the light. There's the lighthouse. There's the light guiding the way out.
Yeah.
The way and the light right there.
And when Tabitha had her premonition dream in the previous episode, Jim was hanging upside down holding a flashlight, and then he dropped it. And then in this episode, Victor shows up with a flashlight and finds Tabitha. Jim isn't able to find Tabitha in time, so I don't know. Maybe that's where the flashlight comes in. It's the only place where we've actually seen a flashlight. Let's see. Hey there, Brick. Welcome. Joyce said this moment might have broke me, Abby style. Let me go up a little bit more. This which moment? Oh, I guess the wires. I guess she's talking about the wire. Daryl says the theme of this episode is wires. Ellis's wire for Fatima and the wire that leads nowhere. Yeah, because he made her ring out of wire. He made her engagement ring.
The Wire was a good show. First 2 seasons were the best.
Oh, I've never seen it. David says Feynman's insight explains that electrical energy travels primarily through the electromagnetic fields outside the wire, not in the wire. A misconception. Oh, okay. Did not know that.
There's free energy in the earth. The ionization to, you have the planet power all your stuff wirelessly.
Oh.
That was the whole Tesla. That's the whole Tesla deal.
Oh, it was?
Or it is the speculation.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Bill says her view, Tabitha, like the view Jade's in the cave. Right. Yeah, because Jade, that's right. At the end of season 1, Tabitha has this view looking up from inside the cave, and at the end of season 2, Jade has
looks up through the hole and sees the symbol, right? Sees the roots. Yeah.
I never thought of that. And the two of them are on parallel journeys. These two commonocles, they're connected, they're soulmates, and they both, each of them ends a season in the cave looking up at something, at a hole.
Like one Cromos and the other one Knuckles. Yeah.
Marshall says, could Fatima... Oh, yeah, I already read that one. Now I'm reading the same comments again. Daryl says, Boyd and Bacta could smash. They got close in season 3. Yeah, they hung out a little bit. Recon says, does Boyd have to protect Smiley since he's family now? A man protects his family. That's a good point, Recon. I don't know. He's Grandpa Boyd now.
Papa Boyd.
Tabitha, stop digging. She penetrates the hole. She penetrated the hole. Yeah, I used a little too much of that kind of verbiage. She used too much force.
It's like dinner and a movie first, Tabitha.
Yeah. Bill said Ethan failed. Sorry, Ethan failed to explain the rules. Ethan seems to understand the rules, but the problem is no one is taking him seriously when he talks about it, though. No one listens to him closely enough. They think he's just a little kid rambling about nonsense. David, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness will never understand it. From Marilyn Manson, I have to look up just to see hell about self-destruction, a biblical reference, and the duality. That's actually a pretty quote. That's nice. Daryl, Jim didn't skip leg day. Oh, he booked it down that hill. Ryan said, wow, I never noticed these moments. David, everybody has a light and a dark side, and neither can exist without the other. So Marilyn Manson again, huh? Oh.
I guess it's the whole yin and yang.
Yes. Brick says Ethan tells everything. Nobody listens. Indeed. That is true. Bill, bottom of the cave is the basement. Roof of colony house, lighthouse. Oh, the places will go. Oh, yeah. So episode 10 is called Oh, the Places Will Go. And it features the bottom of the cave, which is a really amazing new place that is introduced. The roof of colony house. Boyd and Sara seeing the lighthouse. Yeah, so no wonder they call it this. It's a perfect title.
Oh, that's the title of this episode. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And Victor, now it's a party. Tabitha and her son from a previous life.
Yeah.
Here comes Victor with the flashlight, waiting for her for 3 days and 3 nights in the cave where the boy in white told him to hide. He told him a safe place to hide where the monsters wouldn't get him. It doesn't seem like there should be any place where he could actually survive in there for that long.
What are you looking for?
My phone. I got it. But the boy in white protects him, and he has him wait for Tabitha, and Ethan was right. I'm telling you, trust Ethan. Ethan said that Victor was off somewhere playing his part and that he's okay. How did he know? He said he's doing his part. I'm sure he's doing something really important. And he sure was.
I think the man in white. Dun, dun, dun. No, the boy in white is just narrating to him what's happening.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Ethan is like our little narrator. That's what the writers are using him as. And he knew Victor was okay, and what an important role he has to play. Just like Ethan said, he's protecting Tabitha, one of the Chromonockles on the quest, and she's one of the keys to breaking the curse to this place. She and Jade need to remember who they are and their past lives. Victor has the very important role to play of keeping her safe and navigating her through the cave.
I like what Bill said just now.
Let's see.
She's supposed to sacrifice Victor here. Tabitha failed again.
She's supposed to sacrifice Victor here. So, let's see. Where is it? So Victor says, you're here. He said that you would come. The boy in white. He said that you would come and that I should wait. We have to go. It's not safe here. This is where they sleep.
Dun, dun, dun.
You see? They make drawings too. And he shows her the cave drawing. So the boy in white told him that Tabitha was going to be there and to wait. And he waited for 3 days and 3 nights in the cave with the monsters safely.
Mm-hmm.
The boy in white is definitely a powerful force, able to protect Victor for that long in the cave. Amazing. And he listened to him because he trusts him. He considers the boy in white his friend. And it worked.
Maybe he knew where the monsters had like a spare room and that nobody would, there'd be a vacancy. So he told him, hey, go wait in room 237 or whatever.
Right. Well, this is definitely evidence that the boy in white is a helpful entity right here. Helping Victor like that and making sure that Tabitha, an essential person in all of this, made it out of there safely. Without Tabitha and Jade, they can't find a way out. I think they need both of them. to break the curse and save the children, whatever that may mean.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Victor shows the cave drawing and says, see, they make drawings too, referring to the monsters. So he's saying that the monsters drew this thing. I had forgotten that, actually, that he said that. The monsters drew this.
Look, there's the symbol. There's the little the slats or the platforms where the kids lay down. There's people around there. There's all kind of stuff. There's two little white stick figures over here. Are those birds right there? See those white? There's like a little trapezoid shape, and there's is it birds? Are those white birds?
They may be birds. Let's see. There are 4 on this side, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's the same number of Ankui kids. 4
spirits like
7.
flying away.
Maybe. And also, remember all the 4s and 7s in this show? That there are 4 on one side and 7 on the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 Ankui kids. I don't know what the 4 would represent, but there are 4s and 7s all over this show.
Right.
And David made me look at this a way I never did before. David in the chat. He shaded this, he colored this in a little bit in a way that you could see this may be part of a dragon's head. I'm trying to remember which part.
Oh, that's why he wrote right there, the dragon Draco.
Yes. I'll pull it up on Discord and
What's a
show
dragon's
you.
head?
So
that right there?
The part with the bird that looks like birds. I'll show you because he just recently posted it again. So I'll put it up in a second and I'll show you.
Which is the orientation of the head? Is it looking that way? Is it looking at us? Is it looking up? Is it looking down? What?
I forget. But I'll pull it up and show you. I forget now. David said the dragon Draco.
Birds are the teeth.
Yeah, the birds are the teeth. I'll pull it up on Discord. Let's see.
The black box is the eye.
I saved the image too, but
then the scales on his neck.
Let's see. Oh wow, there's been a lot of activity in the From channel lately.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. And so then its mouth is open and reaching up then in that. Oh, it looks up like the Draco constellation. Okay. So then the eye is there and the birds are the teeth. And so it's open like this and it's reaching up trying to bite something.
Yeah. And I really think it looks like that. I think it looks like a dragon. And the man in yellow is symbolic of that. Oh, I found it.
So he's saying that, like, you look at this and the Draco constellation side by side.
Yeah. I don't know if that. Oh, and this is interesting too. David posted this. I just switched it so it should show up in a second. Switch the image. So.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the arrival happens on the far left. It tells a story from left to right.
Right. So then the arrival is like little boats, little canoes, stick figures, right? Stick figures and canoes. Okay.
The symbol. You see the slabs, the 7 slabs for the 7 Ankui kids.
Yeah.
Those are all the monsters who sacrifice their children. I think there should be 12 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, there aren't 12 for some reason, but those are the people who sacrifice their kids. Tabitha and Jade, you see 2 little stick figures. Stick figures.
Oh, Freudian slip.
Freudian slip. I said stick victors. Stick figures, because Victor's standing right there. 2 little stick figures keep popping up together from left to right as they're journeying through this. The souls of Tabitha and Jade.
Okay.
There's the smiley rebirth that happened in season 3.
Okay.
Season 4 represents the unleashing of the man in yellow entity, according to David's theory.
Which is represented by the dragon.
The dragon. And there's the white things are his teeth there.
Okay.
You can see that thing is his eye underneath the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And then the town massacre to the right. So there's going to be a massacre.
Let me just get rid of the chat on this TV for a second.
So there's going to be a massacre, according to David's theory, and then return home in the end. And there's Tabitha and Jade to the far right.
Oh, they're holding hands. They're holding sticks.
Holding sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And the infinity symbol that's always to the far right of the cave drawing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that line in the middle of it represents that it can be broken.
Oh, okay.
That this endless cycle of their reincarnations and the cycles of this town can be broken. I'm not sure what the red stick figures represent. David, maybe you can let us know what you think the red stick figures are supposed to be.
Dancing around the cabbages? Is that cabbages right there?
They look like crops, don't they?
Yeah. They're like, we're growing stuff, right? And they're happy.
Yeah. They have to be something evil because they're red. Like the smiley rebirth.
They're growing like food that's bad for you, huh? They're like growing fried chicken instead of like cauliflower and broccoli.
Yeah, they're growing fried.
Like, we're growing government cheese. I was like, oh no.
They're growing junk like fried chicken. That's hilarious.
Like, we'll harvest all this cholesterol.
Yeah, so they're celebrating that. Somewhere I have a better image of the cave drawing that shows this a little more. I've seen it. I wish I could find it again. I don't know where it is. If anybody knows where the cleaned up version is from the art department, I don't know where it is. There was a version without Victor in the way that showed the whole thing from left to right, and it was bright, and you could see things a lot better. Like you could see the boats. Where are the boats in this shot?
They're way on the left.
They're way on the left. So the boats come in on the left, and the symbol is there, and yeah, throughout the whole thing you can see two little stick figures traveling, and it's Tabitha and Jade's journey from left to right. I think it definitely does tell a story. But yeah, let's finish the breakdown. And
oh yeah.
Yeah. I do have a version that looks a little bit better than this, that without Victor in the way. Football says, I think that red thing is rebirth of Monster Smiley. Oh, definitely. It looks exactly like that. Damn, Julie is still on from Soldier, seriously. Indeed. Yeah, I didn't plan on being on this long, but I can't talk. I underestimated how long it would take to break down these two incredible episodes that are crammed with mystery and theories. And people have talked on for so long just about this cave painting alone, but we can't go on too long because we have to wrap this thing up and go to sleep. Let's see. Daryl says, Ethan, the only way to get out is through this portal. Everyone else, whatever. That's basically what would happen. That's exactly what would happen. Ryan says, the strange thing is with the wires and how they connect to nothing, the misplaced lighthouse, the hotel site with no hotel, seems like someone's interpretation of our world with no knowledge of nuance. Like a child's imagination designed this place. I think maybe that's because this is manifested by children's imaginations, starting with the hope of the dying children who manifested that magic faraway bottle tree as they were dying. That's why I think things make no sense here. It's still a real place. This isn't just made up in some kid's head. I'm not saying that. Bill says she is supposed to sacrifice Victor here. Oh, I read that one already. Joyce, what would possess Tabitha to kill Victor at this point, though? Darryl says, if Tabitha knew that Victor was her kid, she would smack Jim for disrespecting him. Yeah, that's true. Bill, if the children were sacrificed for eternal life, her view was like Jade's in the cave, died and resurrected 3 days later. Oh, interesting. Easter. Yeah. The cave drawings, the infinity symbol. Yeah, and that's going to pop up again in the season 4 trailer. We see the infinity symbol inside a ring that Boyd is holding. And I think that's going to be pulled out of a nightmare. He's going to get that from a nightmare that he has where Abby's grabbing him. That ring will be hers. That's what I think. David, the tunnels are the roots of their unconscious, like the roots of the tree in the Nord creation myth. And this is where the gateway exit exists in the Norse mythology. David thinks that the monsters did draw it. The shadows drew the hero's journey in loop. Yeah, it's weird to imagine the monsters actually drawing this, though. I wonder if they really did. Well, I mean, if Victor said it, he probably learned it from the boy in white, and I'm guessing it's true. It looks up exactly like the Draco constellation. Interesting, David. Ryan says, I'm not sure if Victor's time in the cave allegorically represents the resurrection or the story of Jonah in the whale, though they do represent the same image. If this is an allegory, that is. I mean, there's so much biblical symbolism and biblical references in this show that I could totally see either. Don't you think, Carl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I think I'm on my own hero's journey. You know what I mean? I maybe faded out there for a moment.
We're almost done. David says the dragon is the ancient evil emerging in season 4, the entity man in yellow. I agree. I think you're right on. I really like that theory. 7 are sacrificed under the symbol. Yep. Just like they were worshiping some kind of god and sacrificing them to it. I think that this evil entity presented himself as God to the original townsfolk and ordered them to sacrifice their kids and, in return for eternal life after death with God. And except it wasn't really God. It's like the story of Abraham, except in this case it wasn't God, and they sacrificed their kids for real, and no gods stopped them from doing it. So David thinks the 12 red figures are the town massacre that's coming. Okay. Tabitha and Jade holding hands. Oh. The two are
holding sticks.
They're holding sticks. The two of them are at 3 specific moments: the symbol, the dragon, and the return home. Makes sense. The cave painting shows the major points of the journey set in stone. Nice. Y'all still here? Yes. Yes, we are, Jehovah's Sins. Jonah was running away from God when he got swallowed up. Okay.
That's true. Because he didn't want to preach or convert the Assyrians, who were an enemy of Israel.
Right.
He ran away. He got on a boat, and the boat was sailing way away from where he was supposed to be at. The people got rid of him because they knew he was causing problems on the boat. A big old fish came, swallowed him. He rode in the fish. And it literally regurgitated him parallel to where he needed to go.
Wow.
So it was like, bleh. All right, now walk straight that way. That's where you're supposed to be at.
Interesting. Wow.
And the people he was trying to preach to worship a fish. When he got to where they were, he smelled like a fish.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of symbolism.
I didn't know that part of the story. Interesting. So on the cave wall, this is a better shot of the far left side, and you see people arriving in boats. So that was probably, I think, the original settlers coming to this place when it was still a regular place. I think the original settlers must have arrived there and settled in this land where an ancient evil already resided. This ancient evil man in yellow, as we call him, entity. Not yet the man in yellow, but
they should have had their real estate agent let them know what that area was like,
Yeah.
It's a nice neighborhood, open land, but there's an evil entity there.
Yeah.
Gotta, weigh the pros and cons.
Yeah, seriously. Now you could say that maybe some people think this is a river, and some of the original people who arrived in town got there by way of a river instead of a road. Because you see lines along the side as if this is a river and they're sailing along it.
Right.
And then this looks like a giant tree. This is a rune that's used to depict trees in various places in the artwork of the show. So this could be people coming up to a fallen tree across a stream instead of a road, and they may have arrived here that way. Then there's of course the symbol part and the Inkui stones. So yeah, there's just so much to talk about regarding that, but we've got to go over it, quickly because we need to wrap it up. But amazing, interesting stuff. I think, this is another view of it. And, yeah, that's definitely the Smiley Rebirth, that big red thing. That's not a Cthulhu monster that's going to be showing up in town.
No, it's not one of the Eldritch gods.
I don't think so. So, they stand there and look at it for a moment, and then the cave area above them starts to collapse. And Victor says they've got to get out of there, and he whisks Tabitha away. Because there's some entity that doesn't want anybody else to see this cave painting, clearly. This starts to collapse unnaturally. The hole caves in on itself, and then there's the floor above the basement, the floor directly above. There's a giant hole that's created in it for no reason, just to fill in the hole in the basement. And then the entire house winds up falling in because Jim tries to dig Tabitha out. Some entity is definitely trying to bury the entrance to the cave and the cave mural, not wanting anyone else to see the mural or get to the monster's lair. Because houses don't unnaturally just collapse like that, obviously. So he gets her out of the way. And then Jim runs in too late. Runs down the stairs calling for Tabitha, and he sees this, but first he sees this giant hole in the dining room floor. Houses do not cave in this way. Obviously, this is the ancient evil entity, Man in Yellow, caving in the house so that nobody can follow Tabitha into the monster's lair and see that cave mural, which I think holds clues to the whole mystery. Now over here, Sarah and Boyd, I'm tired. Sarah and Boyd are struggling in the storm, and this is another pivotal scene. It gets worse, and the boy in white appears in front of Sarah. Boyd tries to get her to leave him there, and she refuses to go. And then he's saying, if you don't go, we're both going to die. One of us is going to get out of here. One of us has got to go back and tell the others. Well, little did he know, it's kind of like he was foreshadowing what actually happened. One of them did get out of there. Tabitha later was the one who escaped and got back in to tell the others. It just wasn't Boyd or Sarah. Sarah says we're both going to get out, and then the boy in white telepathically says, look up. Nathan was right about this place. It's angry now. You have to get inside. Over there, you'll be safe in there. And then he points to the tree. The boy in white says, over there, you'll be safe in there. And he points to the tree. Now it's pouring rain, and the boy in white is wet. This is something that has been talked about in the fandom, like if the boy in white is an entity, not a physical being, how is he wet?
How is it that Boyd can't see him?
And Boyd can't see him, but Sara can. So he's not a physical, corporeal being because Boyd can't see him, and yet he's wet. It's an illusion. That's my answer to that. It's an illusion. He's projecting an image of a boy in white who's wet so that Sara would understand it. Like, this is normal. Otherwise, I mean, it would look really weird if he's just standing there dry in the middle of a storm. He's trying to project a normal, logical image to Sara of a boy who's wet. But he speaks to her telepathically, I think, because he knows that she already has a predisposition to listen to what voices in her head tell her to do. She already listened to voices in her head that told her to kill Toby and leave the door to the clinic open. So he tells her telepathically instead of speaking out loud, maybe also because he didn't want Boyd to hear. But if he could keep Boyd from seeing him, I would think he could keep Boyd from hearing him as well. I think it's to specifically manipulate Sara in a good way to help, but he knows that she has already listened to what voices in her head have told her to do. So if he speaks to her that way, maybe she'll be more likely to listen to what he says. That's what I think he's doing. I don't think it means he's evil. I think he's just trying to get her to listen and wants to help. And this is the best way to do it. Because she'll listen this way. She already listens to voices telling her to do unspeakable things. So, and he knows that she has this ability as some kind of medium, listening to voices in her head.
So you're not going to eat the salad?
I am. So he points to the tree, and Sara shows Boyd how to get there. It's a faraway tree, and he's pointing at it. Boyd can't see him. Okay.
Why wouldn't you eat in here?
Hmm?
Why?
Anyway, so he says to Sara, "You'll be safe." He doesn't say. He doesn't literally say that she and Boyd will both be safe. So technically, he's not lying. She gets Boyd to get up and go to the tree. Sara is safe. She winds up in the basement of the church. And Boyd is not safe. He's in the dungeon, the cicada dungeon in a dream state where he gets the worms under his skin. So, yeah, Sara is kept safe by this. The boy in white does help. And ultimately, by inflicting this on Boyd, if the boy in white does intend to send Boyd to the dungeon to get those worms, then the boy in white is ultimately helping in the long run, playing the long game, because that all led to Julie being able to story walk. Boyd brings the worms to town, which unleashes the cicada entity after he kills a monster. Julie gets taken to the cicada coma, but she's rescued by Boyd and becomes a story walker. And now Julie can help break this curse in the end and get them home. So maybe this was the boy in white playing the long game, like P.R. Raglan was saying earlier. Either that or, the other option is that Boyd was taken to this place by the slip of paper in his pocket. It's possible because he had the 1864 slip of paper in his pocket. And Sarah had said, we'll be safe in there. We have to get inside. I'll be right behind you. I'll follow behind. And you can't even hear the rest of what she says because Boyd is now in this other place. It's just like when Victor pushed Julie in the tree and said, I'll be right behind you. And then they wound up in 2 different places. Sometimes the faraway trees send you to different places. So this was a trippy thing. Boyd winding up at the bottom of this thing that looks like a chimney. And I don't remember what, there was somebody in the chat said what this actually is. I don't know if that person is still in the chat tonight. I can't remember who said it. But there's another term for what this is. It's not a chimney, even though it looks like one. And it's in a dungeon. It's in a dungeon that looks kind of like a torture chamber. But we don't see that now. All we see is Boyd at the bottom of this thing yelling for help. What a crazy cliffhanger ending for this finale. My God. So many cliffhangers. There were 3 big cliffhangers, and the next one is about to come. But we had Tabitha landing in the cave. We had actually more than 3. There was the voice on the radio. Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. Tabitha in the cave with Victor, not knowing if the 2 of them would be safe. Boyd at the bottom of this thing yelling for help. We had no idea where the hell he was. That was a mind fuck. That was crazy. Seeing Boyd down here, I'll never forget that. And then the last cliffhanger was the bus pulling up to the diner. The fucking bus. What an amazing finale twist. All of these twists. The jukebox comes on playing Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. And a fucking bus pulls up to town with the whole bunch more people coming to this horrible place. New victims. Amazing. Technically, I'd say that's 4 cliffhangers. That may be the best season finale of a show I have ever seen. Ever. When we cover the next episode, we can talk about these cliffhanger endings a little bit more, but these are just amazing. I mean, even one of these cliffhangers would have made a phenomenal finale for season 1, and they have 4 of them stacked here. Hey, Amy, Pixie Vine TV, nice to see you. Yes, Recon, one thing about this show is that it knows how to end a season. That is for sure. This is the best. I think this is by far the best of the 3 season finales we've seen. But they were all fantastic. All of them. Terrell said, when this ended, I couldn't wait for more. Me too. And I didn't have to wait for more because I watched seasons 1 and 2 back to back. I found the show late. So I got lucky. I didn't have to wait for a resolution to this. Like you guys had to, a lot of you guys who watched it originally had to wait like 2 years. Vladimir says, Boy in White seems worried about helping too much because then when the residents get punished by Man in Yellow, it'd kind of be his fault. Yes, I think so too, Vladimir. I think so too. So he can't help too much. There are limits. Let's see. Let's see. Just scrolling up here to see what you guys have been chatting about, and then I'm gonna close it down finally. Let's see. David Gil said, ancestral trauma, the first arrival by boat, the negative impact of colonization. Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Let's see. Joyce, yeah, resurrected Jesus doesn't seem to fit here. Victor has kind of been on his own emotional journey. True, I agree, Joyce. Yes, just what you explained. Carl said Ryan, Atlantic Ocean or Bering Strait? Sticks. Recon, OSHA had to fix the asbestos problem down in the cave. Yeah, probably. Tara said, maybe it's just me, but after that incident, I wouldn't feel safe in After that incident, I wouldn't feel safe in any building. Seriously, like, would you really feel safe in any building in town after the Matthews house fell in like that? My God, that's a great point, Daryl. We never really talk much about that. Well, remember, Victor is the one who got away. Yes, Bill. David, if you think about it, Dale died in the shape of a crucifixion and was encased in stone like a tomb. Wow, that's true, David. Joyce says, I wouldn't feel safe at any point anywhere. Yeah, me too. That is fair enough. Boy in white being the little hero that he is. Yes, the boy in white is a hero, damn it. He's helpful. I will die on that hill. Why is the rain hitting the boy in white? Exactly. Because it's an illusion. Remember Julie's shirt. Whenever you wonder why something is the way it is and it's not what it seems to be, remember Julie's shirt in episodes 1 and 2 of season 1. It said illusions on it. The showrunners said they hid clues in the show about how everything works in the first couple episodes. And one of them was her illusions shirt. That's how the boy in white is wet. Troy said Dale's death, definitely more of a mockery of the savior trope for sure. Yeah, that very well could be. Troy said definitely, still not 100% on little guy's intentions. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He's not a purely good entity. He's trying to help as best he can end this cycle and serve the greater good of all. But in the service of that and in trying to save the children and break the curse, sometimes he has to cause harm to people, I think. Like sending Boyd to the dungeon, maybe, and facilitating Julie's eventual story walking in the process by doing that. And bringing people to town who can help, I think. I think he does that. Pushing Tabitha out of the lighthouse. That looked like a messed up thing to do, but it was for the greater good. David says Boyd is the savior type. Dale was a bit of a mockery, though. Okay. Let's see. David says the creators have a twisted view of Catholicism. I have said that since Lost, but then it is like they're mixing it with Eastern traditions, far Eastern traditions. Yeah, it seems like they're really doing a lot with biblical themes in this show, for sure. The theme of this episode is also holes. Tabitha falling in the hole, and Boyd and Sara going through a hole, and Boyd winding up at the bottom of a hole, yelling for help. Yeah, that's very true, Daryl. It is very true. And this shot was just insane. When Boyd is down there in the dark, and he he lights a match. At first, he's just in the dark, and you don't know where the hell he is. And then he lights a match, and the camera starts panning up, and you realize he's at the bottom of some really deep thing. You don't know what the hell it is. It looks like a fucking chimney. What an insane cliffhanger for him. Amazing. And that's the last shot you see of Boyd at the end of that season, yelling for help. Boyd called it a chimney in season 3. Yes, he did. But somebody in the chat said it was something else, because chimney never really seemed to fit. This isn't really a chimney meant for building a fire, you know? Oh, it's an oubliette. That's it. Bill said an oubliette is a secret subterranean dungeon designed as a bottle-shaped pit, accessible only through a hatch or a hole in a high ceiling, derived from the French word oublier, to forget. So it's an oubliette. It's an oubliette that he's in. But Boyd called it a chimney because that's what it looked like. It's the easiest thing to guess. Joyce said, at this point, I was glad I had discovered it late because then I could go straight to season 2. You and me both. Daryl says, I was worried season 1 would be the only good season, but oh boy, that was not the case. Yes, it sure wasn't. And good morning to you too, Trace. Joyce said, I was aghast the show had existed 2 years before I found it. Me too. I found it 2 years late as well, Joyce. We found it around the same time then. I found it 2 years ago from now. The bus pulling up. I knew crazy shit was yet to come. That was the kicker. After all those other cliffhangers, the bus pulling up was just the kicker cliffhanger to close it down. And it said Grand Rapids on it. So you knew it came from where Kristi's from, Michigan, which is insane. Oh my God. Grand Rapids. That's deliberate. So that's where you get evidence that this place is deliberately choosing certain people. There's no way that was a coincidence that this bus came from where Kristi's from, Grand Rapids. And a lot of people, I bet, guessed that Kristi's fiance, Marielle, would be on that bus. I wonder if anyone in the chat here guessed that. Because, yeah, that would be a really good thing to theorize, that Marielle was going to be on that bus just to screw with Kristi and Kenny. David says Dale was a truth speaker. The Ethan pocket universe. Oh yeah, I think Dale was right. It's a pocket universe. Daryl found the show just before the season 1 finale aired. Recon says, does this mean the dungeon is on level 2 or 3 of the ruins? I'm not sure, Recon. It's a good question. Anyway, I need to say good more night to you guys now that it's 7:15 a.m. here Central Time and 8:15 a.m. on the East Coast. So good more night to you guys. This vampire needs to go get some sleep now. And we will continue with the rewatch in a couple days. But we have now completed season 1, and what an amazing season it was. Masterpiece, every episode a 10 out of 10. Good morning, good night, morning, everyone. Recon. Thanks for the great hang, Julie. Well, thank you, Joyce. Thank you for being here. My pleasure. Amy says, sorry for catching this late. Love to you, Julie. Well, love right back to you, Amy. And don't be sorry. Always glad to see you. And this live was announced late and done very late, so I totally understand if anyone couldn't make it. And you've got lives, you've got other things to do too. Bill, awesome stream. See you all later. Thanks, Bill. Good more night to all of you guys. Good more night, Ryan. It's Doc, our good friend Doc Kaiju coined that term, and I think it fits when we do these vampire streams. Good morning, Samuel. And we will continue. I think Monday will be our next stream. So Monday we'll probably do a season 4 theory stream, and we can discuss. We can get into Recon's analysis if Recon wants to go into that on Monday and discuss that a bit. The analysis of the U.S. map that they did. I'd love to dive into that, and we can look at the cave painting in a little more depth, discuss that a bit more, the cliffhangers for season 1, and tie them into, we'll circle back to season 4 theories, of course, and we'll talk a lot of season 4 theories. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks, Annie. Great stream. Have a nice one, everyone. Oh, so you were lurking there. Nice to see you, Annie. See you, Daryl. Thank you guys so much for hanging with us this long, and Karl for being amazing and hanging in as long as he did when we're both exhausted and ready to fall asleep. Can't think of anyone I'd rather be doing this with, and anyone I'd rather be hanging with than the Frumley. Wonderful people. Good night, Amy. And sorry that Scarlett missed it. Yeah, I wasn't able to give her much notice, so she probably just wasn't able to join. So we will catch Scarlett on the next one. 28 days left until the premiere. Oh my God, Samuel, I'm not ready. I've got so much to do. I've got theory videos to make, and I've got 2 more seasons of the From Rewatch to get through in that time. Oh my God. Thanks, guys. Have a good day or a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we rev and frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us depths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the claw.